Through it goes, regulation into the gloves of Carey. The Indian captain fails again.
Facing up, playing out through point for his half century. Rahul moves on to 52. He's on 49 and he plays it to mid-wicket, takes a single, gets through easily and raises a half century.
Bowles and Siraj is forward edging. Carey flew across and takes a blinder. Digs in, bouncing. Jadeja goes after it. Marsh is in play. Great diving catch. Came up at deep square, propelled forwards, and again the big man flies.
The bison roaming out in the prairie.
If you were the captain, would you enforce the follow-on given the circumstances or not?
Can I say shit yet? We're trying to win a test. Get up, boys. You're going again.
Bumrah goes after it, whacks it for 6.
Cummins to Akash deep. Back of the leg to the gully, doesn't drag it down, ever so close to doing so, but instead it's 4 runs. And that means India have avoided the follow-on. That is a significant moment in this test match.
It's always nice to see your bowlers going out there scoring some runs when it mattered today. Not just the runs that they got, just the heart that they showed.
India's 10th wicket heroics turn the psychological tables, almost ensuring the tourists will get out of Brisbane unscathed, leaving them 1 win away from retaining the trophy.
Hazlewood's coming off, is he? No, just coming down. No, he's coming off with the pack.
Yeah, he is. So we've got, well, that's news again. So Josh Hazlewood bowled 1 over. We're told it's not his side. We're still investigating what it might be, but Hazlewood has left the field.
Hazlewood is injured in the warm-up. He goes into the rooms. One assumes that they did some strength testing and some massaging and whatever they do, and they send him out there to bowl 1 over. It's essentially a fitness test in the middle of a test match, live, in play.
Yeah.
He fails it. He fails it. Absolutely. Next thing you know, he's in the ambulance on the way to the scans and
With a proper calf strain.
Yeah, it's a proper calf strain.
Fast bowlers get injured. He is in his mid-30s.
Yes.
And there is signs that you're not going to be able to play all 3 forms. You know, that could be something for Josh to think about.
It's pretty despondent. Obviously, felt it this morning in warm-ups and gave it a good crack. But, yeah, it's just unfortunate for him. It's always a tough one with a world-class bowler being out.
The gamble to play Josh Hazlewood backfires. Australia's push at the Gabba undermined by the injury as Hazlewood's series ends and his long-term dependability is left clouded. Cummins begins the day's play. Bowls, Rahul edges, dropped him. Smith put it down at second slip. It was a straight-up regulation catch.
What?
And Australia blow the perfect starts.
Seriously, how do you drop this?
Iron bowls and Rahul's back nibbling. He's caught brilliantly by Smith. Diving away to his right. Having dropped Rahul at the start of the day, a pud, he takes a ripper and makes amends.
That's the catch of the summer. Smith's anticipation, then skill level, nails it. Rahul cannot believe it.
And drop the sitter and then take the screamer. The vagaries of Test cricket. Steve Smith joins us as we ponder the prospects for Day 5 here at the Gabba on SEN Test Cricket.
Live across Australia and around the world on the SEN network. Australia versus India on SEN Test Cricket.
Draws are a rare thing in modern Test crickets. Rarer still on Australian shores. That's what might unfold on Day 5 here at the Gabba. But if we just took one step back and marvel at the glories of Test cricket, for half an hour last night in a match that has been riddled by weather and ostensibly one-sided, reached a gripping climax. And the team that's a mile behind celebrated like winners, and the team that's run the Test match was left with a real sense of lament. Test cricket, don't go changing. Gerard Whateley with you for SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Simon Katich, good morning.
Good morning, Gerard, Fleming, and all our listeners.
Damien, Fleming, welcome in.
Hey, Gerard, Cato, listeners, looking forward to the day. What's going to happen?
It's for the most imaginative minds.
I looked at the radar, so they'll get it wrong again, isn't it?
We should play till about 2:30.
That's the way it looks.
Anything that we set up will probably be washed away.
Can we get a result before 2:30?
Well, can we just revel in that half hour last night? It's only Test cricket can give that.
I know. And that's the beauty of all these nuances of the game. You know, the follow-on is a big thing in Test cricket because it could have had a massive impact on this series. You know, the time that was lost yesterday because of KL Rahul being dropped, not just the runs, but also the time, that has had an effect on Australia being able to potentially win this Test match. So all these little things add up, and then not having the ability to actually enforce it, you know, now we have to see how creative Australia want to be today if they think that they can still get a result even with a quick down.
Yeah, certainly. It was absolutely brilliant. And, you know, for the Indians, that, you know, they can use that. For, you know, because we were talking about before that last wicket partnership, 39 runs. You know, we saw the fight back from Australia in the second test. We've seen nothing here in the third test from India to say that it's going to turn around at the MCG. But there can be moments. I mean, what about Gambier's reaction? The crowd, the players, Akashdeep, you know, just little fist pump onto his chest. So these can be momentum changes where you go, oh, we got back into the series because of that last wicket partnership where we fought against the follow-on then. Obviously, they just need runs, so they need the top order to come to the party at the MCG. But 1-1, at times at this Test match, you know, India were cooked. So for them to go to Melbourne probably 1-1, they've won at the G before, won at the SCG before, massive.
It is, it's huge.
They only have to win one of those Test matches to retain the trophy. Oh, I thought I was with you that it was the reactions in the player box were so great, and Kohli again is at the forefront of that. A 39-run partnership. Whether they could have wriggled out of it or not, who's to say? But it was this has been running against them. They got something tangible out of this Test match to see if they can flip the psychology of it.
They did, and then there'll still be stuff that happens today that they can take into the next Test match. And same for Australia. Australia are going to have to bat again here, unless they're really brave and decide to declare and set India 190 odd. Obviously, they've still got to take another wicket, but that would be very bold. But I can't see that happening because India do have the ability to be able to peel off those runs, none down, and then Pat Cummins will probably be walking off the field and handing in his resignation if he did that.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tyler. So what does your most imaginative captaincy mind go to?
That's the most aggressive, but I think probably I can't see Australia setting India anything less than 300 purely because of some of their ability to play a one-day-like innings. And we know that obviously it's not a one-day-like wicket because there are cracks and there's some spin and bounce. But, you know, if you were to set India 300 off 70 overs, they probably feel like they were in the game because you could potentially bat normally for the first 30 or 40 of those overs, see where you fall, and then potentially play it like a limited overs game later, which is exactly what happened here 4 years ago when Rishabh Pant got the job done. So that's probably will be in the back of their mind. And then the other thing is obviously where they're at physically because they look spent late yesterday because they had to shoulder a lot of the workload. They're both in the 20s in terms of overs. So, you work backwards. Yeah, what's the minimum amount of overs you need to bowl them out? And I'd have to say 50, 55. So then you can add another 30 runs to that total. So there's actually in a run chase. Then maybe they've got and if you get early wickets, there's no incentive to win. Then you've got to defend, and then we know this Indian team can be rock and rolled big time. But then we need a full day's play. But the Australians can't think like that. But you know, that's us being very optimistic. I think it's a great opportunity, hopefully, for the Australian top order to get some runs. I think it'll be tricky, though, because we've seen throughout this test the new ball's been hard work. And you can take wickets like Australia did it to India. They were, 4 for 50. Australia themselves got through that period reasonably well, but it was tough. But this wicket's changed since they batted earlier in the test match. So, and it's humid out there today after all that rain yesterday. So you'd expect the new ball to swing around. Definitely. Yeah. We saw even when when Australia batted over 60 to 80, they just smashed the ball everywhere. We could see that we're struggling to get out number 10 and 11 with that older ball. But that won't come into play today. So, it'll be new ball batting that can get both teams into a lot of trouble.
So in a day that will probably peter out, there are high stakes early for batters who aren't making runs against the new ball, aren't they?
Definitely. Look, I think obviously there'll be talk around the Australian top order because of the volume of runs they've made or the lack of them. But I think in the context of this test, and I said it the other day, the top three did a very good job in this test to set Australia up for that big first innings total. So that's where it's a tricky one, because whilst their individual numbers don't look great at the moment, their contribution to this test match was significant, and they all spent time in the middle. But it's important that they do that again, because when the next test is on the line, and there's always a pressure point to set a test up to win it, that's going to come again in Melbourne. Not saying there won't be a result today, but it's highly unlikely given the forecast. So it is crucial that the top three go again and back up what they did in the first innings, and hopefully as individuals go even further and turn those into 50, 60, 70 run scores.
The pitch report for Charisma potatoes. Start cooking with Charisma potatoes with 25% less carbs. What did you see, Simon?
Yeah, it looks a really good track, but I think there will be enough on offer with a new ball. I think we saw the other day that as soon as Australia got that new ball in hand, it moved around. There was a bit of variable pace and bounce and some swing. So it's just getting through that and then softening it. But the wicket looks good. I think it's been a very good test wicket. It's just been affected. It's spun and bounced. So I think if there'd been more play and more wear and tear and traffic, this would have been a very good cricket wicket for everyone.
Yeah, I think they should have scored more runs in the first innings, and we could have had a really great test match here. I think batting would get harder and spin playing a part. Those cracks opened up, so the quicks were in the game. So, disappointing, but there's nothing you can do about the weather.
No, we had 13 overs on day one, 88 on day two, 33 on day three, and 58 yesterday. So
day one cooked us. Yeah. Your weather report, your mates there.
Yeah.
Just to give us 2 hours.
The 2 hours at the end would have made the whole thing possible. Overs.
So we talked about the 4-day tests previously. Effectively, this has become a 4-day test, obviously with extended hours. So it's a great example of what happens to the dynamic of a test match when you take pretty much a day out of it.
Yeah,
it changes things completely.
I just think, why?
Yeah, the case has never been properly made, and then this is the cautionary tale to run against it. The spectre of the Hazelwood injury just sat so heavily over yesterday, and all of the possibilities and the decision-making, and in the end, Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins, they were lion-hearted, but they had to do a lot of bowling. On reflection, why the urgency to get him back for this test match when Boland had done the job in Adelaide and we know where he is in Australia?
Yeah, great question, Gerard. I think they have to own that the hierarchy have to own it, because ultimately it was a 50-50 call in my opinion, and I said that I think leading into the test when I spoke to the guys in Melbourne, and I think the reason I felt it was 50-50 is because Josh Hazelwood deserved to be looked at because of how he bowled in Perth, but then it was 50 for Boland because of how he bowled in Adelaide, but also it was 50-50 because when it comes to an injury like a side, if he does it properly, and I know he hasn't done a side, he's done a calf, you're out for 6 weeks. And if that was the element of risk, then in my opinion, you err on the side of caution and you don't take it. So I felt that leading into the test. And I know it's easy to sit here now and go, he's broken down, albeit on a different part of his body. But as you rightly said, Flem, he's in his mid-30s now, and he has had a collection of injuries, whether it's Achilles, calf, side, in this last sort of 12 to 18 months or 2 years. So they know all that. They're privy to all that information, so they know that better than I do. But I think in the situation, they've ended up missing out and Australia potentially run the risk of not being able to win this test because of that decision.
Yeah.
And I'm worried about the impact it could have for the rest of the series if we don't get the right result here.
And compounding that is, so Marsh bowls 2 overs, so he's not a safety blanket for them. So they did leave themselves exposed. If they wanted to take a risk, perhaps they needed to bring Webster in as their safety blanket. But so they ran the gauntlet. Yep. There's no other way to assess it, and they lost.
Definitely lost this, and they've definitely run the gauntlet, because they know that if Mitch Marsh has only bowled 2 overs yesterday, there's a reason for that, and they obviously know that, because we saw in Perth, he did not back up, and it's Test cricket. You've got to be able to back up. If you can't back up day after day after day, because you can't assume you're just going to knock teams over in a day and then not bowl again for 2 days. There's no guarantee that will happen in Test cricket. India are too good for that, and they've been caught out in that regard, because he's supposed to be a genuine all-rounder, and from what we've seen so far in this series, you can't say that. To bowl 2 overs yesterday, there's got to be something wrong with him.
Yeah, that's right, and their eyes wide open on that. Kat, you're due on telly. Flem, this is your portfolio, and it's troubling for Hazelwood, isn't it?
It is, but then back to what you're saying, no, there was no hurry to rush him back. I'd always pick Hazelwood over Boland if they're fit. But as I said, in Adelaide, we're not severely depleted when Hazelwood goes out and Boland, or any of them go out and Boland comes in, because he's going to get you 4 or 5 wickets a test. He builds pressure. He's an absolute gun in Australian conditions, and particularly at Adelaide, Perth, and, well, just about every wicket.
Yes.
I was trying to make case, maybe not Sydney. But he'd probably get wickets there the way the wickets have been in the last few years there. So I don't understand the urgency. If we didn't have a Boland and you're debuting a quick, or we're going to debut a quick, do we take the gamble on Hazelwood? And he must have ticked everything from the strength and conditioning side of things. He must have, okay? And in his own mind, we have to assume he must have. Because if you had any doubt, we've got bowler here. If it's Hazelwood and a bowler on debut, a quick, well, maybe we have the gamble with Hazelwood. There was no use. It's a bad play. It's a bad bet. They've lost the bet. And then to Josh himself, not many fast bowlers get into their mid-30s and playing all formats too. So this might be a chance to actually pick a format. We saw Anderson and Broad choose red ball cricket and prolong their careers. But there's generally a high attrition rate with fast bowlers anyway. And he's the biggest man of that group, isn't he? He's a man mountain. So I'd assume there's more body forces going through every ball. And I think when you start to get calves and sides and all that, they're muscle injuries, that, it's a sign of ageing. And we need to find a battery of fast bowlers, remembering that Scott Boland's older than the top 3.
Yes. So this becomes a moment of selection management. It's not really Hazelwood's decision anymore. This is for the Brains Trust to go, okay, here's the priority and here's the program. We know that you want to do this and that, but that's not in our best interests anymore. And I am critical of the setup. They talk about future-proofing, but they don't do any future-proofing. They bring Hazelwood straight back. There's no consequence to failure. It's all protected. This is a moment where they have to go, all right, no more. You can't play all formats. We don't care whether you want to or not. The nation's cricket team's best interests are served by you playing World Test Championship, West Indies Ashes. This is the way we're going to do it. You won't play any white ball cricket.
Yep.
If you want to play the IPL, that's fine, because that's your personal income.
Window.
No worries. But we're not doing this anymore.
Yep. And then even we were hearing from Mitchell Marsh saying no, fully fit, can bowl unlimited overs, but that we saw an example of that.
No, it's not true, is it?
He took 3 catches, one ripping catch, you beauty. So, I think with this team, and we had a bit of fun, picking, for me, partnership breaking bowlers, because it's on the back of, we needed one yesterday, and preferably a fast medium bowler. So I think Bo Webster's right up there in selection calculations, and we, he's young enough, to have a good career at Test match level.
We are watching the warm-ups. India are out in front of us at the moment, so they're warming up on the fielding point of view. Fareem, steady, hot and strong. It'll be 9 for 252 when India resumes. Flem, see you for it.
See you soon.
Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. Steve Smith is going to join us next.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Again, still a bit of a slow run heading in towards Greensborough, or the Greensborough bypass from the Ring Road due to ongoing roadworks up at that end. It's slow going from before Plenty Road. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. You can't control what a bushfire will do, but you can start preparing for it. Create your fire plan now at fireplanner.vic.gov.au. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Summer day trips on the fast ferry to Geelong or Port Arlington. Affordable, local, and there's plenty of family fun. Leave the car at home and visit portphillipferries.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
For everyday rehydration, choose Hydrolite. Scientifically formulated to rehydrate you faster than water alone. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
G'day, you've reached Jimbo. I'm currently somewhere between Burke and Broken Hill. Leave a message.
Jimbo, it's Sharon. Oh, look, I'm in a bit of a pickle. I could really use your Hilux. I was cruising across the Simpson Desert in my ute when its GPS system just cucked it. Says I'm in Guam, which I am not. Hoping you can come and help me. I'm next to some sand. Call me back.
Don't send a ute to do a Hilux job. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Light's Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Get on the SEN win page. Here's why.
In 2025, Sport Next Melbourne returns March 12 to 14. Global and domestic leaders tackle the biggest issues, trends and opportunities sport will face in the decades to come. As the largest sport conference in the Asia-Pacific region, you have extra incentive to book now. If you purchase your tickets by this Friday, you could win an ultimate SEN corporate box experience for two. Sport Next Melbourne 2025.
Enter now. Head to the SEN win page.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 100 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Do you?
Hi, Kev Sheedy here. I've been proud to support SEN and BMW for years. And let me tell you, their range of electric vehicles is something else. These machines are innovative, efficient, and an absolute pleasure to drive. BMW's cutting-edge EVs combine sustainability, performance, and that unmistakable sheer driving pleasure. If you've been thinking about making the switch, now's the time. Get down to SEN and BMW today. Check out the range, take one for a drive, and see for yourself what the future of driving feels like. LMCT 0011700.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from only $589,900. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket. The pre-match show. The Isuzu D-Max. Live reinvigorating. And Beaumont Tyres. Beaumont's Trade Club saves tilers every time. How's that?
India 9 for 252. It's dry at the Gabba. There are threatening clouds around the ground. There is, in a perfect world, we play through till about 2:30 and then we run the gauntlet of the weather. But let's see how it all unfolds. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for tilers. Let's check in with the Australian camp here for Smarter Light. Adam Collins is with Steve Smith.
Steve Smith, thanks for jumping back on SEN Test Cricket. We spoke to you 48 hours ago. Pretty frustrating couple of days of cricket since in terms of limiting the options you have to victory.
Yeah, it hasn't been ideal, obviously, with the weather, but can't really control that. I thought the guys toiled pretty hard yesterday. Possibly had our chances to get the follow-on, but that last partnership was pretty crucial for India. They did well there, and we've got a bat now.
Yes, I suppose there was no doubt that had you bowled them out in time, you would have been forced to follow on.
I'd imagine so, yeah. I think that was probably going to be our best way to win at that stage, but yeah, who knows now? We might still have some opportunities. I'm not sure what this weather's doing today again. You know, it was supposed to rain most of the day yesterday, but we got a fair bit of play in. So, yeah, who knows? But, yeah, we'll see what we're going to do this morning.
The other major news within the Aussie camp yesterday, of course, was Josh Hazlewood out of the series. That must be deflating for the whole camp and the senior players. You've known him for a long time, obviously.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, he's obviously a quality bowler. Yeah, sad to see him go down yesterday. Yeah, I think had we had 3 quicks, we probably could have, well, I'd suggest we probably would have been in a different position. But, yeah, can't really do much about it. Feel for him and, yeah, probably opens the door up for Scotty Boland, obviously, in Melbourne, the local hero.
How was Josh around the group last night?
Oh, pretty flat, as you could imagine, but, you know, he's always an upbeat sort of character and, yeah, wants the team to do well. So, yeah, everyone's flat for him.
Funny old morning for you. Put one down first ball, then take perhaps one of the best catches of your career at the end of the session.
Yeah, don't really know what happened that first ball. Maybe I wasn't quite switched on or something, but it kind of went at an awkward height at my body. But, yeah, I've been catching pretty well, so that was disappointing. But then, yeah, obviously held on to a nice one as well, where I anticipated well. So, yeah, who knows? You know, you look at different moments in test matches, but, you know, someone might have come in and played well after that if we got him out first ball as well. So, you know, that kind of thing can happen in a game.
From a tactical perspective, there's often scrutiny when bowling to the tail about not bowling enough at the stumps. That often comes up in situations like yesterday. Can you talk us through that, why there's an emphasis on more bowling at the body than bowling at the stumps to tail enders?
I mean, it worked pretty well in Adelaide, didn't it? So, yeah, you can't kind of have it both ways. But, you know, I think there's been times and wickets and balls that have dictated to be able to do different things. That one yesterday was pretty wet and soft and wasn't really doing a great deal when you pitch it up, to be fair. So, and it actually didn't have great penetration when it was short either because it was just so wet. But, you know, you have different plans and sometimes they work, sometimes they don't.
You'll be batting soon enough. You kind of alluded to it before. Is there a chance you will dangle the carrot and live a little today?
Possibly. I'm not sure. You know, I think the guys are meeting in a moment. So, you know, we'll see what today holds. It's overcast again. There might be some rain later on. But, you know, we've got to see what we want to do and see if we want to try and make a game.
And if it is that type of day where you are trying to make a game of it and, as I say, dangle the carrot, maybe shuffle the order, see Travis head up the list a little bit, that kind of thing?
I have no idea. Possible. He's obviously batting really nicely and, you know, we can see how quickly he can move the game along. So, yeah, it's possible. I'm not sure.
All right, day 5 with some options. Steve Smith, thanks for jumping on SEN Test Cricket.
Pleasure.
Steve Smith there with Adam Collins, thanks to Smarter Light, 80% less energy and carbon usage. Battery free, always compliant, huge savings. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Ian Healy, hello.
Good morning, Gerard.
We're watching the Indians warm up. Imagine if they declared.
Yes,
get out
right now.
See if they can knock Australia over in 35 overs.
Don't even worry about knocking them over. We'll just have fun. We'll try to knock those top 3 over again and keep those inroads going. Steve was very coy, wasn't he? He didn't give us much, well, as if he doesn't know the planning that's going on inside and what they were talking about all last night. So, yeah, they're holding their cards close. They'll watch the weather and hope that their top order do a bit better than they have been.
So what would you do? Is there any way to construct a game? Is there any motivation to construct a game for Australia?
Very little now, isn't there? Because of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. There's 2 tests to go. Australia or India need to win 1. So that's on the edge. And the World Test Championship, a draw's not the worst thing. A loss is. So you probably don't dangle too lightly. You know, as a journo, I know what I want. I want them to bowl for 70 overs and set India 330 to win. But, yeah, as a player, I don't think that's probably realistic.
No, the risk-reward equation just feels out of whack there. As you have to be prepared to lose to win, and it doesn't. You can't make a sensible case why Australia should risk losing, given it's 1-1 and they don't hold the trophy.
India are very upbeat this morning.
Yeah, that's the bit. Could they... It was a big moment for them, which is so odd. They're miles behind the game. What if they were ultra aggressive?
Yeah, and they're not going to lose by being that, are they?
No.
They're just going to spend the day in the field. But if they happen to do some real damage in a long first session, then you never know. And they've created more doubt in the Australians' minds leading to Melbourne, even if it does end up being a draw. But they had a very extensive huddle. They were clapping a few things, so that might have been the batting performances of such and such and such and such. And now they're quite sprightly in their warm-ups, their run-throughs and their hamstring injury little walk-throughs. They're having a lot of fun out there. They've changed.
So Bumrah versus the Australian top order it'll be hard not to fixate on that.
Yes, that's right. And that's where Bumrah, not really Bumrah, but the Indian team needs someone to be in behind him and put some pressure on from the other end this time. You haven't got long, you've got one day to work. Now let's see what the second bowler, whether that's Siraj or whoever, just bowl a bit better than you did in the first innings so that you get yourself up and running for Melbourne.
The tactics for the 10th wicket bowling, how did you see it in real time?
Real time, it was good batting, I reckon. I thought they showed, really good application. And the tail and some non-scorers, some double-figure type scorers, they faced a lot of balls, which is a great effort. Australia are valuing our top three facing a lot of balls. The tail faced a lot of balls and kept us out there drenched in sweat. So I think that's the main thing. I think India batted well and knocked us off our axis a little bit. We forgot to target the stumps enough. And I don't mind the body bashing. But as Steve said, there wasn't a whole lot of penetration when it was dug in short because the ball was not that conducive to that. So the bouncer had to be impactful. I thought our field placings could be a little bit more confusing to the batsman, i.e., I wonder what they're doing there, I wonder what they're trying there, and try it or not, just do something different with your field placings. And then when you're following up that short ball or that wide ball, make sure it's on the stumps. It's going to hit the stumps a bit better. So they could have been a bit more efficient with their bowling in those partnerships towards the end of the Indian batting.
What's the weather going to do, Heels?
It's very muggy. So I'm thinking there's showers around somewhere.
Going to be the same, isn't it?
Probably. Yeah, it doesn't feel any different. So it's well worth these two teams being very sprightly first session.
Yeah.
Really make an energetic, fun effort. And I want to see that come out in these Australian batsmen. Usman Khawaja, okay, he could take it on a bit, but, bat with energy. Bat with not anxiety. Hopefully Nathan McSweeney's not thinking about, I've got to get runs. Just go out and get runs. Do everything that you do when you make runs, i.e. watch the ball clearly, be sharp on your feet, and play some shots if the balls are there. So too Marnus. Make some further ground on your Adelaide performance. And then Steve Smith. So, I hope we see them get some energy about their play and the top order partnerships, and India really have a crack and bounce into this series.
All right, terrific, Heels. We'll live the day with you. The warm-ups, the Indian warm-ups happening in front of us for Ream, Australia's favourite hot water, that's steady, hot and strong. The Good Oil with Peter Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan coming next. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Daniel's Donuts has a new loaded donut. Think ice cream and toppings galore. Guess what? Get yours free in-store tomorrow between 2 and 3 p.m. Excluding Flinders Street petrol and convenience stores. While stocks last. T&Cs apply.
Harris Scarf sale is on now. Save 50% off dinner sets by Casa Damani. Exclusions apply. Don't miss out. Harris Scarf, great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
For everyday rehydration, choose Hydrolite. Scientifically formulated to rehydrate you faster than water alone. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
When you're freezing cold or when you're boiling hot, who you gonna call? Weather World.
Take advantage of the VEU government rebate and trade in your old gas heater for huge discounts on ducted reverse cycle systems, multi-splits or split systems. With solutions for every budget and all the biggest brands. For your free quote, visit weatherworld.com.au.
Who you gonna call? Weather World.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Healy has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Healy Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Healy.com.au.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
Hi, Ian Healy here. For 50 years, Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts have been lightening the load for weekend warriors and tradies alike. Built tough to last, so you can count on them season after season. With a wide range plus parts and accessories also available, Sherlock has everything you need. Sherlock wheelbarrows and carts, because quality matters. Explore the full range at sherlocklastslonger.com.au. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Lights Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Up to 25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from only $589,900. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket. The first session for MEGT. Build a winning team with apprenticeship experts.
We're 12 minutes away from the start of day 5 here at the Gabba. Our pre-match is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for tilers. The good oil here is for Cobram Estates, Australian extra virgin olive oil. Peter Lawler, hello.
Good morning, Gerard Whateley. We're still here.
We're still here.
You know?
We might never get out.
19 wickets have fallen across 4 days. It feels like 4 years, but I wouldn't trade it for anything.
The last half hour last
night, I reckon, how many people were here? On it, conservatively, there was less than 1,000 people in the ground for just one of those magic sort of sessions in Test match cricket, this confounding, confusing game that we love, as Australia pressed for the advantage that would have allowed them to enforce the follow-on. And those two Indian batters held them out. Australia a bowler short, the rain interruptions, the grasping. It was so rich and just so edifying, frankly. It just tells you everything that's great about Test match cricket. It's always got more for you, and hence we're here again this morning. And at the end of it, we may well not have a result. I mean, it's stunning to think that all of this has happened and we still haven't completed the second innings.
Yes, that's right.
But by the end of today, we may have seen a result in this Test match. I've loved it. I've loved every bit of this. I reckon this one goes down as one of my favourite Test matches in a way. And that's perverse because we've had to suffer, we've had to play between the rain. We had to crawl around puddles, and we've watched those covers come on and off more than anybody should have to endure. It's driven people to madness. Gideon stood up in the afternoon session yesterday and said, I can't cope anymore. I've got to go. I said, that's all right. Cricket et al.'s a modern employer. You can have a mental health afternoon. I think he got 20 minutes out of the ground. He's listening on the radio. He turned around and came back because the whole nature of the game had changed.
Yeah. And that's why we love Test cricket. That's why it's so enchanting, Bharat. The perversity of the team a mile behind the game celebrating, and the team who's run the game lamenting and sort of dragging themselves off at the end. For whatever happens to we did get a climax. It was just a weird sort of climax.
No, exactly. And I know we're in Christmas season, Gerard and Pete, but does any sport or any form of sport have more Easter eggs than Test cricket? There's always something hidden, things that we forget to appreciate, and Test cricket kind of reminds you, taps you on the shoulder. All this talk of 4-day Test cricket and changing the rules of Test cricket to keep it alive. No. What we have is special enough. And you're right. I mean, that was 39 runs or 33 runs is what they needed. And just the mood in the Indian dressing room. Who would have thought that they hadn't won a Test match? It wasn't probably as dramatic as Ashwin and Vihari saving the Test while being immobile in Sydney, but it was equally dramatic. And then the 6 that Akashdeep hit a couple of balls later was almost a statement. It was relief.
It was a punctuation point. It was a celebratory strike, wasn't it? So this is the tapestry of a 5-Test series, as we've had 2 terribly lopsided Test matches, one either way. Then we'll get a draw that's got all these threads where the psychological advantage sways and then sways back, and you just never quite know where it will take us next. And it won't be fully understood until we finish in Sydney, but there are some pretty important chapters that have been written throughout a game that's highly unlikely to give us anything other than a draw.
It is really... and there goes the Bundaberg ginger beer again. Honest, it's ginger beer. What was I going to say? Yeah, it was remarkable because I think up until that last wicket stand, India looked like a side that had been broken and that, possibly would not come back in this series. They just looked in a world of trouble. But Akashdeep and Jasprit Bumrah have somehow lit up the sky with a defiant knock. God, they might bat through the first session. You never know the way this bloody game's going. Hey, any argument for a timeless Test, do you reckon?
The next 2 days,
get your head out of your hands.
The next 2 days are going to be lovely here in Brisbane.
Of course they will be.
We've got our timings all wrong.
And if it does end up as a draw, which means the series will be alive by the time we get to Sydney, Gerard. That's what we all hoped for when we were building up to the series. We all predicted 3-2. Probably that might be a little difficult, the way this Test match is going. But you spoke about the psychological scars that both teams can deliver to each other. Usman Khawaja gets out cheaply. Manas gets out cheaply again. Nathan McSweeney doesn't make runs. Suddenly Australia are under pressure. But if somehow Australia make 100 and 150 runs more and put India in, even if it is to just give them a scare, and they get Virat and Rohit out cheaply, and then suddenly again the narrative changes. So much can happen today, even if we don't get 98 overs, even if it's not a classic Test match finish where India are trying to chase something down and Australia trying to bowl them out. Even if we get 60 overs, there's enough time for players to lose confidence, or players who are already under pressure to feel even further under pressure.
So Bumrah's got McSweeney 4 for 12 from 52 deliveries. We wonder how he'll be feeling when he goes out to bat this morning. Somehow the day was just so epic. It was hard to get to all the narratives around it. But KL Rahul, Bharat, he's a really impressive guy, isn't he? He made his debut here in 2014. Didn't get any runs in Melbourne, but came good in Sydney. And he's one of those modern Indian players who's better away from home generally, isn't he? He's got 1 century at home. Admittedly, was it 199 at Chennai?
Yeah.
That's his only one. He doesn't have a great average, but it's hard to have a great batting average when you bat in India. But he's a classic batter as well. I love the way he presents at the crease. he's a good story, and you've perhaps got him earmarked for bigger things should they come his way.
Oh,
what
very
do you
much
reckon?
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can totally see him get back into that captaincy talk. He's captained India before, and he's quite the enigma, and I'm sure we'll talk about him later in the series. There are two sides to him. There's the... okay, that's smashed the bottle, I think. Peter doesn't like anything, which is... Anyway.
Right. Who put them
0%.
there? God, I'm going to move them.
So there are two sides to KL Rahul. There's the KL and the Rahul. And we see it in his personality. We see it in the way he bats. He obviously idolized Rahul Dravid growing up, and he wanted to be that guy. But then now he has more tattoos than you can count. More tattoos than Test centuries for sure. And he's already booked in for his next tattoo somewhere near Bondi when India get to the Sydney Test. And there's always this dichotomy. He's shown us here that he can be Rahul, he can be the wall, but then he also has, Simon Katich loves to remind us, he has all the shots in the world and he can be that dynamic player.
From Bangalore?
From Bangalore.
Bangalore, where there is a wall, isn't there?
There is.
Commemorating
there is
the wall.
Yeah.
It's one of my favourite cricket tributes in Bangalore, if people don't know, to celebrate the feats of Dravid, who's known as the wall. They built a wall for him. It's so magnificently literal. You go around the Kumble Circle twice, and then you just park your car next to the Dravid wall.
Pay homage at the wall.
I love that so much. But he's got that southern vibe too, hasn't he? Yeah. So it's just a bit more chilled than some of the other Indians we know. Not looking at you, Bharat.
So we're 4 minutes away, and India are going to bat. Akash just warming up below us. Where have you landed on the Hazelwood injury and the implications in the long term, particularly for the bowler himself?
Well, I was talking to Robert Katich out the back of the press box yesterday, and journalists are very moved by this situation. And we're going to start a National Calf Awareness Day to raise funds for this cause. What are you asking me about this injury? It's a major concern, I think, for Josh Hazelwood and the rest of his career. He just breaks down so often. I feel so sorry for him. As you know, it just must be rotten to be a sports person and not be able to get on the park. Even worse when you would feel like you have let your mates down in a situation like this, and you just must so want to be out there and can't be out there. As you say, it's inevitable that Boland will play the next test, I'd assume. I'm confused who will play the one after that. Can he play back-to-back tests? You're a bit cynical about that, aren't you?
I think they are.
Right.
I think that sort of fed into the urgency to get Hazelwood back. I think they're reluctant to play Boland in back-to-back test matches.
They haven't completely ruled Boland, Hazelwood out, but gee, it'd be dangerous to pick him for the... You can't pick him for the 15th. No. You cannot. No, you're inviting trouble. I feel rotten for him. He's a lovely fella, understated country boy, married to a policewoman. Just had a child recently, and this has just got to be tough, especially when Paddy and the other Mitch are your mates. Stark and Cummins are his best mates, on the field and off the field. That's not overstated, that situation.
All right, let's go and enjoy how Day 5's about to unfold. Pete Bharat, thank you. That's the good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. And our pre-match is concluded for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and for Beaumont Tiles for Tylers. The 10th wicket stand is currently worth 39. Bumrah and Akash on their way back into the middle. So Bumrah's 10, Akash is 27, and there's one ball left in a Pat Cummins over. He got smashed for 6, and then we went off for light. The weather for Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in light, fans and electrical. It's 30 degrees, it's 70% humidity, and there might be the biggest black cloud of the test match coming from the east at the moment. So that threatens in the minutes ahead. And the pitch update for Molmap, get a Molmap 1 check 2 experts. It's been a terrific test match pitch. It's just a shame that we've only seen 193 overs. Because it could have driven us to a thrilling climax, but it's held together well. There's the cracks that Simon spoke of, and it will definitely offer its challenges against the new ball, particularly with skies as moody as they are. Clears us for play. Damien Fleming, welcome back.
Gerard, listeners, the pitch looks a bit day 3. Just with the overs that you've said, and With the humidity around, it's kept it together. I mean, those cracks would have opened up big time if we'd had baking sun and had all the cricket we could have had. But for the Aussies, they've just got to get this wicket as quickly as possible and make the decisions as they go.
This is the last ball of the 75th over. Steve Smith spoke about a wet ball that wasn't doing much at the end last night, so they would like to get it in the next 31 deliveries. There would be a new ball available after that. The fly slip, deep backward square and fine leg in place. 2 slips and a gully. Pat Cummins with 1 to go in this over. Akashdeep faces up and he's edging the ball to McSweeney in the gully. He gets it on the second bounce and hauls it in neatly. So 9 for 252. You're on SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
I'd like Captain Pat to get another 5 for consecutive. Just raise that ball up, please. Short of a gallop in that first Test match. He got the overs in. He was fantastic in Adelaide. And his efforts with Stark yesterday were fantastic, weren't they? With one big quick down.
Yeah. They were so wholehearted in that final hour, striving for the last wickets. Stark has bowled 24 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 83. And Cummins 21 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 80. Nathan Lyon is going to bowl from the Stanley Street end. He's 21 overs, no maidens, 1 for 54.
It's been just a minor player in this series so far and not really any fault of his own, isn't it? It's just the way the games have played and the pitches that have been produced.
3 around the bat, Lyon bowls, Bumrah back, covers his stumps, turns it to backward square, Stark fields no run.
So he'd be looking forward to a 5-day test. Get more overs and potentially be a match winner in the second innings.
Lyon bowls to Bumrah, who's back and defending. It's sort of been unusual. We've got such a good record at the first 2 grounds that we played at, but not a factor in Perth in that long third innings.
No.
Didn't get a look in Adelaide because it was so rapid fire. Bumrah back and defends. Carey picks up.
Yeah, so it's hard to get a real reading on how he's going.
Yeah.
Nathan Lyon.
And neither...
Oh, looks okay.
Yeah, neither he nor Jadeja have been any threat on this pitch. But as you rightly pointed, this is a day 3 pitch. Bumrah down to sweep. It gets past Khawaja at leg slip and goes to the rope for 4 buys. First boundary of the day for Zito. Do it with the Zito power tools. The deficit's 189.
He had a crack at that, the slog sweep.
Yes.
Bumrah, and he'll be fine because square leg's in front of square by a fair way.
Yeah. Inglis is at the deep mid-wicket, really. Bumrah stands up and runs the ball to Smith at first slip.
Yeah, and from around the wicket, if Bumrah wants to play that shot, I'd have a crack. He'd be unlikely to get caught at the man in the square on the leg side.
It would be only a top edge that would fly to Stark. Bumrah stays upright, runs the ball across the popping crease, thought about the single. Smith was quickly out of the blocks to avert that. 9 for 256 at the end of the over on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Still got a slow run heading into Melbourne on the West Gate this morning. She's appalling coming down the bridge all the way in towards the Burnley Tunnel. Similar conditions for the Monash Freeway. Cactus from Springvale Road through to Warrigal Road. And same for the Ring, Greensboro bound Plenty Road to Greensboro bypass. Win over $1.1 billion in today's USA Mega Lotto. Get more zeros in your life with Australia's own lotteryoffers.com.au. Hurry, draw closes in less than 2 hours. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
This opening session of play for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship expert. Akash is on 27. Cummins in, bowls to him. He plays and misses outside the off stump.
Yeah, I'd keep there, Pat Cummins. Isn't it? They'll nick him as much as anyone. Do you know if anything was asked about Mitchell Marsh in the press conference last night?
To Dan Vittori?
Not really.
No.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Because at his best, I know he's not at his best now, but, he could seriously bowl with good heat and outswing. I would have banked on 12 overs at least.
Yeah.
in his heyday.
Akash faces up. He strokes the ball out to point. Inglis is set in the deep, so an easy single. The deficit's 188. He had 2 overs, none for 6. That was the most startling part of yesterday.
And
a man down.
Yes. That's why you have an all-rounder for.
Yeah.
And if you look at the first innings in Perth, you go, oh, wow, Mitch is bowling well. Look at the pace. So something's happened to his body, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It has to have.
Yeah. How he didn't come in for a spell yesterday is an open-ended question. And you have to deduce that he's on really limited bowling loads. Really limited. Bumrah faces up. He's edging.
Oh.
No, that spat got up near, and there was just a little brush as it went past the shoulder of the bat. Not to be.
Pat Cummins could save them up. That is the avenue of apprehension. That's such a perfect line on off stump. If I'm a little bit critical, maybe it's short of a length, not good length. But what a wonderful delivery.
He has had some beauties in this innings. Got Pant with one, got Rohit with one, should have got Rahul with one. Bumrah forward defending Cummins, clicks it up off his boot into his hand.
That's classic tail ender, isn't it? You're beating him at the outside edge. I'll attack the stumps and they can block it.
Yeah. No footwork, just to lean forward to keep it out.
So men going out at backward square. 2 balls. So you could go upstairs straight away. Or do you leave him to think about when it's coming?
Lions at fine leg, Marshes at deep backward square, having taken 3 catches in the innings. Cummins bowls down the leg side.
He went that. He was trying to Yorker. Not a bad option, just the execution. Sometimes when you change your length by that much, you fall away. You push the ball down.
Just a couple of 100 fans in for the start of play on a Wednesday. Good pocket of Indian supporters down to our right. A lot of them would have been here last night to see the follow-on avoided. We had a great ruckus as that was achieved. Bumrah edges short of what ends up being points as Inglis does the fielding. Tied over from Pat Cummins. 9 for 257 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
With thousands of stores and millions of gifts to choose from, gifting is easy this Christmas, even at the last minute. With a Coles Group and Maya gift card. Available in store now. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
More guests than chairs? Lombard Party Hire has chairs, tables and marquees to help with your festive season. Book at a Lombard Party store near you. Lombard.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
9 for 257. Akash is 28. Bumrah is 10. Australia working away. There'd be 3 overs to the new ball. Nathan Lyon bowling the first of those. Akash jumps down the pitch, popped it up in the air. Head takes the catch. They're asking no. Head suggesting that they immediately review, and that is precisely what happens.
Direct the third umpire. We have a player review for courts. Original decision's not out. Speed Levy's to go to front and when available, please.
This is the DRS for IMAR cashback rewards with your insurance. That's IMAR. It's a great little exchange here. Umpire, captain, bowler and catcher. Front on view.
Missed everything. Just to confirm, the kids go to Snicko.
These are good umpires.
Yep. In past bat and glove onto the body.
Thank you. We don't need to worry about the LB either.
Were we talking earlier in the test, was it yourself and Simon Katich, being strategic with your DRSs that, they know how many, the ICC know how many decisions that they get right, that they're top umpires.
Richard Kettleborough with another good one. Akash stays in the crease and pads it away. Lyon politely asks the question. Really? It's got a feel of club cricket to it at the moment. Not the total how's that. Get amongst it with Tinny's how's that. Hazy pale ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise. So Lions causing a few problems for Akash here. He's come forward to smother whatever spin there was.
You wonder how long they can keep defending these two.
Yes, yeah. Knowing that
deep six was insane off Pat Cummins last night.
Incredible hit from Akash. Line around the wickets. Akash defends to head. But that went further than...
Yeah,
sorry, it went further than the Carey strike.
Oh, wasn't that a good shot?
Yeah.
Check drop. Siraj at 9. What's happening?
That's got to be altered. Line bowls. Akash edges the ball past Khawaja. They do go. Just had a little look at each other as to whether they were taking the single or not as Marsh got around to field, and the single they took. The deficit is 187.
It's definitely not the traditional wait, yes, wait, no with these two. There's more animation, isn't it? Nodding, looking at each other. And,
what do you reckon?
Why not?
Last ball of Lions over. Bumrah to the full ball, had a slog at the sweep, didn't get it. Just the under edge toe of the bat away to Stark at backwards square. 9 for 258 on the Glencore scoreboard, advancing everyday life.
Expect delays if you're outbound on the Tullamarine Freeway at the moment. There's a slight fire in the engine bay of what used to be a Toyota Tarago by the looks of it. Heading outbound on the Tulla Freeway just after Melrose Drive, there are some massive delays on the approach back to Essendon Airport. Refuel at Metro Petroleum. Shop snacks, fuel and more with Afterpay, and tap to pay 4 interest-free instalments over 6 weeks. T's and C's apply. Visit afterpay.com for full terms. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 9 for 258. 2 overs left with this ball. Travis Head is going to bowl the last of those from the Vulture Street end. He's got the short sleeves on. One imagines he's going to be the player of the match again for the 9th time. Sort of hard to...
Tommy, work on your ratios there. He was third after Harry Brook and Wasim Akram.
Head around the wicket bowls. Akash plays the big drive. It's in the air. It's away from Cummins at mid-off. Lands safely, and they will get 2 as Cummins picks it up 10 metres inside the rope. Akash goes to 31. So he makes more runs than Smith. That has him ahead on that count. Bumrah takes 6, but Australia out-batted India's bowling.
Yeah,
it's going to be Head.
Who's dominated? Who is the man of the match? It's Travis Head again.
Yeah. Akash plays back, lets it pass down the leg side.
Let's see if he goes past Wasim Akram now.
So it's Test match number 52 for Travis Head, who's bowling to Akash, plonks forward and defends to backward point. 3 in the deep on the leg side. Cummins is sort of halfway back at mid-off. Neither the infield nor the outfield. Head delivers. Akash backs. Had a big swipe. Put the ball down the leg side. Didn't catch up with it. Tom Morris with the good oil for Cobram Estate.
Just looking at man of the matches, so Travis Head's had 8 in his career.
Akash forward, beaten on the outside edge, bails off. Carey's sure that he's got him. Just treating it as an absolute formality that he's out here stumped.
Check the third umpire, written umpire review for stumping. It is a fair leverage to go to your first side on when available, please.
Yeah, nah, 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Here's our look side on. Akash a long way forward, drags the back foot over the line. Carey gathers cleanly.
Keep going.
Starts to come back. Bails off. Nothing behind the line.
You zoom that, it looks like it's on the line. Nothing behind. Just confirm that. Yeah, there's nothing behind the line there. I can see some white. You might as well go that side to confirm, but it looks like it's outside.
One more angle. It's even more definitive.
No, that's fine. That's all I need. Thank you. I'm ready to make my decision for the big screen.
The partnership for the 10th wicket ended at 47 as out flashes up on the screen. Sharp piece of keeping. And golden arm Travis Head adds to his body of work as the player of the match.
That could just tip him into man of the match, that. and giving a little stumping to Alex Carey, who's also had a fantastic game. Keepers love their stumpings.
They do.
And part-time bowlers love their little wickets there. Little one-fers.
India, yeah. India all outs for 260, trailing by 185 runs. Akash, the last man dismissed, stumped Carey, bowled head for 31. Bumrah was 10 not out, 78.5 overs. And it denies Pat Cummins the 5 for. So India won the toss, sent Australia in 445, answered by 260, where KL Rahul 84, Ravindra Jadeja 77, and 47 runs critically for that 10th wicket partnership. Bowling figures for Australia: Cummins 4 for 81, Stark 3 for 83, Hazelwood 1 for 22, Lyon 1 for 55, Head 1 for 3, and Mitch Marsh none for 6. And so to the next phase, Flem, which will be Australia batting.
If Travis Head comes out first, you know they're setting up a declaration. Hey, tell you what, it's not going to be easy. I think it's got more clouded, more humid. Yeah, I think this new ball's going to do a fair bit. So it's going to be a real challenge here for Khawaja and McSweeney, Marnus and Smith. And if I was India, you want to make even more body blows. You want to get some even more mental scars. As much as the Australian top order has battled hard and allowed our middle order to face an older ball around that 35 over mark, which India haven't been able to do, you still want runs, don't you, for your own confidence?
Definitely.
You know, Khawaja to confirm that he can get back, McSweeney to feel like he can make it at test level. Marnus, just is that one innings just a little blimp that he's still woefully out of form?
Yeah. So 15 minutes for Australia to wrap the Indian innings up, and the batters will be out shortly. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TND at hostplus.com.au.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
This Christmas, you can help struggling Aussie families. Please donate to the Salvation Army Christmas Appeal and help give a new beginning. Search Salvos today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
The Worksite Portaloo. Okay. The perfect place to save money on your business insurance.
$400!
Because at bizcover.com.au you can compare, save and get covered in minutes. For on-the-go cover,
Go BizCover.
Expect delays if you're outbound on the Tullamarine Freeway at the moment. There's a slight fire in the engine bay of what used to be a Toyota Tarago by the looks of it. Heading outbound on the Tulla Freeway just after Melrose Drive, there are some massive delays on the approach back to Essendon Airport. Refuel at Metro Petroleum. Shop snacks, fuel and more with Afterpay, and tap to pay 4 interest-free instalments over 6 weeks. T's and C's apply. Visit afterpay.com for full terms. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL here at Live tonight on SEN.
Harris Scarf's sale is on now. Save 40% off luggage. Yes, 40% off. Exclusions apply. Don't miss out. Harris Scarf. Great brands, great prices.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Coles is making Christmas easier. Order online or in the app and get free standard click and collect every day, or $2 midweek delivery from Tuesday till Thursday. Minimum spend $50. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
SEN and Bing are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat. An unbeatable partnership. Bing, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Change of innings for Trojan. Tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
Australia's taken the last Indian wickets, all out 260. The margin is 185 as Australia will begin its second innings. It's probably as dark as it's been around the Gabba when it hasn't been raining through the Test match. So a lot of eyes being cast towards the skies at the moment before we see the Australian batters. SEN Test cricket is for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Gerard Whateley, Damien, Fleming and Ian Healy joins us in the experts chair for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Heels, welcome in.
Thanks very much, Gerard. G'day, Flem. G'day, everyone. Yeah, today, see down the south, it's very dark, isn't it? But the weather's coming from the northwest. So we really need to know, and we can't see it, so we're not even going to consider it. So hopefully that has all gone. But one thing, I've just seen a challenging job out in the Indian warm-ups is Morne Morkel on the glove, catching the bowlers full tosses. Now, Akash at the moment, pretty handy. He's just getting it into the glove easy. But he's just finished with Bumrah. And he even had trouble with him. One went at his head, one went low, and so even the catchers with gloves find it difficult and different. That's what the Australians are about to be up against.
It's one thing I don't miss about fast bowling coaching is taking the glove.
Yeah.
Out in the middle there.
Looks like it doesn't hurt.
You hit a little finger here, at the top of your middle there.
You get a bruise on the top of your index finger.
So then you take the index finger out of the glove, then another one gets hit, bruising.
Yeah. Did you have a big catcher's mitt?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's still
I still couldn't get it right.
That's right. You weren't the greatest of catchers.
No. I could catch it, couldn't feel.
Yeah, good hands down on the
Good hands, like taking hangers.
Yep. So, once again, India, very upbeat out here. They've enjoyed all their warm-ups. I haven't seen them be so structured and with 3 or 4 stations of players doing different things. The ramp catches, the throws to the glove, the little catches off the bat. They're going to have a crack here.
This is the change of innings for Trojan Tools, available at Bunnings Warehouse. And Nathan McSweeney just in a chat here with umpire Richard Illingworth.
A long chat, isn't it?
Yeah. Do you think play's not starting?
Ooh, he's going back in.
Yeah, I reckon. Did Richard Illingworth say we're not going to start?
Look out in the middle.
Yeah, we're not starting. We're going to protect for the rain that's about to hit.
What we can't see, the ground staff can see, Heels.
Yes, there's obviously a cell behind our heads up here. We're under the eaves on the 3rd level of the Gabba, and it's coming from behind us. And the first canvas cover is down, followed by the blue tarpaulin single pitch cover.
Batten down, that's the feel. Yeah, so the 4th umpire's just pointing to the sky out west.
And it's quite sunny.
It is. It sort of doesn't make sense, but they clearly know what's about to hit us. Lightning within 10 Ks.
I did see, I could see lightning about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But that's gone. That's gone. That we can
okay.
see. If someone looks out the back of us, they might see doomsday.
It's sunny.
There is a certain absurdity to it, as given how we've worked our way through the Test match, but severe weather is expected any moment. Please seek shelter from exposed areas of the venue and follow the directions of event staff.
What more can happen in this Test match, weather-wise? What percent?
Hail.
what percentage of the crowd in here today is actually right next to the Indian change rooms there? That's packed.
Yeah. So you're working on a percentage of 713.
Yeah.
Of which we represent probably about 200 of those.
Oh, yeah, I think that's pushed it up to about 70%.
Yeah.
I'm going more.
Yeah.
Look, it's packed in one area.
Yes, they're lively as well. So maybe the Indian side are just showing off, giving them a bit to sort of enthuse their crowd with. But cameramen are bunkering down too. The covers are going on the cameras, and all the backpacks are getting shoved under unexposed areas. Would we be a little bit exposed here?
No, we're right here.
Okay.
They haven't brought the big white tarpaulin out, so this is just the lightning in the area. The ground staff are about to leave their post. Oh, now here comes the big white now.
Yeah, they would just look like they were going off the venue, weren't they? But they know exactly where the tractor parks now. They've gone to the tractor spot, and the trailer will come up right to where the 5 ground staff are waiting for the big white full square cover.
Yeah, they're the best rehearsed troop in Australia after their past 5 days.
We should have a curator off between the Sydney cricket ground and the Brisbane cricket ground.
Oh, yeah.
2 very skilled outfits.
So I was fooling around with that this morning as draws have become really rare in Test cricket, has been spoken about right throughout the week. There's been 50 Test matches this season or this year, 1 draw and 1 abandoned, 48 results. In Australia, the most recent draw was Sydney, January 23 against South Africa. There's been the past 4 draws in Australia have been in Sydney. We've been at all of them, weather affected.
And we've still got to go up there.
Yeah. The last draw anywhere else was 2017 at the MCG, and that Test match then in another realm is still going, where the pitch crisis came from.
To the new Kookaburra ball and the increased grass on the MCG pitch.
Yeah. The last draw at the Gabba was 2012 versus South Africa.
Wow.
So they're a rare phenomenon. Australia's played in 10 straight results, 3 draws in the past 27 Test matches.
It's also a bit of a tick for weather, because around the world there's a lack of draws, so we've got it right. But I remember he also got a great 100 against England all those years ago, and we were going to win on day 5. Stuart McGill was going to bowl us, and then we got a massive storm, didn't we?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, we were leaving the ground the day before. Yeah, gee, it was dark and dangerous feeling, that one. Well, so, Gerard, in amongst what you just told us, have all those draws been weather affected?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we don't play out a draw now.
The Sydney draws were all weather affected. The Melbourne draw in 2017 was just when the pitch was diabolical. And that led to everything that's followed, where they've got the MCG right as a result of that crisis.
It's a bit spicy this year, Flemo, down there.
Yeah,
Melbourne.
The Shield games generally are.
Remember Starkey? Oh, okay, Starkey. But I thought even the Pakistan short form game, I can't remember.
One day,
yeah. It did a bit. It carried through.
Oh, no, mate. The white ball cricket's got really good pace and bounce.
Okay.
But when it softens, you get big scores there. I think it was around the time that Stuart Fox took over the CEO role at MCC, and Stuart, football background, Geelong and Hawthorn CEO during the three-peat. Not with a big cricket background. He that England Test match. Well, why were we allowing that to happen? We're in the entertainment business as well, and so he commissioned more pitches, which I think were implanted into the practice decks first to have a look how we can how much millimetres of grass is the optimum, and I think a bit of day-night cricket in Adelaide has influenced the extra grass at the MCG, and you can't complain in the last few years. It's been fantastic.
I was there, a couple of Saturdays ago and watched Victoria play Queensland, and Queensland got themselves into a lot of trouble, 6 for 43, and they fought out of it. So that goes to show what can happen.
Won the game, didn't they, Queensland?
Yeah, they won the game.
Turned it around.
They set a target which was, half a challenge on those conditions, and were good enough to bowl on the Sunday and get that job done. So it's quite interesting what we're going to come up against in the next test.
India has played in 14 straight results and only 3 draws in their past 43 Test matches.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's become a rare event in modern cricket. Ahmedabad was when Australia and India played
that was a
fruitless draw at the end of that series, which suited India's purposes. They had a 2-1 lead. But this has obviously been, what would I say? We'd had 193 overs prior to today out of 360.
Yeah, it's a shame. The pitch looks so good on day one here. I'd like to have seen the way it progressed. I think they, if they'd been knocked over as quick in the first innings as we had, I think batting would have been still pretty good in the second innings.
But I think the cracks might have opened and the spinners might have even enjoyed it more. I think Nathan Lyon
definitely
looks short of a gallop.
But he can't get a bowl.
No, that's right. I mean, he doesn't look short of a gallop. He is short of a gallop. That's why he looks short of a gallop. See Travis Head slid one past. Now, Lino bowled one of those balls yesterday. That was excellent. He used to do that time and time again. So I think he can really get himself into that Melbourne Test and create some quality.
So you spoke about draws and the capacity either to play them out or have circumstances dictated. So separate to weather, you played in Pakistan, didn't you?
Yeah, they were just belters.
Yeah.
Well, the last tour we went there, when Healzo broke the record for most dismissals in Test match cricket, a highlight of my career, I ran in straight away and gave him a big hug. I didn't even know it was the record.
It was a very tight huddle too. Hard to get into that huddle.
Colin Miller, got the wicket. We went 1-0 up in that series, so we were thinking, there's no Shane Warne, so I'm going, if they make green seamers to get back in the Test match, they've got Akram, Shoaib Akhtar, Waqar Yunus, whatever. If they go spin, they've got Mushtaq Ahmed, Saqlain Mushtaq. We've got McGillar in his fourth Test, Colin Miller in his second. They just made belters. So we had 2 draws, didn't we?
Yeah.
Tubby Taylor got 334.
Yeah.
He wasn't in career best.
Peshawar. We won't hurry up and declare, Tubby, otherwise we're fielding for 3 days here.
No, but he didn't ask the bowlers because I knew there's no result and this had none for 100 all over it.
Yes.
And I was wrong. It was 1 for 100.
He asked one person by the sound of it. Johnny Howard. That's who he asked. But yeah,
but didn't they? They just
I'd like
made
to
belters.
see, I'd love to see the spirit of entertainment permeate a bit better when you're on those sort of wickets. Captaincy being a bit more proactive. You don't have to throw a game away, but you want to. If it's a road, I was critical of the Australian team, maybe on their last tour of Pakistan when they kept saying how road-like and hard to win on these conditions are, but they were scoring runs too slowly. So we were taking 2 days to make 400 rather than 1 day to make 400 and bat for a day and a half at that rate, and then get them in, and you never know what you can create.
Which Bazball can do in really flat conditions. But Pakistan might have found a way in that series against England was just to use wickets.
Yeah.
They're not nightmares, but at least you get results. Maybe that's the way forward for Pakistan cricket. Not great for the quicks, although if you've got ball speed, you get reverse swing.
Yes, so what they did so they just played on the same pitch the second test. So it was days 6 to 10.
Yeah.
And they got a result. And the spinners took, what was it? So 39 out of 40 wickets in the back 2 tests.
Well, if that's the way, and that's what we like about Test match cricket, that it's not just all uniform, that you might be able to perform well in your home territory, but foreign conditions, can you adjust your game?
Yeah, I think I think that's unacceptable behaviour. But I don't, and some of the Indian pitches to me start too far gone. The ball spinners hitting pads or going over the batsman's head, in some Test matches.
Inconsistent bounce.
Very inconsistent day one wickets is unacceptable too.
I don't think the Pakistan pitches were that bad, Heels, but with Bazball, it's made to bat on 50 over pitches. Soon as it swings or seams or it spins or there's some inconsistent bounce, that's the kryptonite to Bazball.
Definitely. And they need to rein it in those times and back themselves still to be a bit quicker than the opposition. That's all. They do need to be aware of that.
All right, Flem, you and I will jump out. We'll bring Colo in. Ian Healy is here for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Australia has taken the last Indian wicket. India bowled out for 260, but we are in a severe weather delay. It hasn't hit the ground yet, but everyone has been ushered away to take cover. All those Indian fans that were down around the race, they've been moved back under shelter. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek a Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
The One Blade 360 effortlessly trims, edges and shaves any length of hair, easily reaching the most difficult areas with fewer passes. Forget about using multiple steps and tools. One Blade does it all. Visit phillips.com to find your nearest store.
Your active, vibrant life starts at Jubilee. Just 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Jubilee in Wyndham Vale offers the ultimate active lifestyle with sports fields, parks and nature trails. House and land packages start from $503,600. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
G'day there, there's emergency works underway on the Tulla Freeway outbound up to English Street with the right-hand lane closed off. Then further along, a car fire on the Tulla outbound up to Melrose Drive with delays back to English Street. 2 left-hand lanes out of action there. Looking for great value gifts this Christmas? Amazon is bringing you good tidings and even better value with great prices on millions of items. Shop amazon.com.au. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN and Bing Lee are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing Lee, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
When it comes to trusted and reliable brands, don't look past Holman Plumbing. In the industry for over 30 years, Holman Plumbing offers a comprehensive range of quality and watermark-approved PVC fittings, manufactured to Australian and New Zealand standards. With offices around Australia, speak to one of Holman's local representatives about their PVC fittings. You can't go wrong with Australia's full-range plumbing supplier, passionate about providing clever solutions to the trade market. View their full plumbing supplies range at holmanplumbing.com.au.
Luxury is here at Waverley BMW. Step into a brand new showroom and immerse yourself in the world of BMW excellence. Discover the latest BMW models in our state-of-the-art dealership designed to deliver the ultimate customer experience. From family-sized SUVs to performance vehicles, you'll find your ultimate driving machine backed by our award-winning team and customer service. So why would you go anywhere else? Experience the difference at Waverley BMW. Visit the brand new showroom at 579 Springvale Road, Glen Waverley. LMCT 8953.
Celebrate Christmas in style with Gazman. Enjoy 25% off all new season shirts and 25% off all summer shorts for a limited time only. Gazman, style made real.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Want to build a new home but need to move in now? Henley has fixed price completed homes and townhomes ready to buy with premium inclusions in the best locations. Get the Henley Everyday Advantage. Buy a completed home and move in now. Henley.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Our first session is for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts on SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. By a Henley completed home and move in now. The news from the Gabba here is it's actually not raining. However, there has been lightning spotted within 10 kilometres, which means they are bracing for that. Everybody's off the field. The covers have been laid. The stage has been set. And we're waiting for an incoming storm. Adam Collins with you, Ian Healy, Simon Katich with me as ever for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. Frustrating as it is, we all just take a pause after 4 overs were bowled this morning and India were bowled out for 260. They added 8 runs to their overnight tally. Akashdeep, the last man to go, stumped by Carey. for 31 from the bowling of Travis Head, a partnership of 47 that got them beyond the follow-on mark last night in a really exciting passage of play, which you and I were on for, Hills, that added some spice to the final hour or so before bad light stopped play then. They trail by 185. We'll have Usman Khawaja and Nathan McSweeney opening soon enough. And in some respects, I suppose there's a fair bit for India here. I know we can talk about setting the game up, very improbable, but there's a fair bit for India here. If they can get into Australia again, especially with the new ball, especially with the openers, Kat, that'll be a marginal gain they can take to Melbourne.
Oh, definitely. We've seen marginal gains throughout this series, Colo. I think, when you look back at that first test, yes, India dominated it and won the test, but Travis Head was able to get 89 runs, and you can't underestimate the effect that has on him for the rest of the series, and he's gone on and batted beautifully in the last couple of tests. So the same with this scenario today. If one of those two openers or both of them go out there and get 50-plus scores, that'll do them the world of good, particularly young McSweeney, who's only playing his third test, moving forward for the next test in Melbourne and Boxing Day, which is going to be a huge occasion if this test ends up being a draw, and as we expect, and it ends up being 1-1. Boxing Day is going to be massive, because if India win that test, they retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy, having hold it at the moment. So there's plenty to play out, and not just those two, but also Labuschagne will want to back up what he did in Adelaide and get another score on his home deck here. But it won't be easy, because the conditions out there look pretty evil. It was very humid earlier today, and I expect the new ball to be hard work. I think that it won't be that easy for the Australian top order. And look, time waits for nobody, Heels, and it's impossible to avoid the fact that Usman Khawaja turns 38 today, of course, celebrating the fact that he reaches that birthday and celebrate the career he's enjoyed. But having missed out throughout 2024, just 1/2 century in this calendar year, missed out here in the first innings as well. Today feels like it's an important moment for him to get into the series, albeit belatedly, before we reach the high-profile test matches on Boxing Day and New Year's in Sydney.
Yeah, I'd like his footwork efficiency to improve.
Yep.
He's got to get that front foot going towards the ball, and not right to the ball like the textbook, but he's got to transfer better onto that front foot. And when he is stuck on the crease, he needs to be across a little bit better in behind the ball, rather than just fishing outside his body with his bat, because that has been his demise way too often. And he's got to get over it, because he'll be right then. The rest of his game, because of his lack of footwork, he's pretty good on the short stuff.
Yep.
He's there ready to hit it. But you shouldn't get much. Shouldn't get much short stuff if you're there waiting for the short stuff. Pitch it up. He'll just get those good balls going across him from around the wicket or over the wicket time and time again.
Look, as I said, the age does become part of the conversation, Kat. It's inevitable. I mean, you played deep into your 30s as well at the professional level. We're playing county cricket up until 2014, was it, when you finished up? So a number of years after you'd played for Australia. Steve Waugh and Alan Border played when they were 38. Bob Simpson's the last to play at 39. So I know it's not a one-size-fits-all, and I know that the way that sports science works these days and the degree of professionalism that exists as well within the Aussie camp and around the world, it's not necessarily the death knell for him that he's reaching the end of his 30s. However, it does mean he's got less rope to work with, perhaps. Yeah, look, I mean, you're spot on. Having experience playing and batting at 38, albeit at a lower level in county cricket and the BBL, there's no doubt that your game changes, because, as Hill says, when you get to that age, your reflexes and your footwork isn't as quick as it was when you're in your 20s and in your peak. So, having experienced that, you can still make runs. I just think you have to make them in a different fashion, and generally you have to work harder for them, because you can't, particularly facing a new ball, you can't dominate bowling that you might have been able to do 10 years earlier, purely because you don't have the same reflexes and quickness in your movements to react and be aggressive. But I don't think Usman Khawaja will change much the way he plays, because it's what's made him successful these last couple of years. He's played this very way. It's just at the moment he's getting exposed by someone like Bumrah, who's just constantly hammering around the top of that off stump. And because he doesn't really get a stride into the ball, it's going to make it really hard for him to drive Jasprit Bumrah. I thought he played well and he did a good role in the first innings here for the 21, but he's got to want to expand on that to feel like he's contributing in the series. And we know that the history of the game suggests that there's not too many guys that play at 38 plus in Test cricket in the history of the game. Just to expand on that point, so when you were playing in your late 30s, you had a bit of a purple patch at the very end, didn't you? Yeah. At county level. What sort of adjustments were you able to make from when you were at your physical peak through to a point where you were still able to cash in deep into your career?
Physically, I still felt really good, and I looked after myself well. I think the difference was there were certain shots that I felt like I probably couldn't play, and I talk about probably a cover drive, because you have to get in the perfect position, playing away from your body and transfer your weight through the ball, particularly when it's moving in a place like England. And if you're fractionally out, as we saw with someone like Kohli the other day and Rohit Sharma, if you're fractionally out with your footwork and you don't line the ball up right, and that ball moves at pace, then you end up obviously missing it by, what the middle of the bat is, and maybe an inch or so, and you're nicking it. So that's probably the adjustment I made, and I thought, well, if I'm going to cover drive, I'm going to fully commit to it and throw the sink at it. And that's where the adjustment made. It might look funny at times, but then the rest of the game can be normal. It's just certain shots you need to be in position right on cue, otherwise you're late and then you're nicking it or missing it.
Then high-quality bowlers outpatient you. They just keep putting it there, don't they?
Correct.
Like Bumrah just keeps putting it there to Aussie. He's waiting for something on his pads so that he can get up and running, but he doesn't get them.
Correct.
Good. It's fun, eh?
Yeah. So then it becomes a test of patience. And what we've seen is that his strike rate has come down in this last 6-month period. And you look at it, he's had to work much harder for his runs. And from experience, that's the challenge then, because at that age, you've got to be patient enough. And we're seeing it with Kohli. He's not patient enough at the moment. He's gotten so used to playing that cover drive for the last 15 years. And the problem is, because he's been so good and he's a great of the game, he'll back himself in to believe that he can do it again and again. But the problem is, the laws of physics catch up with you, and you are that fraction late, and we saw it the other day. That ball wasn't there to be driving, particularly early in the innings when you're not used to the pace and bounce of the wicket, and he nicked it.
Yeah, he misread the length probably. Thought it was fuller than it was. Now, have you got a plan for Nathan McSweeney? He's getting very bogged down by corridor balls, and again, the patience of the bowlers putting him there. They feel as if they're not going to get hurt. He's not playing shots at them. Is there something he should do?
Yeah, it's a much like what we talked about in Perth with Marnus Labuschagne. When you look at his footwork, and I think when you look at both of their techniques, they've had the same coach, Neil DaCosta, and they're very similar. And when you look at their footwork, particularly in Perth, both of them weren't really getting forward of the crease, and that made it hard for them to nullify any sort of full balls and movement. And I think what they were doing too was they would end up getting quite square on, particularly Marnus Labuschagne, which made it hard to drive the ball with any sort of conviction. I thought his footwork in Adelaide was much better, and he looked to go into the ball more, got more of a stride into the ball, and as a result, he was able to then pick off wide or mid-off, or then pick the ball off through mid-wicket or mid-on. I think their strengths look like, well, particularly McSweeney, he looks strong off the back foot, cutting and pulling, and that's no surprise, having started up here and now being in Adelaide. I think the area of his game that he's going to have to keep working at is driving the ball back through mid-off and mid-on, because we haven't seen a lot of that from him. And I think to put pressure back on the bowlers with their length and stop them bowling that fuller length, he's going to have to convince himself and play with a bit more conviction on the front foot to get a stride into the ball. But it's hard at the moment because the ball's moving around, and he doesn't want to. It looks like he doesn't want to overcommit on his front foot to get LBW, which is how he got out in Perth.
If you look at it from what Australia's got coming up, for McSweeney to be picked in Sri Lanka, it seems improbable, right? Because Travis Head will get that job as he did in India against the turning ball last year. So
I think he can play spin again, can he?
Who again, sorry?
Travis.
Well, Travis Head, he was...
Remember he got dropped?
Yeah, well, do I ever?
Yeah.
But we were there when he was dropped in Nagpur. Fair to say that Travis wasn't very happy.
I had a function with Alan Border that day.
Right.
And didn't he go off?
I bet.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes. Well, so Head, performed so well towards the end of that series in India with that crucial second innings knock at indoor, then making 90-odd at Ahmedabad. So I think they've got their blueprint ready for Sri Lanka. But for McSweeney specifically, it means that he's got today, and he's got 4 more innings to reinforce where he is at, or not, and potentially a World Test Championship final at Lord's. So a lot on the line for him in the short term. He needs to leave a lasting impression between now and the end of the summer, Cat.
Yeah, and look, there's others that are probably going to breathe down his neck as well in terms of, I know that the Shield's having a break now, but, we saw the young kid last night. I know it's a totally different game.
How good.
But he's 19 and he's got a bit about him, and we saw that, and he does play spin well. So his name's probably going to come into the calculations, particularly being in the squad, whether he plays or not. But I think that's the other part of this, is he's got great opportunity. If he can prove himself against this attack, which is up there with Australia's in world cricket, particularly the way Bumrah's going, He hasn't had the same support he's had on previous tours, but we know when they got it right. They got it right in Perth.
Yep.
You know, Harshit Rana bowl well and Siraj bowl well, and we know they've got gun spinners. So McSweeney, if he can get some runs in this innings and the next couple of tests, then, you know, that'll do him the world of good.
Yeah, no better opportunity to impress against this attack. Because if it is the scenario I'm painting there where they're playing South Africa, well, that's Rabada, potentially Nortje, well, a whole suite of excellent, outstanding fast bowlers. Marco Jansen, who picked up a 7 for only a couple of weeks ago, and other players in Australia with lots of experience in England. I know it's a one-off test match, but Renshaw, Bancroft might come back into the conversation again, and then the tantalising prospect of whether they were to pull the ripcord on Costa sooner rather than later. So that's the McSweeney story today as we work through. And then there's Marnus Labuschagne. He's listed to come in at 3. I saw Labuschagne was pointing out towards the Lightning before in the dressing room. He won't fancy batting if he can avoid it. I think it's all downside for him. Unless, of course, he goes out there and strums a 50 or something like that.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is
30
mindset.
Not, 30 not, if that's what he's got the opportunity to do. They've got to take it on, and as we speak right now, it's starting to rain.
Oh, yes, so it is, yes. So out our window here, and looking at Heels, you think the red weather's coming from behind us?
Yeah, probably northwest. It's not genuine west, although that's looking pretty ordinary out there.
Well, the west is rubbish. I can see that.
Yeah, it's sort of the radar is moving from northwest today, which is different to every other day.
I'm not sure if we've got Rob Gell, Tom Morris here for the Copram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil with the good oil. I'm not sure if that's what you're going to bring to us, but I'll throw to you anyway. What's going on, Tommy?
Well, I'm just looking around the world at different results. And England won their first women's test in 10 years.
Yes, they did.
Overnight against. I was amazed at that. I guess they don't play
Lots
a lot.
of draws. Yep.
A lot's against Australia as well, and we know how well Australia's been playing. But they beat South Africa by 286 runs. Lauren Bell took 4 wickets in each innings to finish with 8 for the match. She was player of the match. But Heels, I got a question for you. You know I'm a journo at heart. Alyssa Healy's been injured recently. She's in the squad to play against New Zealand. That one-day series starts tomorrow. They've already said that she won't wicket keep. But is she playing as a batter? Do you know?
No.
You don't know, or she's not?
No, I don't.
Oh.
I don't have a clue.
I thought I'd try.
I didn't even know it was a knee injury. I thought she was still dealing with that foot fascia problem.
More recently, it's been a knee.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I did read that article where she, is not comfortable crouching for long periods of time. So, so she was intending to bat in that article.
Yeah, well, there's a chance that she plays as a batter.
But where do you fit her?
Well, that's right.
Why are you, there's not many spots in that team.
There's not. And Phoebe Litchfield, of course, has been playing so well at the top. So Beth Mooney will wicket keep. So there's a handful of limited overs games, then a 2.5 week break, then the Women's Ashes. And that Women's Ashes will... The centrepiece of that is that test match at the MCG, Colo.
Well, yeah, the 12th of January that starts. And England were in all sorts a couple of months ago. They commissioned an internal review after getting bundled out of the T20 World Cup before the semi-final stage. There was a real negative vibe around that team, and they've just beaten South Africa in all but one game away from home. That was one of the one-dayers. They've won the test there at Bloemfontein by 286 runs, with Nat Sivabrunt making the fastest ever women's test 100, Maya Bouchier a century and a duck on debut. That's happened very often on test debut, a century and a duck. Eccleston in the wickets in the second dig. The tall Lauren Bell took 8 wickets for the match, as you touched on before. So they're going to be perhaps more of a handful than we thought with an Aussie team. They're not in transition yet, but you can see how the Aussie team in the next 2 or 3 years will look quite a bit different as they see a number of their senior players retire, Heels.
But they've got everything covered. They've got those senior players covered, haven't they?
Yeah.
Gee whiz, with the bat, Georgia Vol comes in, starts making hundreds.
Yep,
so
straight away.
To go with Phoebe and Annabelle Sutherland, Talia McGrath doing the job. And then they've got these quicks that are coming on. Now, quicks aren't necessarily the answer in women's cricket yet, because they like to work the pace of the ball. But we've got great spinners to go in behind two good quicks these days.
That pink ball test will be interesting as well, because we know the dynamic is different under lights with the pink ball. Watch for Lauren Filer for England. She's quick. Took 4 wickets in this game. Did she play with you at the...
She's a Manchester girl.
Manchester. She's got serious game. And she's a little bit loose as well, like as in loose-limbed, and runs in and lets it go. It's a bit Wild Thing-esque.
And good bouncer.
Good. I like that. So we had Beth Mooney in the commentary box. Was that this test or the last test?
This test. It's been going for about 4 weeks, this test.
Beth Mooney said that Cricket Australia is hoping for about 40,000 people there on day one at the MCG test.
Yeah. I hope they do get that.
Amazing.
The one challenge is that it's clashing with a men's test in Sri Lanka on the same day, or maybe day 2 of that test is where it clashes. And I'm not saying that'll be too much of a dampener, but nevertheless, it's a shame it doesn't have its own little cutout there. And
There's a game at the Junction Oval that day as well, isn't there, Tommy? The Afghanistan refugee
that's
team.
that day.
That's that day too at the Junction Oval. So hopefully there'll be a great turnout for that MCG
after this Australian Open tennis as well.
Aussie Open.
Take us back, Colo, to that review. Was that an independent review commissioned by English Cricket into the women's performance?
Yeah,
thankfully it's internal. Well, that's what everyone's job is.
Well, it's an internal
staff,
review.
The boards, the pathways, they've all got to be reviewing stuff time again.
I'll sum up the consensus of a number of people inside English cricket that the women have gone a bit baseball in terms of they've gone a bit too much golf, bit too much. Everything's cool, guys.
I feel
Don't worry about
baseball.
it. Well, I mean, in terms of everything being fine, everything being easy breezy, and they might not have been quite as sharp as they would have liked, as one senior administrator said to me. So it feels like they have made a big effort to try and get their act together for this South African trip. A number of them were at the Women's Big Bash League and have gone straight from tournament to tournament. They're home for Christmas. They're in Australia a week after that, I believe. So, yeah, they'll get a proper lead up. And England haven't won the Women's Ashes for a decade. So, yeah, I'm not saying they will here either, by the way, but the fact that they've done so well in South Africa suggests that'll be a more competitive series than those that have been played in recent years.
Well, one thing I read this morning in the paper is it's illegal to man-cad someone in the Big Bash.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Where'd you read that, Heels?
I read that in...
Look it up, Tommy.
The Courier Mail.
Okay.
Quote from Moses Enriques saying he feels that there needs to be an umpire look at batsmen leaving the crease early because it's not possible. You're not allowed to man-cad them.
Right. Well, the laws of the game were liberalised to enable it to be easier to run out the non-striker 4 or 5 years ago.
Well, I think I've never heard that the man-cad's been outlawed anywhere, and that's a valid way to get a batsman leaving early out.
Of course it is.
But he's saying, no, we need a fourth umpire type thing like we've got for no balls now that can penalise that batsman somehow. He mentioned that there was a lot of the senior players were asked about their introductions to the game that would make it better. Different rules and one of them said batsmen should be allowed to use bigger bats. Right?
Okay.
So why is the bat still limited? So that's one thing. And they're all very, very good discussion points.
I think we're aligned on this, Kat, but I'll put it to you about batters leaving the ground early. I mean, it is a measured risk, of course. You can choose to go early, but, of course, the bowler has to have the right to whip the bails off in that scenario, surely.
Correct. And that's, you could look at it both perspectives. You're gaining an unfair advantage, particularly in some of these games where it comes down to the last ball, and it gets frantic in the last over. You're trying to get a batsman on strike, that's been in for a while. So, I completely agree.
Righto, so we don't think it's outlawed, but I think Tommy's cottoning on to Moses' quote.
Let me just tell you, so Tommy's with us for the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil.
I found the article, Heels. It's part of News Corp's, what do they call this, a quiz, sort of a quick over series where they ask a series of questions to a number of players. This is Moses Enriques speaking. The bowler has to bowl a free hit if he steps over the line, whereas the batters can leave early from the crease. That sounds pretty logical so far. It's basically cheating, and yet we still have this traditional attitude. It's ridiculous that you're not allowed to man-cat a batter. In T20 cricket, it makes a huge difference if a batter is leaving early. I almost feel like there should be a camera or a buzzer, something the umpire shouldn't have to watch, and there's a point in time where the batter can't leave the crease, and if he does, maybe they lose a run. So he's saying that you can't, even though you can.
He's saying like it's a vibes thing, right?
Yeah.
So like Adam Zampa tried it and failed a couple of years ago in the Big Bash. I thought that was a good thing. It was an educative experience because Zampa got it slightly wrong, and it meant like because of that experience going viral on social media, we all learned a little bit more about how you have to do it within the laws of the game and the playing conditions set in various tournaments. But it sounds like there Moses' point is that when you do it, you get raked over the coals, as it were, on social media.
Remove the stigma for sure.
Absolutely.
I think the stigma's gone.
Yeah, I hope so.
I think it is. So now, why can't we do it? So we can still do it, except it's difficult.
Yeah, well, you can't. It's easier than it used to be. You can't. It's bad for radio, but your arm can't go above the parallel. Once you go beyond the parallel, you can't therefore go backwards. You can't go over the top and then do it like you would in indoor cricket. But you can get up to your load up to the top point of your release point, and then go back the other way.
Yeah, but the stumps are behind you. Imagine Bumrah. He'd have to throw it back at the stumps. He's that far forward.
I guess the point is, in practice, what that means is bowlers do it before their arm gets up entirely.
Yeah, when they haven't cheated. They haven't cheated yet, right? So I disagree with that. So I think you need to watch the ball release from the hand as the non-striker. You better see it go, otherwise stay in your crease.
And watch how Coley backs up. You coached him, Kat. Watch Coley back up. Yeah. He's down as a sprinter, 100 metres final stuff, down really, really low, and he's in a still position until the ball's let go. He's the gold standard for backing up. I'd love to see more batters watch Virat Kohli do it, because then they won't get in trouble.
So that was one. And so he's saying add one.
Yes.
One for
a one-run penalty.
For an early release. And I think Chris Green, his quote said, maybe 5 runs either off the batting team or onto the bowling team for every maiden that you bowl. These sort of suggestions were very, stimulating.
Thought on that, Kat?
Yeah, no, I like these innovations because we've seen it come in the last couple of years in England in the 100.
Yeah.
And obviously one of them was that the new batter faces up after a wicket. So that's added a different dynamic. You get rewarded for taking wickets at the back end of the innings, and then also you can prevent a set batsman from getting on strike when you have taken wickets. So there's that. And then the other part of it was if you don't bowl your allocated balls in time, fielders have to start coming up into the ring, which can be detrimental at the end of the game if you're only protecting a few runs. So there's a few little things like that are starting to creep in. I like all these innovations.
Simon Katich, Ian Healy, Tom Morris. That's been a fun half an hour of rain delay, Phil. We've got... it's not heavy. It's just doing what it's been doing for most of the week.
It's too dark now, though.
It's too dark, and it has been lightning before. That's why we're principally off. It was the lightning that was within 10 kilometres. So the delay will continue here at the Gabba. The final day of it, Australia preparing to bat a second time. There are 185 runs in the lead. They bowled out India this morning for 260 after they added 8 runs to their overnight tally. Pat Cummins took 4 for 81, leading the Australian attack. And Mitchell Stark picked up 3 for 83. That was on the Glencore scoreboard. Advancing everyday life. We'll take a break now. Then it'll be Gerard Whateley jumping in with Ravi Shastri.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Hello there. Emergency works on the Teller Freeway outbound up to English Street, blocking the right-hand lane. Then a car fire further along on the Teller outbound up to Melrose Drive with 2 left-hand lanes blocked. And watch out for a breakdown in Mulgrave, Springvale Road northbound of Ferntree Gully Road in the left-hand lane. Rivers is getting the Chrissy party started with 30 to 80% off clothing and footwear. Bag of bargain today from just $6.93. T's and C's apply, selected styles only. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL here at Live Tonight on SEN.
Sushi Hub's platters make party time simple. At home or the office, pick your fresh sushi combination and order your Sushi Hub platters online today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Kilmore Ford, we're overstocked on used vehicles. Check out the #1 selling Ranger models in stock now, along with Ford Everests. Trade-ins are welcome and valued straight away. So why not visit kilmoreford.com.au for all available stock. LMCT 808.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Business owners, get a grip on payments with SmartPay's zero-cost EFTPOS. Tell your current provider to talk to the hand and switch today. Minimum turnover and T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Looking for caravan finance that's simple, fast and tailored to your needs? Call Acquired Financial Services. Accessing over 63 lenders, let their experts secure the perfect loan and best rates. Visit acquiredfinance.com. Australian credit licence number 488607.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Australia did bowl India out, pretty well first thing at the start of the day's play for 260. Travis Head took the wicket, and then we were off for the severe weather warning with lightning in the area, and that continues. And she's a really gloomy sight here, and I think there's a degree of pessimism that, I don't want to say it out loud, I don't know whether we get back on. Simon Katich, hello. Ravi Shastri, welcome in, Ravi.
Good morning, all. Good morning, Gerard. Good morning, Simon. Yeah, it's frustrating, to say the least. And, with a lightning warning, you don't see any spectators, no cameramen. There's no one on the ground.
It's desolate.
Yeah, it is absolutely empty. And, the forecast is for heavy rain, isn't it?
So you were just saying you had a chat with Manas?
Yeah, in the morning, as I was walking with Manas, and I think he's the local man, he went and asked the groundsman, and the groundsman said there's plenty around. So he said, where? He said, right on top of the Gabba and around it, so it's not going anywhere.
Oh, it's been a frustrating test match, hasn't it?
Yeah, but hats off to the ground staff. Yeah. I mean, the way they've worked, most venues, like I told them this morning, I said, in India, you'd have lost 4 days of cricket or 3.5 days cricket. Just the drainage is so good, and just, how quickly they, get the covers on, take it off, get play started. If it stops, they're ready in half an hour, which is, unbelievable.
We've done the Australian side of things. Should we play with the Indian side of things? How significant do you think the morale boost, the psychological raise last night was to avoid the follow-on and have a moment of celebration in a test match where they'd had trailed?
Massive. You won't believe how big it is, from a touring team's point of view. I've been in that dressing room. I know what happened when we drew the game in Sydney. On the last tour, going into Gabba with the series level. It is massive because they were behind the 8 ball right through this test match, India. And not that they would have lost it. You would have a follow-on meant, you would be batting again and rain could have been the spoiled sport. But psychologically, in that dressing room, if they draw here, go into Melbourne with the scores 1-1, any touring team in the world will take that. When you see an itinerary which has first test in Perth, second in Adelaide day-night, third at the Gabba, and you go to the G on Boxing Day 1-1, they'll take it. And they'll feel it's the series on level peg. I believe now that this series is on a level peg because coming into Brisbane, Australia slightly in the ascendancy with the way the fast bowlers were turning up, the way they bowled in Adelaide. But now I believe it's even Stephen going in there because India will believe, there's an opportunity here. If Bumrah gets his act together with the other two, little bit of luck going their way, and you bowl out the opposition cheaply, first dig, anything can happen.
It's a good point because I think the other thing too is I know prior to this series making predictions, I felt that Australia had a massive advantage with those first three tests, and I thought the scoreline wouldn't be 1-1 after the Brisbane. But I also felt that the last 2 tests were in India's favour because of the conditions at MCG and SCG and because of the prospect of more spin. Obviously, we'll see what the MCG is like because it has been heavily grassed these last few years and it has suited the seamers. But historically, the SCG will spin and India have played well there in the past. So it just puts more pressure on Australia. And having experienced where you draw a test back in, I remember 2009 Ashes, we drew the first test in Cardiff after dominating the test. We went into the next test a couple of days later at Lord's, flat, and it lost the first day and then lost the test and ultimately lost the series, all because of a draw first game. When, similar to this, big first innings, you dominate and then for whatever reason, light, can't bowl the opposition out, you go out of it deflated. And that's where Australia got to be careful now because India have got a massive boost out of this result after being way behind in the test.
And Simon, my biggest worry, to be honest, coming here, I knew India would be under the pump. Australia will be going full throttle to try and win at least 2 out of the first 3. My worry for Australia was once I saw that Cameron Green is out of the series. And they mentioned Mitch Marsh, and then after the first test, he said he's pulled up a little bit, might not play in Adelaide, might play in Adelaide. And I said, if one bowler gets injured, then you're down to 3. And you'll have either Travis Head to bowl if Marsh is not bowling, and that's exactly what's happened here. So with Australia going in with, with their bowling attack, they need a full squad there. So I think Boland many ways, I thought it was too early for Hazelwood to come in. If Poland had played here, India would have been in further trouble. There absolutely no doubt in my mind.
Well, he would have been a handful on this weekend.
On this pitch as well. And those lengths, yesterday we found to the tail enders, they were far too short. You're looking to blast them out. They just forgot what they did to the top order. Where they're nicking them off, trying to target the stumps. Boland wouldn't have left that area. So then it would have been an excellent variation. You have Cummins, Stark going for the head or the toes, and you have Boland keeping it in the right area.
Yeah, I said to back that up, I saw a great graphic this morning that only 5%, I think there was 3 balls that were hitting the stumps in that period late yesterday.
Because at that length, what these batsmen had to do was play French cricket. They were back in the crease and just blocking. They knew it's going to come chest high, so they have to either fend it down or leave it. They didn't have to move their feet half the time, and they were not asked to.
So it was a 47-run 10th wicket stand, and then we saw the raw emotion. That was so it was captivating and so telling.
It was, because I'll tell you an incident. This was for all and sundry. England were 80-20 favourites, 80%, 90% going to win. This was the final day at Lord's, and India were 8 down, 7 down, soon became 9 down. And then Shami and Bumrah added 80. Okay. Shami got a half century. Bumrah similarly, like here, he was 35 not out or something like that, 30. And it was COVID times, so the entire long room was empty. So the whole team came down to the long room, right? And as both the teams came off, they clapped the 2 batsmen off. There was a guard of honor as the 2 batsmen came, and they went into the visitors' dressing room all the way up. And then the England players followed. By the end of the day, India had won the test match. England were bowled out for 120 and were bowled out in 2 sessions of play. So I know what such things can do, because the raw emotion came out in that dressing room. And that's why I firmly believe India go to Melbourne even Steven with Australia. No team has the advantage at this stage.
It is the beauty of... Sorry.
And it's easy to forget that this Indian team is trying to be the 4th ever team to win 3 consecutive series here in Australia. It was done in like the 1880s and 90s, I think, by England, then in the 80s and 90s, 1980s and 90s by the West Indies, and then the 2000s with the South Africans doing it 3 times. So in the history of the game, coming to these shores and winning 3 consecutive series is very, very difficult. And they're still in the game for that. And that's why I think, we saw that raw emotion yesterday, because this is a heavyweight battle.
This is. The gloves will be on Boxing Day.
Yep. So this is the beauty of the 5 test series and the possibilities in it. Even a game that Australia dominated, India gets something out of.
I've already got a line for the toss.
Yeah. Do you want to workshop it?
No, you've done it well. By bringing up that topic, I'm thinking, what's the line?
I bet you it's going to be punchy.
It's going to be punchy. You've got to make it punchy with 90,000 there. It's going to be a full house. That atmosphere on that day will be something. I mean, it, as a spectator, as a player, as a viewer, it's worth switching on.
Yeah. Can you take us back to that SCG test? And it was so fundamental, wasn't it? It was assumed going into the final day that Australia would achieve
because at that stage we realized that even when that session started, final session, that we would be out of all 5 bowlers. Right? Ashwin had pulled up with a back. He could bat, but we knew he won't be able to bowl or play that final test. Jadeja had broken a finger. I think Cummins hit him. So he was out. So the guys who had started the first test, Umesh Yadav was out, Jasprit Bumrah was out, who else was there? Shami was out. Okay, so none of the 5 who started the first test were going to play in Brisbane. But we had to bat this last session of play. And the number of messages went out. We had Vihari, who was limping. He couldn't run.
Yep.
Ash was there. So we decided after a while that no runs are important. So for the last 45 minutes or 50 minutes, it was loud and clear that Ashwin had to play lion. Because being an off-spinner, it's mental, psyche. He doesn't want to get out to him. And he was playing him the best with the bat. Not taking it on the pad, bat well forward. Vihari was blocking everything against the quicks. very similar lines and lengths in the last 45 minutes to yesterday. Short, 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 short. Nothing looking for the outside edge. And you saved the game. And something told you, it was for me as if the stars were aligning. It was just saying that, listen, we're sending you to the Gabba, even Stevens, you never know. And my word, the stars aligned on that final day.
Didn't they?
Yeah, to leave the country and winning a series was unbelievable. And these guys will feel now Melbourne becomes the big one. They've not, you've got out of jail here, go there, put your best foot forward. Like I said on the telecast, I said you're out of jail, you're free birds going into Melbourne. Out of jail, not on bail. You're free birds. Okay? You're free birds. Now go and enjoy it and then get ready for Boxing Day.
So did you, that night in Sydney, did you conjure that? Did you speak to them about that you carried to Brisbane, or did you wait to get to Brisbane?
Wait to get to Brisbane and then tell them what they've done. The achievement, what they've done. I said, never mind what happens in the last test match. For me, the character you've shown to be where you are after being 36 all out in the first test is enough. It's paramount. Now, go and enjoy it. Now is the time to be fearless. You have done the hard yards in this series. You've come here 1-1. You don't have, half your side is missing. There'll be 3 or 4 debutants playing that final test match. Go and be fearless. Enjoy yourself. A lot of you have come here with no baggage whatsoever. So enjoy it. And they literally had come without baggage. Natarajan, Washington, Shardul Thakur. They didn't have their kits. They didn't have their kit bags. They just had their shoes. They'd come as net bowlers. So 0 baggage, carrying with them, and mentally also no baggage. So go and enjoy yourselves.
It's a miracle when you think back on it, isn't it?
Absolutely. You can't believe it. Till today it hits you, as to what happened and how it happened. But, that's sport. A lot of times, you're in the doghouse and then, everyone's against you. People are writing you off. And then suddenly you go there and, you have a slice of luck going your way. End of the day, you're batting 100. And you get up next morning and say, how the hell did I get 100? But that's the beauty about sport. And it's happened to everyone. At some stage or the other, it's when you don't expect it, it happens.
These things are understood only in hindsight, aren't they? So that's why I think the flow of this is so interesting. There's 2 terribly lopsided results, a draw that was all Australia, and then this little moment. And what does it mean? And we'll only fully comprehend that once it's all played out.
Yeah, and as Ravi says, it almost feels like karma, like it's meant to be. When these little things happen unexpectedly, you think, well, maybe we are supposed to win this again. We've got out of jail here. What was the saying? No bail?
You got out of jail. You're not on bail.
Not on bail.
You're a free bird. Yeah.
So true.
And then you want to add one step ahead. It says, you're out of jail, you're not on bail, and you won't fail. So get out there and enjoy yourselves. Yeah.
So India have won the past 2 Boxing Day tests. They hadn't won one prior to that. You're in charge for both of those. What is it about Melbourne, do you think, that has suited the Indian setup?
I think the crowds that come in. They feel more at home playing in front of big crowds. And a lot of Indian support will be there. So, it picks you up. That's something they're used to. When you play at home, there are big crowds. Full houses for one-day games, full house for IPL games, good crowds now for test matches. So, moment there's a crowd, it picks them up. And it reminds me even here, it was COVID times, hardly any people were allowed, but that last day before tea, or after tea, there were 10,000 people. And then suddenly the atmosphere changes, there's a build-up, there's tension. They thrive on that, in many ways, yeah.
It's a powerful thing to draw on, that the last twice you've been at this venue, you've won.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it doesn't guarantee you anything.
No, it doesn't.
But it does give you confidence because they know what the wicket plays like. And yes, it's changed a little bit. The Cura's leaving more grass on it now, but then it's even for both teams. Both teams have got to bat on it and bowl on it. But I think India will be buoyed by what they did last time because it was an extraordinary win given the circumstances. You'll never forget that steamrolling in Adelaide and thinking, oh, well, Kohli's going home, Shammy's injured, they're gone. But they weren't gone. And they've shown a huge amount of spirit and character. And we saw that first test in Perth as well, because they got bowled out for 150 on day one. A lesser team would have rolled over and Australia would have romped to victory. They came out firing, and it was led probably by not only the skipper, Bumrah, but their main man, Virat Kohli. Didn't make runs, but he came out with that passion and energy and dragged everyone with him. And obviously the skill of Bumrah was the main instigator, but he was brilliant as well. And we saw it yesterday from him as well. He might have missed out, but it doesn't bother him. He just still has that energy for this group. And it's great to see, given that he's no longer the captain.
I can tell you now, he's not done in this series as yet. You know, never write off players like who are of the class or the caliber of Kohli. He might have, you know, forgotten batting and taken up fishing as a new profession, but he'll be right back.
That's a subtle sledge, that fishing.
But don't you worry, he'll be back in business. You know, he'll just say, okay, I'd gone on a holiday, but I'm back with the scores level. Now's the time, you know, when the big boys have to step up to the plate. I'm here.
How does he get himself back? How much, when it's a champion who knows his game so well, and Bharat watches him in the net, he's working hard at it. What's the moment of sort of coaching intervention to help as well?
You use the word discipline. That is what is needed. You know, you know where Australia is bowling to you. 4th stump, 5th stump, 6th stump. You know, you got to be bullheaded, you know, in your mindset to say, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to test my patience. I'm going to target mid-off at the most and play the waiting game till the ball is 30, 35 overs old. And then if I'm in, by the time the bowlers will be bowling more at me, and if they bowl there, once the swing and the bounce is sorted, then I can be a little more adventurous in looking for the square drive or the cover drive. So it's patience, a combination of discipline, bullheadedness, and patience. Nothing else. There's nothing wrong in the technique. It's just being bloody minded and, and just saying, okay, you want to go there, go there. You know, I'm just going to leave.
And he's bullheaded, isn't he?
He can be. Yeah, he's got to channel that energy in the right direction. You know, rather than it can be a case of ego taking over in many cases, where you say, I'm bowling there, I'll still hit you on the up for 4. No. This is where you draw a line and you come back to the line where that 4th stump is and start leaving anything outside that.
Couldn't agree more, Gerard. Absolutely spot on.
Yeah. So how big a moment in a champion's career is that, to put the ego aside and to do it?
Well, as Ravi said, I won't be surprised if it happens, because, yes, he's had his battles, but these are the moments that champions like him will be waiting for and wanting to grab, because it's part of his legacy. He's already done it for a decade, but this is another moment, you know, 3rd time around, and he might not be captain anymore, but he's still a leader in that group, and we saw it in Perth, and I dare say we'll see it again in this series.
On the bowling side of things, so Bumrah's the best bowler in the series. What's the right lineup around him, Ravi? It's a seamer's paradise now at the MCG, so it does offer the possibilities. On what you've seen so far, who would play with Bumrah if it was your choice next?
I think same side.
Yep.
They'll go with the same side. I was very impressed with Akashdeep. You know, not just with the bat, but the way he bowled. You know, he was unlucky. I thought on another day he'll pick up 3 or 4 wickets. So I definitely will go with him. And of course, Siraj. You need Siraj because, you know, he keeps the crowd in the act as well. You need that little bit of spice, you know. There's something happening when Siraj has been given the ball. So it's I would go with the same side. Not worry.
Do you think, has Siraj been put off balance at all by, so he cast himself as the villain and now the crowds are all over him? Do you think he's found that just a little bit difficult to adjust to?
Might have been initially, but not now. I think now, if you draw here, in all probabilities now that'll be the case with the way it's filled in and the rain is coming down. He'll have 7 days off. The series is level. I think the team management will also have a chat with him. You know, tell him just calm down now. You know, we've got 10 days of Test cricket. Let's focus inwards. Forget all the noise on the outside. Just focus inwards. 10 days, and let's see how it goes. That would be the message to Siraj. Don't be carried away by what happens outside. Look in.
Yeah, my only question with the Indian team, and I love seeing Jadeja play because I've felt all the way through, I was surprised he didn't play earlier in the series, and I know there's reasons for it, but I thought what we saw from him here, that was class with the bat yesterday, because if he doesn't get runs yesterday, India are in all sorts of trouble. He was brilliant. I think he's a brilliant all-round cricketer, so I think he'll play more of a role with the ball as this series goes on. And the only question I would have is around Siraj, where he's at with his psyche because of what's happened. That's the only thing. It's looked like the Indians have had to have their arms around him a bit. But I agree, if he's fit and firing and there's no issue with that, then you actually get more out of someone that's been playing in the series than bringing in someone cold that might take a test to get going. But the Indians will know because they'll see all the boys training in the nets and who's bowling well, and they'll be better equipped to make that decision.
So I just wanted your thoughts on Jadeja, since you mentioned. He wasn't beaten once. I'm trying to think when the ball went past his outside edge. In yesterday's innings, and as a left-hander, where someone's not played on this tour, not a single match at the highest level, so I need to come and bat like that. Unbelievable, because I passed him this morning from a distance. I said, "Played Gary." I said, "You can't bat like that, man. That's probably his best test innings."
Yeah.
Yes, he's not beaten once on that surface. So tight and compact.
He did.
I just felt he was a little more upright as well.
He looked rock solid, and he's always had a nice technique. I think you mentioned the other day that he's a proper bat. And the beauty with him is he can play off both front and back foot. And some of those drives early on, like they were going straighter of mid-off, which is a tough shot to play on that sort of surface, because if you don't get your weight into the ball ends up squirting off square and going probably behind point or just in front of point. But he was absolutely nailing his drives. And then the other thing is he's hard to bowl short to, and they tried to, and he's still able to. Yes, he got out to that one, but that was probably purely because he's trying to get quick runs with the tail. If he was just batting with KL Rahul at that point in time, he could probably leave it. It got big on him, so he was just trying to score. But ultimately, he looked as good as anyone. And I think, mentioned it yesterday, I think this next little 4-5 year window for KL Rahul, he's going to be part of the Fab Four.
Prolific.
And I know they're talking about the next 25-year-olds like Brook and these guys, but I think looking at his play in this series, there's no reason why he shouldn't dominate Test cricket in this next 4 or 5 years.
And I think he'll cement that position now, because Rohit's not getting any younger, so there's no question after this tour of him coming back to open. India playing England after this. So I think this will be the opening pair. Gill at 3, Kohli at 4. So India will have the top 4 sorted. I think they'll have to look for a good number 5, 6, for the future, to build up. But I think you're right. And at that age, he's 31, you probably peak as a batsman. So I think that 32 to 35 is when most batsmen really get a lot of runs, because they've got the experience, they've worked on techniques, they've traveled around the globe. Like this is his 4th tour of Australia. It would be his 3rd tour of England, 3rd or 4th tour. So I think, the responsibility will be firmly and squarely on his shoulders, and he's got the tools to handle that new ball.
And I guess the other issue in the Indian camp is how does Rohit avoid being consumed by his own struggles and just focus on leading the team to the opportunity and the challenge that you've described to us?
I think he loves playing Test cricket. He will be an ideal number 5, in England. If he can just work on things. I think the thing he has to realize at number 5 when he goes is match awareness. When he's at the top of the order, he takes the attack to the opposition. Field is up. He knows anything loose, he'll go after it. I find he's in 2 minds when he goes in the middle order at 5 or 6 as to how to play. Should I back my natural instincts or should I play the waiting game? He's in 2 minds. Now, that is a clear decision that he has to make as to how he wants to go about his job, and then stick with it. Because I think if he comes off, you've got a captain there, you've got a guy in the middle order, you don't have to tinker too much. And then only time will tell. But let's face it, he's not getting younger, he's 37. So, he might himself say, when the time is up, it's up. Like MS Dhoni. He didn't wait. He just walked in here. I was the coach. He said, Ravi, I need to have a chat with the boys for 5 minutes after we drew the game at the MCG. So I said, sure. You might be saying, you know, boys, well done to draw this game or things like that. He just said, thank you, I'm done with test cricket. I said, there's one test match to go, man. He just, you know, just walked up there, 5-minute speech, no tantrums, no, you know, no shenanigans. I'm done. Thank you very much for your support. You know, I won't be there in Sydney, but my total support to you guys, because after that was the World Cup.
Yep.
Yeah, and he was going to play he was the captain of the World Cup side. But it's just that. So, you know, these days there's so much of cricket. There's IPL cricket, there's other crickets who will, if you think you've had enough here, players will just walk away.
So you're standing there going, holy hell.
I don't, none of the boys knew. So I looked around the dressing room. I said, did he have a chat with you? Did he have a chat with you? No one had a clue. Even the guys who went out or spent time with him 3 days before that, no one had a clue he's going to come and say what he did. And a player, and he was 94 or 95 test matches. Normally, you know, in India, a player of his stature, if he plays his 100 test match, and they're given that test match to say Ranchi, the whole town would have been there at the ground,
Yes.
you know, to celebrate that 100 test match. But none of that stuff for him. He just said that, I want to pack my bags. I'm done with whites.
And you're talking 10 million at Ranchi.
Yeah.
Is that how many people there?
Otherwise, India is famous for giving send-offs and celebrations and, you know, things of that sort. And if anyone deserved it, it was him. He didn't want to know. That's it. I'm away.
Brilliant. Well, some great stories there, Ravi. Thank you.
Pleasure.
All right, it's really set in here at the Gabba. It's raining. It's a desolate scene. It's 20 past 11, so we'll see where the passage of the next couple of hours take us. But he's quite something, Ravi Shastri, and we are blessed to have him as part of our broadcast team. This session was for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship experts. We'll bring in Kolo, Bharat and Tom next. This is SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Award for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Search, compare Host Plus today.
This Christmas, make like Dasher and rush to Chemist Warehouse for unbeatable prices on all your favourite fragrances. Like Versace Pour Homme EDT 100ml, $69.99. Don't pay $160. Find the perfect fragrance at the perfect price at Chemist Warehouse.
With the Isuzu D-Max X-Terrain, life is reinvigorated. All the power, performance and style you need from just $67,990 drive away. Visit your local Isuzu dealer today. T's and C's apply.
Escape the everyday on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday that has something for everyone. You only have to unpack once to discover the picture-perfect islands of the South Pacific. On board, cheer on your family and friends on the Ripcord by iFly skydiving simulator. Then compare stories over homemade pasta at Jamie's Italian by Jamie Oliver with a glass of Ponting Wines, the Pinnacle Shiraz. And wrap up the night with a wow-worthy show at 270 Theatre. Your next memory-making adventure awaits at royalcaribbean.com.au.
This holiday season, feel the magic of sound with Sonos. From home theatre to headphones, Sonos has everything you need for the ultimate sound experience. Whether you're watching the match, hosting friends and family, or heading home for the holidays, Sonos elevates the festivities with perfectly clear and immersive sound you can feel all around. A smart speaker from Sonos is also a no-brainer gift for everyone on your list. Visit sonos.com to learn more and shop.
For over 70 years, Jungheinrich has been a pioneering material handling solutions provider. With a presence in 42 countries and 6 branches across Australia, Jungheinrich is your one-stop shop for warehouse solutions, offering forklifts, order pickers, stackers, racking systems, and a full range of new, used, and rental equipment. Their comprehensive range will have you stumped. Jungheinrich, German engineered, your trusted material handling partner for long-term success. Visit jungheinrich.com.au or call 131 687.
Don't get run out on your way to work, lose the commute, and work closer to home. Waterman Workspaces offers private offices and ergonomic co-working areas with flexible memberships and outstanding amenities for teams of all sizes in locations across Melbourne. With fully equipped meeting rooms and bookable spaces, your team will enjoy working from alongside a thriving business community. Raise your run rate on your business and daily productivity and visit waterman.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
It is raining at the Gabba. It's 11:24 a.m. Brisbane time, and Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan are alongside me. Gentlemen, I think it's that time of the day.
We both got the mic, Mum.
Things that make you go,
I mean, we can call this cricket nuffy hour. Or,
call it whatever you want. I think we'll call it on this day for Tobin Brothers, actually. On this day, celebrating a wicket for Tobin Brothers. We'll go on this day is just a celebration of...
A celebration of the game for Tobin Brothers.
I got there eventually.
A family-owned business since 1934.
Thank you.
A year where Bradman made a triple ton.
Yeah.
This segment will include quadruple tons today.
Oh, yes.
What happened on this day in cricket history, Colo?
Yeah.
Where do you want to start? It is December 18. It's Usman Khawaja's birthday.
It is.
What else happened on this day?
Well, why don't you steer us, Tommy, and we'll just sort of...
Well, Bill Ponsford, in fact, there's been a couple of mentions of Bill Ponsford over the last few days for a variety of reasons. He made 429 in an innings set in 1922, but then he hit 437 for Victoria against Queensland in Melbourne in 1927. 5 years later, incredible, until Brian Lara added 400 not out to his 501. Ponsford was the only batter to have scored not one but 2 quadruple centuries.
Such a wild time. It's like a wild time in that interwar period. Full stop in cricket's loose. Like you look at some of the test debuts that are given out and some of the first-class scorecards. There's a first-class scorecard in 1920 where someone was literally dragged up from the committee room to play in a suit and batted in a suit. This sort of stuff happens. Well, so it applies to some of these heavy-scoring games. Here, Ponsford, 437. Stork Henry made 100 in that innings as well, out of 793 against Queensland at the MCG. But yeah, I mean, this was a run where in 4 innings, Ponsford made 1,013 runs for Victoria.
So how long were these first-class games?
Well, they were the same length, but the difference was that there was a convention of batting gigantically.
Yeah, because it's all about the first innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, first innings points. Where if you didn't foresee getting the outright result, you would
just bat and bat and bat.
So yeah, Ponsford's record for Victoria. So his Test career is an outstanding one. Averaged 48. He was in the team of the century when they named it in 2001, Baz, from memory. Whenever the team of the century was, Ponsford and Morris were the 2 openers in that. May not be anymore, but there's been some great openers that have followed, and Matthew Hayden, extraordinary record as well. But for Victoria, Ponsford played 55 games and averaged 86 in the Shield, and other first-class fixtures that Victoria played along the way.
And is there anyone in the history of the game who knew how to go out on top like Bill Ponsford did? And two of his greatest batting records kind of bookend his career, right? He was on top of his game, had that world record partnership with Don Bradman, finished with a big score, his highest score in his last test, didn't he? And
266 batting with Bradman.
Yep, and then he said, I'm done. Yeah, so I want to go out on top, and, maybe the adage of... at a time when we're talking about cricketers hanging on all around the world and dealing their retirement, Bill Ponsford really stands out.
And we said 1934, that was that Ashes. It was more in that Ashes than sort of meets the eye. It wasn't as much of a whitewash as people think. It was still competitive all the way to the end, and then Australia racked up like 800 odd maybe not quite that many, but so many, and drove England into the ground.
Can you explain to me how his average for Victoria was so far superior to his test average? Like, was he known to have any weaknesses at the top level? Sorry, by the way, he still averaged 48 for Australia.
Yeah, he was of the era. He was the defining opener.
He was, but how can there be such a massive discrepancy? 86 is Bradman-esque.
Yeah, I think it's just that, isn't it? That at the level below, he was a phenom, and at test level, he was still the best of his generation.
Different pressures, right? Like, it happens still now. You see a lot of these Indian batters who come through the ranks, they all average 60, 70 in first-class cricket. But there's only a handful in the history of our game who managed to average over 60 over even a brief period of time in Test cricket. So I think that's just how it is. Different pressure, different level of bowling as well. Fewer, like the margin for error is like even lesser when you play Test cricket. So it's very rare. Or probably it's never really happened. Maybe Bradman's the only one where the first-class average and the test average are more in the same. Obviously, in today's day and age, not a lot of test cricketers end up playing first-class cricket. So away from test cricket, that is. Obviously, test matches are also.
And Bradman's first-class average was lower than his test average.
96, wasn't it?
95.
Exactly.
Yeah. So look, there's only been 11 quadruple tons made ever. So Bradman's 501.
Yeah.
And 10 other scores above 400. So to have two of the 11, and of course Lara's got two of them as well, gives you an indication of just where he sits, with the most recent of those with Sam Northeast a couple of years ago making 410
ridiculous
for Glamorgan, which was a remarkable performance.
But there's something about that era about plundering runs.
Yeah.
And something about Indian first-class cricket about plundering runs that doesn't exist in modern-day first-class cricket in Australia. No one's making triple tons here. Very rarely do you see a 250 or even a 200 these days in Australian first-class cricket. And I wonder why. Is it a mindset? Is it conditions? Is it all of the above?
I think the conditions have played a big role in the last 6 or 7 years for sure. The more green pitches, the bowlers have a lot more to play with these days. So I think that's played a big role, because even if you go back, 10 years or so, when the likes of Chris Rogers was still doing the rounds, there were double hundreds and big double hundreds and triple hundreds. Now, if you are somebody who makes a score over 220 or 230, you get talked up as being the next big thing, don't you?
Yeah, you needed to make a double ton to stand out. Those Shield charts of the mid to late 90s and early 2000s.
Yeah. You probably had them on your bedroom wall, Colo.
Well,
as I would have as well.
Probably, yeah. But if you weren't averaging 60, you were camping out, right? Like there was no room for you in the national competition. Think about a Jamie Cox character.
Yeah.
He's one of many you could pick, but he especially, he would average every year in the 50s and never quite got there to play for Australia because there were so many people ahead of him in the queue. And what Baz says before, surely that part of that is conditions. And in the last 5 years, the way they've got the sort of steel reinforced kookaburra, extra lacquer and extra protection around the seam, pitches being a better contest between bat and ball since they've had the improved technology around drop-in surfaces. We had a few years there where drop-in pitches were a scourge. And now it feels like drop-in pitches provide us with some of the most competitive cricket around the country. So it's a combination of factors.
In 2017, it took Australia less than 4 weeks to regain the Ashes. Now, this was the last ever Test match at the Wacker, Colo, on this day. What's that thing you say about my beating heart?
Be still, my beating heart.
Be still, my beating heart.
Those light towers, the Soviet style, like that brutal style, the light towers beaming down on the Wacker.
Now, I wasn't entrenched in cricket media at this point. Not saying I am now either, by the way. But
there you are.
Why did they take the Test matches away from the Wacker, given the pitch conditions were so attractive to watch? The stadium.
Yeah, it was. They wanted an arena, right? They were no longer happy with the ground, and also the fact that India were coming the season after, and India played the first ever Test in Perth. Obviously, they didn't build the stadium in a year. That was in the making for quite a while, wasn't it? I remember hearing about the new stadium coming up 2-3 years before.
We used to watch it. The press box, commentary box area at Perth at the Wacker. You look across the way, across the river, towards where the Burswood side is, and you would see year by year the stadium getting bigger and bigger and looming, and that was obviously going to make the Wacker redundant as a Test venue. So, it was like one last hurrah. There was a beautiful afternoon on day one where it was Cummins, Hazelwood and Stark bowling together. And CricViz keep all the data going back to, it's only 2006, but it's not a bad measure, the modern game, there or thereabouts. It was the quickest session they had on record. And it was kind of old school Wacker. The Wacker had gone to bed for a number of years, and for whatever reason that week the pitch had the old cracking down the middle of it, down the side of it, and it was violent. And David Milan and Johnny Bairstow both made hundreds and batted superbly. But I remember there was that feeling of having gone into a time machine and seeing cricket played at Perth like we were told about when we were kids, or watching, Curtly Ambrose bowling there in 1989 and 1993 and that type of thing. So it was an incredibly exciting farewell to Perth. It was marred with a bit of drama on the final day. It was raining in the morning and some water got under the covers, which seems ridiculous in modern cricket. We're used to that playing cricket on a Saturday or a Sunday, but water under the covers, and they had to get literally hair dryers out.
Baz
on the Baz's hairdryer, yeah, on the pitch, on the part of the pitch that was covered.
And did it work? Remind me.
Well, first ball after the resumption, it was Josh Hazelwood, wasn't it? Landed a ball in that patch and hit the stumps, and thus went England's dreams of a miraculous draw, and then going on to win in Melbourne and Sydney. It ended up becoming a fairly dreary affair, but Australia won comfortably there and retained the Ashes in the space of a few weeks.
And it was so important that the WACA got that final hurrah as well, because you spoke about how flat it had become. Remember the Ross Taylor innings and Mitchell Johnson saying, "That's it for me." There's no
mid-test match.
Mid-test match going, "I'm done with Test cricket." Because the pitch had nothing in it. There was no life in it. And that wasn't the only occasion. Even a few... David Warner smashing that 100, poor Vinay Kumar still, I'm sure hasn't forgotten it. Is only one test match. What, 100 in a session?
It was 100 in a session, batting with Ed Cowan, and he outscored him like 3-1.
As Eddie Cowan now laughs about.
No reflection on Eddie. He was great. Did a great job in the time that he was a test opener, albeit briefly. But the Warner putting India to the sword that day was remarkable.
The best of the WACA is something that I don't think about enough, because I'm so used to now having the new Optus Stadium there. But the best of the WACA, I'm thinking of Chris Gale versus Clint Mackay over his head. I'm thinking of Justin Langer's 100 against Pakistan in 2005-ish.
Yeah, 4-5. It was that was so fast that summer as well, with
clearly Gilchrist and Panesar's a more iconic moment. But the WACA had some great cricket over a number of years.
Unbelievable. I mean, and even through the 90s as well, right? 96, 97, the West Indies, even though they were in decline.
Well, we talked about the test yesterday, I think 50 years ago, where Thompson was at his scariest at Perth in 1974. You're going back decades where the WACA was seen as almost a one-off, and also the benefit of the WACA Test match living on the eastern seaboard was that you get to watch the final session. I think that might have been, whether it was meant this way or otherwise, it was the precursor to day-night Test cricket, because so much of Australia were able to get home from school or work or whatever it was and plug in for a couple of hours with feet up on the sofa, whereas before that, the Test cricket finished at 6 o'clock, and you'd hear about it on the news.
It's such a valid point. I wonder if pink ball cricket would have existed had the broadcasters not got a taste of it via essentially what was day-night cricket on the eastern side of the country, as you just said. Because that gave them an idea of what that was worth for advertisers, what the fans wanted. And now that there's been day-night cricket in Perth as well, which pushes it back even later.
Just a question from Bharat from Mumbai and not Bharat from Uredla. So when they would have like day-night cricket, one-day cricket at the WACA in Perth, so how late would it finish for you guys?
Midnight.
Really late.
Even later.
Yeah, that it would finish, that Doug Marilia scoop that we spoke about last week, Baz, that was after midnight really? On the eastern seaboard.
I remember one particular game. Australia was dominant at this point. I think it was a tri-series, Australia, Sri Lanka, England. And for whatever reason, Darren Lehmann was opening the batting for Australia in the one day. He made 100. But Jayasuriya and Adapadu came out and took the complete mickey and won easily. And I remember as a young kid being shocked that Australia would lose a one-dayer. What is going on? Like, it was just, you hadn't seen Australia lose before. And but Jayasuriya, cutting balls all day, that to me, that's the WACA at its best. Jeez, I could talk about it for hours. Give us a call.
Love your passion.
1300 736 736 is the number. What's your favourite WACA moment?
I like one here. Glenn McGrath's 8 for Hall. That was against. That was against Pakistan in 04 or 05 as well, when he took 8 for 24 at the WACA, which were the best figures at that ground.
There's no call. Send us a text, 0438 98 11 16.
0433 98 11 16.
We'll get there eventually.
We'll get you there eventually. And then Mark Wall hitting a ball onto the grandstand of the WACA. That was Daniel Vittori, I think, from memory.
Well, Daniel Vittori also got Shane Warne at the WACA, didn't he?
Yes.
On 99.
Obviously, the Greg Blewett delivery.
Yes, went underground.
Shane Warne caught by Mark Richardson.
Yep.
That's right. Off a no ball.
And then we found out that no ball a number of years later at the Allan Border Medal night, wasn't it? Yeah. We didn't know at the time. Yeah. We only found out a few years later. Hey, also on this day, in 1988, Australia won its third third Women's World Cup. Yeah, third consecutive Women's World Cup, beating England by 8 wickets in Melbourne. So this is in the very infancy of women's cricket at what we now call the elite level. Tell us about it, Colo.
Well, this is the first World Cup where you can see highlights. So it wasn't it wasn't live broadcasts, but the television news crews came down at the time and shot the game for the 6 o'clock broadcast, presumably. So you can actually see this. Hypercourse, who's an unbelievable cricket archivist on Twitter. Hypercourse is his username. His name's John Leather, and he works primarily on the women's game. And he's gone back and documented every bit of footage you get from the news on any women's cricket going back to the 1960s. It's extraordinary, right? And he's gone through the 1988 World Cup final and done a great job of that. So we've got that online now. I think it's on YouTube. But, yeah, it was a dreary old game where England batted 60 overs, because the one-dayers were 60 overs back then, for 7 for 127. So not particularly flattering on that front. Zoe Goss opened the bowling for Australia, which a lot of people knew of Zoe Goss for what she did when she dismissed Brian Lara.
Yes.
In a Bradman Foundation charity game a few years on from that, 1994.
Mid-90s, right?
And then, Australia won comfortably 2 wickets down with a Lindsay Reeler 59 not out.
Were they complete amateurs at this point,
Yes.
the women's cricketers? They weren't being paid at all.
Yes, and this was the era when they were still wearing culottes, so what looked like, skirts essentially, Baz?
Just looking down that list.
Yes.
The captain for Australia was Sharon Treadray, aunt to Warren Treadray.
Yes, that's right. There is the footy link there.
I just had to. And the only reason I know about it is before the Adelaide test I was on stage during a Rotary thing, and I heard about Sharon Treadray, apparently one of the fastest bowlers you could face. Yeah, she was known to be mean, and she was very quick for that era.
And Chris Matthews was wicket-keeping for Australia in that World Cup final, who went on to become the long-term boss at the WACA, to go back to your point before.
Right, was she known as Chris or Christina at that point? What's she in Cricinfo as?
I think it's all, that's a good question.
Yeah.
I feel like Chris Matthews is how she's been identified as an administrator. But
Christina.
That's the full name.
And I see Lynn Fulston, I think the indoor nets in Adelaide Oval are named after her. So that's a lot.
And Belinda Haggard here, who made 100 on Test debut. So, a few names there from that Aussie team in 1988.
It's been a slow burn, hasn't it? But I feel like from about, you guys would know better than me, but maybe from about 2011 or 2012, Australian women's cricket has shot right up. Maybe the Meg Lanning era was really where it was, and for a good portion of the decade, the Australians won just about everything there was to win.
The money thing changed in 2014 and 2015. England went first with national contracts in 14, and Australia followed in 15. The Women's Big Bash came in 15 as well, and that's the turning point where the domestic T20 tournament started in both countries, and thus there was a bit of an all-rounder, what would you call it, like an all-stars circuit, where they would go from England's, what was then called the Super League, to Australia's Women's Big Bash League, and then the international cricket was being all televised, which wasn't the case before, and virtuous cycle to what we've got now, which is and we had a conversation earlier with Ian Healy and Simon Katich and yourself as well, Tommy, about the trajectory of the Women's Ashes, the idea of 40,000 people maybe being at the MCG for day one of that test match in late January. Well, that World Cup game in 1988 would have been a handful of people. And indeed, the World Cup final in 2009 at North Sydney Oval, Alison Mitchell, our colleague from Channel 7 and in the media box more widely, she covered that final and said at North Sydney there wouldn't have been more than 150 people there. You compare that to the Lord's World Cup final of 2017, where England hosted India in that final. It was a packed-out Lord's, so it's been game-changing.
And 2013, I remember covering the World Cup final, 50-over World Cup final in Mumbai, where Australia beat West Indies, a very dominant West Indies team. There would have been... This is Mumbai, less than 1,000 people. And I remember the most fascinating member of the crowd was this Japanese man trying to learn cricket using some app which I couldn't get my head around. I couldn't speak a word of English. But it's changed so much.
So what about Indian women's cricket then? How far behind, assuming they're behind, is Indian women's cricket from England and Australia?
I think the WPL was a game changer, an absolute game changer. We all knew it was coming. They delayed it, and then the auctions just finished 2 days ago. So it's right there on the cusp. It's a little disappointing what the Indian women dished out here against Australia last week, but it's almost there, isn't it?
And Harmanpreet laying into the senior players. She's such a punchy captain, Harmanpreet Kaur, and talking about their intensity and their mindset when playing Australia and playing in big games. So, don't worry about that. They're a looming giant of women's cricket. So there's the big two. kind of, sort of with Australia and England. It's a big one with Australia. Then there's England. And, of course, New Zealand won the T20 World Cup this year in the final against South Africa.
It was unusual to see Australia not win.
Totally.
Even though the game was hidden behind a variety of paywalls in Australia.
No, but you're right. Australia not making the final was a big upset. And England not making the final either. And then seeing the Windies get towards the pointy end and South Africa and New Zealand, it was good for the game. But India are looming. It's a matter of time.
I love this. Remember, this is about the WACA discussion. Remember being about 10 or 11, sitting in the stands on a 40-degree day with no shade in the crowd. That seems like everything. The memory of Andrew Flintoff's, the roof of Andrew Flintoff's mouth as he watched yet another 6 go into the stands. That's regarding Gilchrist and Panesar. 2022, on this day, Colo and Baz, a 2-day finish at the Gabba where we are at the moment. Second such test ever played in Australia, the second shortest in terms of balls played anywhere since World War II. So how it played out was Australia bowled out South Africa for 152. The lead was 66. By lunch on day 2, South Africa were 3 for 2. Shortly after tea, they were bowled out for 99. So Cummins took 5. Stark got to 300 test wickets. There was some drama, though, needing 35 in the 4th innings. Australia lost 4 wickets. They got to the target, and South Africa had 19 extras. What a bizarre short test match.
And what I remember the most is Dean Elgar, the captain, coming out to the press conference not too far from here and saying, we have found some scars in the Australian team. Remember, he was all gung-ho about
punchy.
it. He was very punchy. He said, I know we've lost, but the 4 wickets we took is a sign that they can't handle our fast bowlers. And it was quite a press conference from Dean Elgar. But Travis Head, once again, that was his back-to-back heroic innings here after the 100 against England the previous year in extremely difficult conditions. But I think he was dropped at slip very early on, if I'm not mistaken. But he showed that he had become the game breaker for Australia, and he cemented himself even further into that role.
He was put down on naught, got 92. Most of it came on night 1 at about a strike rate of 120 odd. And he was out for a duck in that 4 for not many at the end when they didn't scrape over the line, but it was a wild brief passage of play before we kind of all went home on night 2. I've been to a few 2-day tests in the last couple of years, Tommy. They're not fulfilling.
No, not at all.
I did that South Africa-England one when the Queen died a few years ago, which was all wrapped up in 2 days as well. You kind of leave there like, what was the point?
Yeah.
Anyway.
We don't want 2-day tests. We also don't want 5-day ball fests when the pitch is just a road. Like, there needs to be a happy medium. And some things you can't control, like the weather here at the Gabba. But other things like the conditions of the pitch and the way the teams play, they certainly can control. 1948, Colo and Baz.
Which thing are we going to here?
Well, we're not going to the Invincibles, which is what most Australians would think of when they think of 1948. We're going in Pune, Colo. And this is remarkable. And I'm just reading this now. I almost can't believe that a team would give up fielding because they were sick of chasing leather. Can you fill us in on the details?
Well, this is the famous Bhausab Nimbalkar innings. He made, 443 not out. And he was well on track to break the then world record that Don Bradman had held. He was nearly there.
10 runs away.
10 runs away
and declared on.
So it's a home game. So Maharashtra and Bhausab Nimbalkar played for Maharashtra. So they're playing a home game. But the opposition were the Kathiawads. So it was a royal team. So this is when India have been independent for just under a year. The British have left, but the royal family still were around. And so the opposition captain was a king. So he
hang on. Like an actual the king,
a Maharaja, king of his little kingdom. So they were called princely states, and now they no longer exist. So the Nawab of Pataudi, for example, who captained India, and his family, the Ranjit Singh Ji and Duleep Singh Ji, they belonged to a princely state. So they were all princes, not kings, I should say, but they were still Maharajas. So obviously the most famous Maharaja is the Maharaja of Vizianagaram, as we all know, who just was the manager of the side. He wanted to play a test, and he captained India in a test match in England, as we know, in the 1930s. This is pre-independence. So anyway, so Bhausab Nimbalkar has thrashed them around. So on the previous day, when Nimbalkar has already gone past 400, the Maharaja, the captain of the opposition, walks up to the Maharashtra captain and says, "You declare now or we're leaving." And they say, "No, we won't declare. Like, why should we declare? We're ahead in the game and we want to keep batting." They're like, "Okay, if that's what suits you, continue." And when they come back the next day, the team has boarded the train and
they fled the scene of the crime.
They have. They said, no, we give up. We gave you a chance. So poor Nimbalkar is just stranded on 443 not out, 10 runs shy of breaking Bradman's record.
I just have this visual that he walks out to bat ready to go and no one's there.
No one's there. They've like boarded the train.
And it's the highest score made by a cricketer who never went on to play a test match, which is another quirk. He's got this terrific first-class record, Nimbalkar, averages in the mid-50s, but never got the privilege of earning an Indian cap.
Sorry, I lied. It's not the next day. It was after tea. So so at tea, the two captains met and said, like, you cannot continue after tea because or we'll leave. The Maharashtra captain says no. They come back after tea and they're like left for the railway station.
So they have their sandwiches and scones.
Yeah.
They board a train. That is wild stuff. Isn't it? Cricket back then is just so different, isn't it? Not just in Australia and England, but all over the world. Like that is just an unheard of story.
Well, again, Brett referred there to partition and how that changed relations between India and, of course, with a number of their players no longer playing for India. The Nawab Pataldi, who played for England in bodyline in 32-33, then came back to captain India after the war, a far depleted cricketer at that point. But others, like A.H. Kardar, who became Pakistan's first test captain, but had played test cricket for India before partition. There's a couple of others in that boat as well. So, it's fascinating time in sort of human history, modern human history, but the way it manifested itself in how we interpret the games of cricket that were played decades on.
Yeah, really well explained. Did I just hear lunch is being taken at midday? So that's 10 minutes' time. It is a bit lighter at the Gabba, but the covers...
Why are we not taking it? Usually the convention is you can take lunch within 30 minutes of the scheduled lunch break, which was 20 past 12. Shouldn't we be taking it now at 11:50, or am I missing something? Anyway.
What are you pointing out, Baz?
No, one good thing is the patrons are being allowed to just at least venture towards the fence. So maybe the lightning... The fear of lightning's gone because they had all been asked to move away, if you remember.
They can come out of hiding.
They can come out of hiding. No, look at them come out of hiding. They're all run. Feels like they've been locked up
They just want a glimpse of their heroes.
Oh, so maybe one of the Indian players is here. There you go.
There we
That's
go.
why.
There's just one more thing on the... How remarkable that there's been 11 quadruple hundreds I mentioned before in first-class cricket, and 2 of them on the same date.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're both, this is
Ponsford
and Nimbalkar. They've both happened on the 18th of December.
That's right.
That's an unusual thing of itself.
I wonder what the odds are on that. Get your calculator out.
Not great. Given there have been 60,000 first-class games.
Yeah. 1954 on this day, Transvaal's test wicketkeeper Russell Endine.
Oh, yeah. This guy... Now, tell us what happened on this day.
Okay, so it's written he enjoyed a good lunch after his unbeaten 197 in the first session of the day against Orange Free State, which was also the opponents where Ian Redpath hit 34 off an over.
Oh, right.
What's that, 16 years later or thereabouts in Joburg. It's still the highest score, this 197, made before lunch in a first-class match. 197 before lunch.
Crazy.
Speaking of Bazball.
Crazy. You sort of think about what Charlie McCartney did and what Victor Trumper did, but that really stands out. 197 before lunch. But Russell Endine, though, now this is interesting.
Tell us about Russell.
He was a keeper. He played for South Africa. He was involved in 2 of the weirdest dismissals in Test cricket. So in 1951 at the Oval, Len Hutton, he was wicket-keeping on debut. And Len Hutton, England great, a ball was rolling back towards, a balloon back towards his gloves, but the stumps were in the way and he whacked it away. And in turn, Hutton was given out. He was given out as the first player to be dismissed obstructing the field.
So he hit it with his bat or his hand?
Hand. So he knocked it away from the stumps, obstructing the field. That got brought in. So Hutton was the first to be out, but Endine was keeping for that. And then 5 years on from that, Endine was the first player ever given out, handled the ball himself.
Right.
So, and he was playing it against England at Newlands. So in 1951, he's involved in the first obstructing the field dismissal.
Same dismissal, though, isn't it?
Well, different interpretation. So you look at the lists on Cricinfo, he's involved in both of them. One for having been behind the stumps and one himself for having been involved in handled the ball at Newlands against Jim Laker. So, again, these things, history rhymes when it comes to Test cricket.
And even though his fielding position there is wicketkeeper, he kept only in 1 Test match. He's known to have been, Colin Bland always gets spoken of as the godfather of fielding for South Africa, the one who really made fielding cool. But Russell Endine before him was that superstar. I think he's known to have taken this incredible one-handed diving catch at long leg at the MCG in 1952. I think there were videos made of Endine talking about fielding, and he's supposed to be one of the most sensational fielders of the 1950s and 60s.
Looking at it here, it was off Hugh Tayfield, and Keith Miller was caught in the deep. Among the most brilliant catches of all time, a one-hander.
How was there no obstructing the field or handled ball before 1951?
I think it would have been that they changed the interpretation. I actually don't know why they... these things evolve. At the moment, there's no such thing as handle the ball.
No,
it's all obstruction, which I don't necessarily like. Last year we saw Mushfiqur Rahim got given out obstructing when it was handled. And anyway, it's a quirk, a wrinkle of the way the laws are written.
So in the way the dismissals are now written online and in the archives...
all obstructing.
Steve Waugh was out obstructing.
Oh, sorry, no. The ones that were handled the ball at the time
Remain
still handled the ball.
Right, okay.
Right.
Then who else was? Steve Waugh?
Graham Gooch, Michael Vaughan.
Desmond Haynes.
There's a few there.
A few there,
And
Steve Waugh was the bizarrest one, though.
in 2001.
Some more moments from this day. 18th of December, that's important, Colo. 18th of December. In 1988, a man by the name of Wasim Akram, who later changed his name to Ahmad Wasim, was born in 1988.
In Swansea.
Born in Swansea, was he?
Yeah, Ahmad Wasim is Welsh.
Yeah,
we often joke that, if Wales ever gets associate member status of the ICC...
It'll steam in.
Which some of us argue for, because some of us are eligible to play for Wales.
Are you?
Oh, yeah, they're over 40 squad next year. You always got to stay involved. Always got to stay involved.
Far too much cricket.
No, if they ever got associate status, everyone jokes that he would be the first name on the team sheet. But he made his... how many times has he retired now, Baz? He's retired again from international cricket this week.
And when you were talking about him potentially playing for Wales, all I thought of was it'll give him a chance to retire again.
But yeah, because he retired with Muhammad Amir. Muhammad Amir's now had a second crack at retiring. The one that we don't keep a stats tally of, but I wish we could, is who's made the most international retirements. Because now, with 3 formats and domestic cricket on top of that, you can have so many different moments to retire. Shahid Afridi must have retired half a dozen times or more. I wonder whether Muhammad Amir can beat him. Can Muhammad Amir find a way? Now, he's retired twice from Pakistan. He'll be back.
He's also been retired. They've also retired him
He spent 5 years out of the game. But at 32... Do you doubt that Muhammad Amir will play more times for Pakistan? I don't.
Yeah. Has anyone lived more in 32 years than Muhammad Amir has?
I still think of him as an 18-year-old bowling slightly dodgy no balls. I've got one from here. The birth of Eric Tindall in 1910. He occupies a unique spot as the only man to play Test cricket and rugby, as well as becoming a Test umpire and an international rugby referee. Didn't they live amazing lives back then?
Got to love these guys. There's the bloke that I talk about sometimes in our podcast live shows, George Coulthard, who was an international... he was a Test cricketer. He played 1 Test match. But before he was a Test cricketer, he did that at age 24. He'd been a Test umpire the season before. Then he became a Test cricketer after that. He was the first ever Aussie rules umpire. And amongst all of that, he led the goal kicking for Carlton in 3 consecutive seasons, 1877, 1878, 1879. He was the best player in Victoria, this huge figure, George Coulthard. And he ended up being involved in the SCG riot where 10,000 people stormed the SCG, including a young Banjo Patterson.
And who was umpiring that game?
Well, at one end it was George Coulthard, and at the other end it was future Australian Prime Minister Edmund Barton. I mean, this is wild stuff.
You know what it feels like? It feels like there's only about 25 people living in Australia at the time. So the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister goes and plays cricket, and you've got footy players playing cricket.
And he was a punter as well. He died just before the Melbourne Cup a couple of years on, and he made a prediction for the Melbourne Cup on his deathbed. This is George Coulthard when he was 27. Got tuberculosis and died. And in doing so, when making this prediction and dying a couple of days before the Cup, everybody backed this horse off the map. It came dead last, and it was described in the paper the next day as being as fat as a hog, this horse that came last. So, the lives people led when life was very different. I think we're done, Tommy. I think we're through the list.
Brad Pitt, Christina Aguilera.
They're born
on the same day.
Oh, there you go.
Different years. Probably different years,
You
actually.
think so?
Brad Pitt's 61, I think, today. Aguilera would be I don't know. I'm taking a punt. 50? Would she be 50? Maybe.
I was telling you to watch the remake of Mr. and Mrs. Smith when you go to...
I can't watch it all, but that is on my radar for sure, speaking of Netflix.
Yeah.
Hey, Baz, Colo, thank you. I look forward to reconvening in Melbourne regarding On This Day. And On This Day on December 26th will be really interesting as well.
Yeah. Hopefully there's no rain and we don't have as much time for it.
But, it's the sort of thing that we can do 365 days a year if we absolutely need to. I'm up next with Simon Katich at the lunch break. The Gabba is brighter. The covers are still on. And we're waiting for further instruction. The players are taking lunch as of right now. Stay with us on SEN's Test Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because they want more. More insight from experienced market analysts. More flexibility for trading on the go. More live info, more simplicity, more human support, and more markets. IG has thousands. So why do active traders choose IG Online Trading? Because IG gives you more. Search more from IG. Trading involves risk to your capital. IG Australia Proprietary Limited, AFSL 515106.
Get a jolly Android deal this Christmas at Telstra, like $500 off the Google Pixel 9 Pro when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Charisma potatoes. With 25% less carbs, it's the healthier all-rounder. Isn't it time you started cooking with Charisma? Australia's favourite lower carb, tastier and super versatile potato. Available exclusively at Coles.
G'day there. The Pakenham bypass is closed in both directions between Hillsville, Cooey, Rupp Road and the Narnagoon interchange due to a nearby grass fire. Use the Princess Highway. And watch out for a broken down truck in Mulgrave, Springvale Road, northbound at Ferntree Gully Road. Wherever you're at in your fitness journey, find your fits at Anytime Fitness. Join now for 24/7 access to all Anytime Fitness clubs nationwide. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Get a jolly Android deal this Christmas at Telstra, like $500 off the Google Pixel 9 Pro when you buy on a payment plan. Sale ends December 30. Eligibility criteria apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Check Kilmore Toyota's website for all stock available. It's not just Kilmore Toyota, but Seymour Toyota is also in our stable. Visit the range of demonstrator models available for test drive and sale, including Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in Bonds full price stores now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
Have you heard the news? Beaumont Tiles, your favourite tile and bathroom specialist, now ranges engineered timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. If you're looking for a quick and easy reno and want to save between 20 to 25% on hybrid flooring, get into your local participating Beaumont store today. It's all in stock and ready to go. Yes, you heard right. Beaumont Tiles now ranges all hard flooring. You'll be happy you chose Beaumont's.
If you can't live without Netflix,
Can't live without Netflix.
then you can't live without the AGL Netflix electricity plan. With Netflix included for the life of your plan. So you'll never miss great Netflix shows like Bridgerton, Avatar The Last Airbender and Emily in Paris. Join AGL's Netflix electricity plan today. AGL Netflix plan includes Netflix standard with ads with upgrade tiers at an extra cost. T's and C's apply. Fact sheets containing key details of our plans are available at agl.com.au/VEFS. For clear advice on the right plan for you, contact AGL on 131245.
I think a twilight funeral would be good. I think a funeral's hard enough. So to have it at a really nice time of the day would be nice.
I suppose the twilight funeral, the positive to take out of it was just being with your family. I think that's probably the positive, is you reunite with your family friends that you haven't caught up with in a little while.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Light's Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Summer's here and your artificial turf has taken a hit with kids playing, weeds creeping in and those lingering pet odours. Let Turf Glow eliminate bacteria, weeds and moss, making it perfect for families, entertaining outdoors, even cricket pitches. Visit turfglo.com.au.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Would you speed up to someone and then tailgate them while walking?
Come on.
Would you get frustrated walking behind a toddler?
Oh, learners.
Would you text while using a power tool? If you wouldn't do it anywhere else, why do it on the road? Don't let a car change who you are. Safer driving starts with you. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from only $589,900. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket. The lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. Robots got it and deliver. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we'll bowl you away with our better prices. I'm not the player of the day contender, thanks to Bing Lee, Better Living Every Day, because I assumed that Christina Aguilera was 50. She's 43. Oh. Guessing an age is always fraught. Well said from the texter there. Happy birthday to my mother-in-law. That's from a texter as well.
Yes.
I mean, it's just great, some of the text messages that come through in these.
It's been fun this week. When it rains, the text line comes into its own in Test coverage. So it's been brilliant. Thank you to everyone.
Adam Collins alongside me. Simon Katich will join us as well at some point. The Bendix breaks, big moment. Bendix, the best-known breaks. I think Travis Head's wicket is a little sign that he can have a bit more of a role to play with the ball across the MCG and Sydney Test matches. His numbers overall aren't too bad as essentially what is a part-time spinner, Colo.
Yeah, he picked up his first Test wicket at Gaul a couple of years ago, and he ended up taking 4 for 10, Travis, and it was quite the performance down there. But he's gone on to be a good partnership breaker and also a good a good option for Pat Cummins to have when not all's going right. So Nathan Lyon went down with that calf injury at Lords a couple of years ago, and it was Travis Head bowling a bunch of overs and picking up a couple of key wickets in the second innings, and he's now got 13 wickets at 35 in Test cricket, picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls in the World Cup semi-final against South Africa as well. So I do sometimes think he's a little bit underutilised. He barely bowled at all in Perth, which was surprising at the time. So, yeah, I think... And also noting that, in terms of that moment of the session, brief as it was, good bit of keeping from Alex Carey. I know that's your favourite discipline, Tommy, that on a pitch like this, you get a chance to sort of display your tricks as a keeper with the pitch bouncing and so on. I thought he kept beautifully to line yesterday. Nothing really ended up being pivotal in the context of that innings, but a nice tidy stumping to finish off Travis Head.
And Ian Healy does say that the Gabba is the best place to keep wicket as well, and it's the most true bounce, and it was a chance that he had to take, and in the end he did. Do you think, as we welcome Simon Katich in, do you think Travis Head is clearly the next Australian Test captain in waiting? I know that he's born in January 93, Pat Cummins is born in May 93, they're essentially the same age. But if Cummins went down, or if Cummins decided to take a step back because he wanted to focus on his cricket rather than his leadership, you think Travis Head could be a full-time Test captain?
Well, I think given that he was vice-captain previously, a few years ago, I know when Justin Langer was coach, Travis Head was definitely vice-captain, and then that changed for whatever reason, I'm not sure. But given the way he's playing and his dominance at the moment, it's probably the perfect time for him to be able to do that, given his confidence within the group and how important he is to the group. He's obviously had experience doing it for South Australia. So there's obviously been talk about young McSweeney as well, having done it against India 8, but also for South Australia. But he's still got to obviously prove himself at this level in this series, and that would be a big ask for someone at 25 to then lead a group at this point in time.
How long do you expect Cummins to captain for?
Well, given what he's achieved over the last couple of years, as long as he wants, because he's only 31 years of age.
So it's up to him, but how long do you think he would want to captain for?
Yeah, I get the impression that he'll do it until I think there's maybe another candidate that he thinks he's happy to take a back seat to. He doesn't strike me as the sort of guy that just wants to do it for the sake of it and it's all about ego. I think he'd do it for the right reasons for the team. And I think that's why this group respects him so much, because I get the sense that he'll stand aside and maybe play on if there's someone else that is ready for it.
Mitchell Marsh is the captain of the T20 team. Cummins captains the one-day team and also the Test team as well. And Head he plays in all 3 formats. So there's no reason why he can't get some experience at other levels. When you think of the last 25 years of Australian Test captains, correct me if I'm wrong, I always felt like there was someone ready to step in. I mean, when Steve Waugh stepped down or retired, Ponting, Gilchrist and Warney were the 3 from the one-day team the year before, because Ponting got the one-day team, he got the Test team. But it's not like there's a whole swell of young batters coming through in Australian cricket. And it normally is batters. I know Cummins is a bowler. They could take over when they're ready. It's sort of an open question. Who is the next 3 to 4 batters in the team? And then from them, who's the next captain?
Yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of it comes down to timing. And as you say, with Pat Cummins being 31, he's still got a lot of good cricket in front of him, given that he missed so much cricket earlier in his career through injury. So yeah, it begs the question how long he wants to go on for, and then who comes in the meantime, because things can change pretty quickly, as we know. In the next 1 or 2 years, there might be a couple of youngsters that put their hand up, get an opportunity, grab it, and then all of a sudden they're in the mix. But at the moment, you'd say Travis Head's that man, probably.
Yeah, Travis Head, the next one in. Mitchell Marsh has captained Australia before, and also was a under-19 World Cup winning captain at younger age as well. But you'd say that his time has probably passed, given the workload with ball and bat is a bit too much. The covers are coming off, so I actually see the pitch now. The stumps not yet in their holes, but they are on the ground, and we're in a lunch break, and this brings us to the dig for this lunch break. How many times across this test has the weather been fine, but we haven't played because it's been in an already established break? This is the dig for Sherlock Wheelbarrows. Lighten the load with Sherlock Wheelbarrows. That's who we're having a dig at. I don't know if it's an ICC issue, but surely they can make the regulations more flexible so that this doesn't happen. When you've got a chance to play, you play.
Correct. I completely agree. I think the game needs to be modernised in a few ways, and that's one of it.
Surely it suits everyone. It allows the players to play, the fans to watch.
There's a decent amount of fans down here, mainly Indian, in front of us, and they've come here today, obviously thinking that hopefully they'll get some playing regardless of what's going to happen, and let's entertain them.
From the job site to your backyard, lighten the load with Sherlock. The Women's Ashes. See Australia ignite in the Women's Ashes this January 12 to February 2. Search for Ashes tickets. And this is a lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. This delay has snuffed out any sort of chance of a win or a loss result. So all eyes now, even more than they were, are on Australia's top three. McSweeney, Khawaja, Labuschagne, especially Khawaja on his birthday. What can they get out of the next couple of hours of cricket if we do get back on?
Look, I think what they need to do is try and back up what they did in the first innings. Depending on what Pat Cummins' plans are, I'm not sure whether Australia think they're going to come out and throw the willow and then maybe declare and have a crack at India for a certain amount of overs. But if they're just batting, then I think, build on what they did in the first innings, because all three of them, I think, have played a critical role in setting Australia up for the position they're in at the moment, given the amount of balls they absorbed. Yes, they didn't get the results with the runs, but I think that's something that they need that hopefully will come in time in Melbourne. But in this situation here, it's all about confidence and how you're feeling and taking that into the next test. It's a marginal gain thing, and we saw, earlier in this series, both teams have got marginal gains out of maybe a losing cause, particularly in Perth. I thought Travis Head's knock and even Mitch Marsh's knock in that second innings were gains for Australia. Then they took that into Adelaide. So there's something to be gained for those three.
Did you find it difficult to bat when the game was gone?
I found it really difficult. Yeah. I generally didn't do well in these situations because it didn't feel like, you were going to get much out of it. Like, there was no real thrill of having achieved something, whereas when the test is on the line or you've got to try and set the test match up, that's when you sort of feel a lot more alive.
You're a competitor, Cato.
Oh, yeah. That was probably my biggest strength, was being a competitor.
So a weakness was when there was no competition?
Or the game situation had sort of, taken it to a situation where you were well ahead of the game and maybe, you had a massive first innings lead and then the second innings, there wasn't as much pressure. Yes, it's nice to get runs, but if you get out, you're still way ahead of the game.
Yeah. What would Carey's standing be, asked James? Well, Chuck Berry's just actually texted in saying Alex Carey could captain the Australian Test team.
Yep.
Similar age to Cummins and Head. It says Ashton Turner is the best T20 captain in the country. Yep. You've worked with Ashton Turner pretty closely. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, no doubt. And I think, he makes a good point about Alex Carey. Unfortunately, I forgot about him.
We got a message through here. This is from Ben Oliver, who's the Cricket Australia General Manager of High Performance, regarding Josh Hazlewood. Now, I want to preface this by saying I believe it, but it's entirely predictable. I think two things can be true at once. He says Josh passed all assessments before he was selected for the third test and was fully fit entering the match. Unfortunately, Josh suffered a new, unrelated calf injury during the warm-up on day 4. This is disappointing for Josh, who does everything right in his preparation and is a highly valued member of the team. We have the very best medical staff who will now oversee Josh's rehabilitation from this new injury. So they've just reaffirmed that this was not related to the side strain, that he was fully fit, and this is, in essence, just a coincidence and bad luck. What's your take on that, Cato?
I can't say what I'm thinking, but anyway. Look, it's pretty, as you said, it's expected that that's the way it's going to be reported. I mean, only they know. I mean, obviously the docs and everyone have scanned and physios have checked him, so you've just got to take it on face value.
And that's all we can do in these situations. Yeah. The most predictable thing is that we, in the media and the public, second guesses Hazlewood playing, and then Cricket Australia stands firm and goes, no, he was fully fit. That's fine. What is true and is objectively accurate is that his body's breaking down more and more regularly. So his future's now clouded. He might not play Test cricket again for another 6 months. West Indies, World Test Championship. How many Test matches does he get through in the Ashes next year? Who are the next few bowlers in line? All of a sudden, Josh Hazlewood's career appears a lot more shaky than it did even a couple of weeks ago before he did his side strain.
Yeah, I think, he's 34 years of age or 33, turning 34.
He's about to turn 34.
Yeah, so, look, I think he's still got plenty of good cricket left in him, but in the last, 35 tests that Australia have played, I think he's only played 17 or 18 of them, something like that. So he's missed a chunk and he's had these recurring injuries because he's had Achilles before, which leads to calf, and obviously side strains are not fun either. But, look, I think with his class, he'll do all the work. He's a true professional. He'll get back. It's just how much longer he can go for, because when you're interrupted like this all the time, you've got to build up to work your way back. But his class speaks for itself.
I posed the question before on the new ball with Bharat. We had a spirited discussion. $2.3 million he went for in the IPL. And I would not begrudge him at all taking that money and playing, but is that the best preparation for him to play in the West Indies, to play the World Test Championship final, to play in the Ashes? That's an open question.
When you say preparation, I mean, he's playing cricket. It's high-level cricket. I mean, it's obviously not the same format.
High-intensity cricket, shorter spells.
Yeah. And that's going to be the question that the trainer's going to be, asking. Is that going to be ideal for him leading into what's coming up for Australia after the IPL? Although I do believe the IPL is going to be earlier this year because of all that. I think it's going to start in mid-March.
Yeah.
So it might coincide that he recovers from all this, gets some cricket in, maybe misses Sri Lanka, but then might be right for New South Wales to play a couple of Shield games prior to going to IPL.
So Cricket Australia can't tell him not to go to the IPL, clearly, we know that. But can Cricket Australia say, hey, can you only play this amount of games in this number of days? What negotiation do they have?
Maybe. I mean, I know that Cricket Australia get a dividend from the contract. So I think it's a 10% royalty or something like that.
Wow.
So they make money out of the players going there, which has been the case for a long period of time. But in terms of how he can be managed, obviously he's one of 8 overseas in a squad where you only can play 4 in a team. So there potentially might be discussions, but generally when they get bought for that sort of money, they're expected to be available and fit for the whole tournament.
Up next, the lunch break quiz. Go head-to-head with Flem for your chance to win a $50 Ponting Wines voucher. Flem's highly competitive. Not quite Simon Katich competitive, but he's in the same sort of ballpark. The stumps are out in the middle of the Gabba, meaning if all things go to plan for the next 20 or so minutes, we should have play at 12:40 local time, which is 22 minutes away. SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean, holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. Simon Katich, thank you. We'll see you later this afternoon. Up next, it's the quiz. Give us a call. Get involved with the quiz, 1300 736 736.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Daniel's Donuts has a new loaded donut. Think ice cream and toppings galore. Guess what? Get yours free in-store tomorrow between 2 and 3 p.m. Excluding Flinders Street petrol and convenience stores. While stocks last. T&Cs apply.
For all your commercial vehicle needs, search Avis Trucks. From trucks, buses, vans and utes, long or short term, search Avis Trucks and browse the range today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
You've gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? You'll be bowled over with the range of air conditioning solutions to suit any home design. Switch to a Dakin this summer and transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au for more info. Dakin, perfecting the air.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Leave your weekday worries behind on a Royal Caribbean cruise holiday where every day is the weekend. From bumper cars with your crew to a couple's massage for the both of you. Save up to 60% off your second guest, while kids sail from just $59 a day. Plus, book now with a half-price deposit. Whether you're looking to dial up your weekend with a short getaway or escape to the South Pacific, get on board with Royal Caribbean. Conditions apply. Visit royalcaribbean.com.au now.
I feel like a twilight funeral does sound like a good idea. I guess in the day everyone can go about their busy lives, but then also then have an opportunity to go to that event and celebrate life.
Maybe it is a nice way to remember someone because it's kind of like the last thing that happens in your day.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Woken up tired but you've got an epic day ahead? Get to work and smash your day with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Stay alert and boost your energy fast with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine energy than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into your glass or water bottle, let it fizz and tackle today. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies. Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Unappreciative kids can make family meals suck. But all that can change when you buy Love a Duck. Our Peking duck kits give you bang for your buck. With a microwave handy, let your kids run amok, assembling their pancakes with ease and with pluck. Say goodbye to those days when you heard them cry, yuck. At Coles, Woolies and Independence, embrace Love a Duck. Because if you'll pardon my language, it's as easy as...
Cricket fans, ever wish you had a 12th man at home? As proud gold sponsor of Cricket Australia, Liquorland is making sure the best delivery isn't just on the pitch, but at your place. Get drinks delivered to your door with free express delivery when you spend over $99. Liquorland is your 12th man, bringing the drinks this cricket season. Cheers, Liquorland. 18 plus, T's and C's apply. Express delivery not available in SA or NT. Delivery fees may apply. Choose to drink wise.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from only $589,900. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket.
It is the lunch break for Robot Building Supplies. From stumps to roof, we will bowl you away with our better prices. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan with me, and it's time for the
lunchtime quiz with Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
There it is,
Oh,
Baz.
there you go. It's back.
We got the sting back after 3 weeks. We've got Damien Fleming with us, who was
Gentlemen.
we haven't had a caller win this test match, and you're very good at this. So it's going to be you and Paul from Penrith head to head. Paul.
Okay, Paul.
Are you there, mate?
Yeah, I am. How's it going?
Brilliant. Good to have you with us. It's a very simple process, this. You buzz in if you know it. If you get it right, you get a point. If you don't, it goes to Flem, or vice versa. Best of 5. We have got a tiebreaker. We've got a theme as well. What's our theme today, Baz?
It's wild day 5 finishes in Australia.
Right. We wrote this when we were hoping, we were dreaming about what might happen. Probably not now, but anyway, that's fine. All right. Question 1. In 1987 at Sydney, Australia picked Peter Taylor to debut from nowhere. Peter who, as the headlines read. But who was his spin twin that week?
Flem.
Flem.
Do you want to finish it or not?
Who picked up England's last wicket with his final ball of the match to secure Australia a famous win.
That's throwing me out now. If I didn't know the answer was Peter Sleep. Did you see what I did there?
I did. Sound asleep. That great bit of commentary from Bill Laurie declaring it one of the great wins for Australia and all the rest of it. It was,
well, there wasn't many back then.
No.
Around that time.
No, there wasn't. So Flem's 1-0 up, Paul. You're going to have to get in quick
Paul. Yeah, not to forget Peter Sleep's contribution to Australian cricket. Travis Head, who played a big role in his life.
Yes.
All right, second question, gents. At the same ground at the SCG in 2022, England hung on for a draw, 9 wickets down as Jimmy Anderson played out the final over. Now, who bowled that final over for Australia?
Paul, who bowled the last over in 2022 to England at the SCG?
Nathan Lyon.
It was not Nathan Getty Lyon. Flem, who was it?
I don't even really know. Mitchell Stark.
It was neither of them. It was Stephen Smith.
Bad light.
And his leggies at the end of the bad light at the end.
Visualise that a bit.
Both ends, and it was a half tracker to finish from memory. And Jimmy and it was Jimmy's last test in Australia as well. They didn't pick him for Hobart the next week due to an injury or whatever it was. So 1-0 Flem. Third question coming up here. Speaking of holding on for draws 9 down, in the 87 Boxing Day test, it was Mike Whitney who saw off 3 overs at the death. Who bowled that final over for New Zealand? Flem.
Sir Richard Hadley.
No, it wasn't. The last over. I certainly hope it was the last
No,
over.
you've done it right. It's Sir Richard Hadley.
Hadley bowled the last over.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, in that case. I genuinely thought it was Danny Morrison.
No,
bowled the penalty.
he had the LBW,
The LBW shot.
in the previous over.
How embarrassing for me. I've got to cop that. I didn't check it.
So you're -1.
I'm
You are
-1.
-1.
Paul, you're beaten
Paul,
Colo.
You're knocking me off.
Sorry, Colo.
So, yes.
Did you have an answer, Paul?
Gosh.
Just in case.
No,
Did he know it was Sir
57 was a
Richard?
bit before my time, but 89.
No, that's fine. Okay.
no,
All's well that ends well.
No,
So, Danny
cool.
Morrison.
Yeah, that's a bit
is-
hard. How old are you, Paul?
43.
Correct. There you go. There's a
Ding,
He's
ding.
got a win. He's got a win there.
All right, 2-0
Ramshackle
Flem.
day 5. Okay.
2-0 Flem. All right. Now we move to the amazing Adelaide Oval, where Australia managed the impossible against England in 2006 with Shane Warne's final masterpiece. But who hit the winning runs?
Paul, who hit the winning runs for Australia late on day 5 at Adelaide?
Would that be Gilchrist?
It wasn't. It was another cricketer.
I'm going to go David Hussey's brother, Michael.
It was David Hussey's brother, Michael, another West
3-0.
Australian left-hander.
3-0 Flem.
One of the great commentary days. That one.
would
No,
have
it was just going to be a draw.
Yeah.
I had all my stories,
Yeah.
blah, blah, blah. And then a man called S.K. Vaughan had different ideas.
Yeah, because
But I seriously thought long day
Yeah.
stories. Had the stories ready to go.
Had England even started their second innings when day 5, they might have just in. You know?
Yes, and you know what they did? They were really defensive, and it was sort of like, oh, geez, there's no momentum here. They're going nowhere. You know, Warner, run out. Brett Lee bowled really well with some reverse swing. That is one of the great wins of all time.
From nowhere.
Damien Martin's last Test match.
Yes. Nicked off and that was that,
No,
wasn't
he
it?
nicked off, yeah.
Nicked off, then he nicked off.
From
Yeah,
the
as it were.
change rooms, yeah.
Another last gasp win for Australia came at Sydney in 2008. A fierce and controversial stoush with India. Who took 3 wickets in 5 balls to pitch it? Paul, who was it?
Michael Clark.
Ding, 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 on the board.
Well done, Paul.
On the board. And given you got the question Flem put to you, I'm going to say that's 3-2 Flem with the tiebreaker, giving you the chance to level it up. Hey, I'm just making my own rules up here. It's that kind of test match. Tiebreaker.
That
Baz.
statistically can't happen, but
No.
let's do it.
It's casting vote.
Yes.
3-3 with the casting
It's
vote.
worth 2 points. Or
Oh, we
something.
wrote down the question, so
Yeah,
we'll
that'll
ask
do.
it anyway.
Tiebreaker's worth 2. That's better.
So in that win at the SCG, which Indian batter took out the wrong pair of gloves to become the final wicket? It's a fast bowler. Not really known for his batting.
Big, tall, fast bowler.
Flem.
Flem.
I'd have to go Ashant Sharma.
Flem's done it again. He hasn't won the $50 voucher for pontingwines.com.au to purchase Ricky's own Ponting Wines. Experience Ponting Wines on every Royal Caribbean cruise. That goes to Paul from Penrith. Paul, thank you for being a great guest.
Well done, Paul.
Nice
Paul.
get
No
there
worries.
with the 5th question. Make
You're
sure
up against the best today, Paul. You're unlucky. You should have had Katich.
I could picture the bowler in the last question, but I just couldn't name him. I had him in my mind, but just couldn't think of the name.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's one of those clips that does the rounds on social media quite often with, you know, the two right-hand gloves down or something, Baz, and Ishant Sharma as a teenager then. That has been the lunchtime quiz throughout the course of this week. Thank you to all the callers who have been involved. We'll do it again at Melbourne next week and at Sydney in turn. SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The good news here at the Gabba as we sort of drift towards our next break, it's looking great. So they took lunch at midday. I reckon they could have taken it at 11:50, but ignore me. Midday means that we have to wait 10 more minutes for play, but India's bowlers are warming up, their fielders are catching.
Jasprit Bumrah is already by the pitch.
Jasprit Bumrah is ready to go at the Stanley Street end, and we will be too on SEN Test Cricket. Flem, you stay here. You'll be with Gerard Whateley and Ian Healy after the break to start the second session belatedly in a moment. India were all out for 260 earlier. They trail by 185. Australia at last ready to start their second innings. Back in a moment.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hejaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
When you're thinking of dinner and feeling quite stuck, might we suggest you give thought to loving a duck? It makes a nice change from those birds that go cluck. And with new heat and eat packs, you can't come unstuck. For 15 short minutes into a moderate oven, chuck. And our Peking duck breasts will leave you awestruck. Coles, Woolies and Independents all stock Love a Duck. In fact, to put it quite crudely, it's as tasty as...
Get on the SEN win page. Here's why.
In 2025, Sport Next Melbourne returns March 12 to 14. Global and domestic leaders tackle the biggest issues, trends and opportunities sport will face in the decades to come. As the largest sport conference in the Asia-Pacific region, you have extra incentive to book now. If you purchase your tickets by this Friday, you could win an ultimate SEN corporate box experience for two. Sport Next Melbourne 2025.
Enter now. Head to the SEN win page.
You gotta love the sounds of summer. And Dakin has been keeping Australian homes cool for the last 55 years. How's that? And the only air conditioning company with over 500 Dakin specialist dealers who all love air conditioning and looking after you. Transform your home into the ideal haven. Visit dakin.com.au to locate your nearest Dakin air conditioning specialist. Dakin, perfecting the air.
You wouldn't go out to bat without the proper protective equipment, and you wouldn't let your fleet of vehicles or machinery hit the road or worksite without the protection they deserve. So, give your fleet the right support with Sinopec's premium lubricant. It's got the runs on the board for protecting Australian fleets for over 13 years without compromising on quality. Make the right switch for your fleet today. Discover the Sinopec difference at sinopeconline.com.au.
Hi, Ricky Ponting here. Cruising and fine wine go hand in hand, just like summer and cricket. And thanks to Royal Caribbean, you could win a cruise holiday while enjoying Ponting wines. You'll enjoy wine tasting hosted by Ponting Wine's award-winning winemaker Ben Riggs, ride the Flow Rider surf simulator, even a game of cricket in the middle of the ocean. Or just relax in the adults-only Solarium pool. Enter at iCanWin.com.au to win all this and more. Conditions apply.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from only $589,900. Sinopec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Sinopec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket. The second session for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work.
We're about to see some crickets. Australia will be batting in a few minutes' time. How long that lasts is, well, you'll be shocked to know,
Mercy of the weather gods. For Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. It is 30 degrees at the Gabba. The humidity is 69% and there are storms brewing not too far away. The pitch is uncovered, the stumps are in. It's that tinge of green that it's had the whole way through. For Mole Map, get a Mole Map. One check, two experts. Fresh from dominating the quiz, Damien Fleming. Hello.
Yeah, I want to dominate this session as well, just in a commentary sense. I don't know what that means. Runs for Australia.
We'll make a prediction.
Healy, hello.
Thanks, Gerard.
That I'll dominate. That's my prediction.
Righto. Okay. You know, I've just worked out why India are probably a little more uplifted than Australia this morning.
Yep.
Because they're bowling.
Yep.
Bowling is a lot more fun than batting for these two top orders, isn't it?
Yeah, in this series. So, no, there's still plenty to play. If we only, say, even get 2 hours, Gerard, you know, the Australian top order need runs.
Yes.
You know, for confidence, for form, for selection going forward. And there's a little bit from India to find out, you know, what they've got besides Bumrah as well. I thought Deep was okay. And I didn't even know did he get a wicket or 1 wicket in the end?
He got 1 in the end.
Yeah. So they've got the opportunity, India. They're pumped up by getting past the follow-on. You know, now can they take a couple of victims with the ball?
Yeah, all you're looking for is psychological edges now in this test match. And if they were to take 3 by the time the rain closes it all down, they'll be full of themselves, particularly if they deny runs to McSweeney and Khawaja. And Bumrah keeps his stranglehold.
Yeah, and you can, you know, just go for broke. You might only have 1 spell in you. And Bumrah's been just absolutely terrific. To think that, you know, he took 6 for in the first innings and stopped when there was 2 wickets left.
Yeah.
You know, he's dominated the Australians. And I can see that continuing to happen. Like, there still is a green tinge to this pitch. When the ball hits those cracks, there's still a lot of movement. 2 Australian opening batsmen with not a lot of runs behind them in this series.
The vast majority of the crowd in is Indian, so this will sound very much in favour of the tourists, however long it lasts. Usman Khawaja's 38th birthday, and his present is to face a little bit of Jasprit Bumrah. And Nathan McSweeney, who so far has been terrorised by the spearheads, it's a bit of a net. See if he can get through.
Yeah, a good opportunity. Hopefully more an extended run than the second innings against India at Adelaide. They got their num for 18 or whatever, but McSweeney played a couple of lovely shots, a square drive and a cut shot.
Yeah, can he make his mind think that's what he's doing? You know, he's out here for not long. Let's get sharp and mobile and put a few away. You know, just like there's nothing to lose. There was everything to lose, nothing much to gain with that 19-run chase, but they played with freedom, didn't they? So he's got to replicate that. He's purposely gone up and taken strike. Usman was at that the striker's end, and then they went, hang on, Jasprit's going to bowl from that end, or we'll swap. So it's his turn, or he's got the job anyway.
The big thing is, I know you don't get a lot of opportunities, but rotation of the strike's so important. He gets bogged down, and Bumrah can just work him over.
Jasprit Bumrah, 18 wickets at 11.72 in this series thus far. And the duel with McSweeney, it's 4 for 12 from 52 deliveries. And it actually should be tighter than that because Bumrah had McSweeney dropped on 3 in Adelaide, which allowed McSweeney a much longer stay. There'll be 3 slips and a gully in place. Bright sunshine, but the skies are moody all around the Gabba. Jasprit Bumrah just takes his time at the top of his mark.
Good chance for him to break his new shoes in. He's given the old ones away. The orange solars are in.
Let's have at it. Jasprit Bumrah, right arm over the wicket. Nathan McSweeney faces up to him, and McSweeney is leaving outside the off stump. Is it brisk enough?
That was a very early leave and forward thrust there from McSweeney.
Bumrah's just stopped to have a word with the umpire on the way back.
Because it's slippery, the new ball.
The new ball is slippery because of the humidity, is what he's explaining there. exactly why umpire Kettleborough needs to know that. But
Yeah,
just
what does he want? Have you got a dehumidifier in your pocket?
Sweaty palms. Bumrah gets moving from the Vulture Street end here at the Gabba. He bowls to McSweeney, who's leaving, flies through to punt around the ears.
Good carry, isn't it? Day 5. Just a bit wide. Bumrah will just want to get that ball zeroed in on off stump here.
There's a whole lot of why not do this and why not do that on the text, which amuse me. Why don't Australia just declare and have a crack? Make it interesting for once. Show some backbone. Which is then followed by why not open with Stark and Head?
Okay. Clear fences.
Bumrah bowls to McSweeney. Ford runs the ball past the gully and collects his first couple down to third. McSweeney gets off the mark.
Always a good feeling. Heels just get off that dreaded duck, isn't it?
Oh, I don't care whether it goes through third man or not. In the air through that gap, I'll take it. Perth, how many runs did I score in Perth? Down the third man.
So 9 in the first innings for McSweeney. The pay.com.au replay screen just playing with the angled bat in defence. Bumrah bowls to him and McSweeney leaves the ball near the off stump.
That is tight. Went away towards the slips. That type of delivery, he got McSweeney in Perth with the in-swinger, didn't he? He bowled a few out-swingers, set him up and bowled fuller and quicker and got the ball to shape back in.
He's taken an off-stump guard, McSweeney. His back toe is on off-stump, so Bumrah's probably going to have to angle something in.
Bumrah lets fly. McSweeney leaves. That's tight again. Good yelp from the cordon. Keep him on edge.
Once again, it's another one that's gone away. You know, he is building up for this in-swinger. Might save it till next over. Beautiful wrist release there. That's a stable scene.
I am admiring of the number of people who'd love this to develop into a game. Declare now, best chance to win is for Australia to get bowled out for fewer than 100. Last ball of Bumrah's first over. McSweeney was on the move. He plays it from his pads to the short mid-wicket. No run. None for 2 at the end of the first over. Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Australia's trusted plumbing supplier. And that is part of the evolution, is how will McSweeney go about combating Bumrah when the bowler has it all over you in the early stages?
Yeah, but I mean, a significant innings here might break, the back of that. You're still, wary, but as opposed to just going, well, how do I survive and how do I thrive? So, this is a massive opportunity, isn't it?
You can see him at the non-striker's end. He's really working on something in his stance, McSweeney. He's backlift and watching the ball. So he's just still not out of his own head yet.
Mohammad Siraj cheered for the first time in a long time. There are no Australian fans here to pick up the booing. It's all the cheering of the Indian fans who hold sway. This session is for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Australia none for 2. The birthday boy Usman Khawaja faces up. He's on the back foot, cutting for a boundary. Help yourself outside the off stump. Put it forward a point, and despite the slowish outfield with the rain, it gets there to touch the rope. Usman Khawaja off to a flyer. The boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
That's a beautiful shot. He's such a classy player. Usman Khawaja, particularly when he's playing square of the wicket, he likes to play the pull and hook shot as well, but that was short, wide, asking you to be smashed into that point boundary rope, and it was.
2 slips gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg forward of the umpire, and fine leg. Siraj around the wicket, Khawaja leaves.
It's so obvious, just the class of Bumrah, isn't it? Like he's a different level. Like he's just wandered out of the dressing room, into the huddle, out to the umpire, started his bowling, and he's got life, he's got shape about the delivery, he's got control, and that lively speed that's hard to judge for the batsman.
Siraj to Khawaja on the back foot, jumpy as he plays it away to square, no run.
And I think Siraj will develop into a good bowler. I think he's got a good action. I think he looks quite strong, short, and all those good things. So I hold high hopes for him. So let's hope he can find his confidence again. And it should be such a delight to go around the world playing in the Indian 11. Oh, goodness.
There's no away games.
Yeah.
Siraj is bowling. Khawaja drives gloriously through mid-off. Second boundary from the blade in the over. Siraj has got it nowhere near right. Khawaja is tapping him around. Boundaries for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools.
Yeah, if anything in Australian conditions when the ball's moving, Siraj, likes hitting the pitch hard. He bowled a fraction short, so it looks like he's trying to adjust here, but searching for his stock ball, and Usman jumping on any opportunity to score. Excellent batting.
He's got 11 wickets in the series, Siraj. Khawaja lets it pass.
So the difference between that ball that Khawaja had to have a real good close look at it and then make a late decision to let go. And the one before, he just floated it up, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't bend his back in that 2 balls ago. Well, that one he went back to his habit of bang and stock ball, bang it into the wicket.
No, he's pacey enough.
Yep. He's sort of decelerated in the ball before that and floated up and got smashed.
Khawaja is beaten on the outside edge. So Siraj has something at the end of the over on which to build. None for 10. Australia after 2. The Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in Bonds full price stores now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Give the gift of a BMW this Christmas at Waverley BMW. With a wide range of demonstrator models available for immediate delivery, you can now take advantage of exceptional opportunities across the range. Visit Waverley BMW at 579 Springvale Road, Glen Waverley. LMCT 8953.
Jasprit Bumrah begins the fresh over. He's bowling to Nathan McSweeney, who's wrapped on the pads. Nothing from the bowler. All the shout was in the cordon. I like Bumrah. It has an element of club cricket too. There's a lot of conversation going on between bowler and umpire. The LBW shout, how's that? Get amongst it with Tinnies. How's that? Hazy Pale Ale available at Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
There's an element that I think he may umpire once he retires.
Yeah. I wonder how his dismissal would be. Very straight-armed, I reckon. Or his elbow
bit
back.
Stuttery.
Yeah.
Billy Bowden.
Something like that.
Bumrah. McSweeney advanced. Let it pass. So that's twice he's had a walk at Bumrah.
Good to see the ex-players umpiring as well. Did you always pick Paul Rifle to be a future Test umpire?
No,
with him?
No, but it makes a lot of sense. He generally doesn't like people and he doesn't talk.
Yes.
So
doesn't like making a decision.
We should have had him earmarked.
He seriously was the last person, wasn't he, that we'd ever expect.
Bumrah to McSweeney. Oh, he just kept it out of the pads, or did he? Bumrah is asking around the order of pad and bats. Rowett and Bumrah are in conversation.
Rowett stresses.
It's runs so far. Or is he waiting to give the leg
He
by
can't signal until they've decided whether they'll review or not. They'll leave matters be. So no DRS for IMAR, trusted by tradies for insurance. Call 13 IMAR today.
Bowlology Gold. I was talking about the in-swinger. There it is. So he's bowled.
But I think that's a cutter. Fleming, watch this.
No,
watch how much it goes.
No, both though. Did you see where the seam was angled? Towards middle and
that
leg
moves
slip.
a long way.
The bat nowhere near it. It's all about the leg stump.
And they appealed because of such a good delivery, but for a ball to move that excessively, you would have had to have started on a 6th stump line, I reckon.
Leg by scrambles. Bumrah around the wicket. Easy bowls to Khawaja. Bowled him straight through him.
Wow,
Bumrah strikes again. And Khawaja can't find any runs on his birthday. He's gone for 8. And those questions grow around Australia's veteran opener as he departs aged 38. 1 for 11.
Yeah, Bumrah has bowled that into the doorway to departure for Usman Khawaja. I mean, that is a crack. Big in swing of the previous delivery. That just looked like it beat Usman for pace.
Yep.
So, I tell you what, this is going to be an ugly session with Bumrah and the ball. Heels.
There's more Indians in here already. They're filling the stadium out, but the length of Bumrah is just incredibly consistent, and that was a genuine top of the stumps. Usman went a little bit too hard on one that should have been really solid in defence behind, and it cannoned off his back pad onto the top of off stump.
He's just done him.
Yeah, it's zipping off the perfect length for the ball he's trying to bowl.
It's, the tiniest brush on the inside edge, onto the back leg, onto the stump, so it's gone through the gates. A little bit of billiards on the way through.
McSweeney has got plenty that have nipped away from him in the corridor, and he's let go. Then the one that he angles in, it's nipping back in the other way. So this is genuine, legendary bowling.
Oh, yeah. So that's 19 in the series. He's running hot.
What's his average now?
8.
He is winning every under-12 trophy bowling average in Australia.
So he's just ticking it down into the low 11s.
Low 11s, is it?
Australia's favourite hot water, that's steady, hot and strong. And now Marnus Labuschagne is out there in the 3rd over. Jasprit Bumrah with a head full of steam. Bowls to Labuschagne, he leaves. Arches the hips to get out of the way, keeps the bat high.
See, it feels a lot faster than 137 k's an hour too.
We'll bring Tom Morris in with a good oil for Cobram Estate, Australia's extra virgin olive oil.
Well, like the live ladder, we've been following it all summer, Flem. Jasprit Bumrah's overall test average is now 19.64.
Gee, that's getting a little bit comfortably under 20 now.
Bumrah quickly in from his mark. Bowls Labuschagne forward and defending solidly. Successful over for Jasprit Bumrah. It's 1 for 11 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
The sun had gone behind the horizon, the small band of clouds and the sky behind it just went the most incredible light orange, dark orange, light pink, dark pink. It was really spectacular.
Pretty much any sunset that's from my mum and dad's house is a beautiful sunset to me. I just love going home, especially in summer.
Celebrate life as the sun sets with Tobin Brothers Funerals. Find out more about their twilight services at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes by a Henley completed home and move in now. 1 for 11. Khawaja's out. Bowled by Bumrah. McSweeney at the striker's end is on 2, and Mohammad Siraj, who gave up a couple of boundaries to Khawaja. He's awaiting clearance at the Stanley Street end. 3 slips in a gully in place. Left outside the off stump by McSweeney.
Different ball game, isn't it? Siraj is, a good test bowler. But we're seeing one of the greats at the other end.
He's prowling around fine leg too. He'd bowl a 25 ball over if he was allowed.
Siraj is, you got to get full. You got to make the Australian batsmen play. They don't want to.
McSweeney defends from the crease. The overall lead is 196 after India was bowled out for 260. The first couple of overs this morning, Travis Head took the last wicket. Then we had a long delay through first severe weather warnings and some pretty solid rain. We're under sunshine for the time being. 5 to 1 in the afternoon here in Brisbane. McSweeney faces up. He's turning the ball to leg. It's protected at mid-wicket, no run.
He's watchful. He's got time because it's just a tad short, but short of a length. I think with this new ball, you can afford to get into that good length, that 5-6 metre mark. Nothing wrong with floating someone up to encourage the drive either. Who cares? If it goes for 4. You got 3 slips in place.
Siraj bounds in. He bowls. McSweeney is leaving. Just a fraction too short, as Flem was describing.
And you got to have some. You got to be your best self coach on the field as well. So when you are struggling for the right length in particular, the line's not bad. You know, what are you doing? Is it a field, or do you look further down the pitch? Are you looking up at off bail to get you up, or are you trying to focus up on Richard Pant's gloves?
Siraj bowls. McSweeney back, punching the ball to point. No run. Dev, the sub, is on at the moment.
Unless you're setting him up for an in-swinger, full in-swinger or a Yorker, you don't want to get punched off the back foot with this new ball.
And when you're envisaging the wicketkeeper's gloves, Flemmer, you can't be head high. You want to envisage his gloves waist high.
Yes, definitely.
That will enable you to get it fuller.
Siraj to McSweeney. He's playing the ball to point, and he goes with a stroke. Gill closes from mid-off, but it was a well-judged single. 3 for McSweeney, 1 for 12. And that is the end of the over on the Holman Plumbing Scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in Bonds full price stores now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Looking for a halal super fund? Talk to Hijaz Financial Services. Keeping halal super affordable. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation or needs.
Jasprit Bumrah is eager. He has Nathan McSweeney in his sights. McSweeney danced down the pitch, defends. Bumrah picks up, he charged to pick up and ended up overrunning the ball. SEN Test cricketers for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, it's 1 for 12. McSweeney's 3.
He's seriously coming a long way down.
Yeah.
And he's walking a long way to square leg in between balls. My only problem with that is it's purely defensive frame of mind, that he's not going to be able to score off that. So if Bumrah gets a little bit of extra bounce, I don't know how he's going to be able to cope with it.
Fascinating battle. Bumrah, McSweeney stayed home, defends the ball to point, no run.
He'll know when he's in great touch when that one goes to the cover gap. That's better than the first innings. They were going to gully and behind the wicket when he was running balls that way with a half-open face, or the face wasn't quite ready to come through. It was getting done for pace. That one went to point, and there's a big gap. If he can now just get the full face of the bat coming through the ball and get it to cover and get a single, good step.
Bumrah is over the wicket, bowling to the right-hander. McSweeney forward, runs the ball to cover and takes off with the stroke, just as Ian Healy recommended.
Well coached, Heels.
He is. Still a little bit open, wasn't it?
Take the credit.
Thank you, Damien. And Gerard. Still a little bit open and squirty, but got it into the gap.
Yeah, nice batting.
And Marnus got to do the same. When we see Marnus cover drive or on drive just wide of mid-on, he's on.
1 for 13. Labuschagne is on strike as he faces up to Bumrah, ducks the bouncer, which took off. Pant didn't glove it and will give away a bye. 1 for 14.
And that was what was so good about day 2 in Adelaide. We did see those shots.
Yep.
The cover drive took time, but when he nailed a couple of them, you go, no, that's the run machine that Marnus was a few years ago. That beautiful, if you get too straight, just clipping it through mid-wicket for 4. And then once you over-adjusted outside off stump, he nailed them through cover or point region.
This is the battle, Bumrah and McSweeney. Bumrah delivers. McSweeney leaves. Got the bat out of the way of the flying delivery.
Wow.
And I think McSweeney, one of his weapons that he can introduce soon as you like, please, Nathan, but is when on his pads he hits it. He gets contact on his pads. So when Marnus in Adelaide was so convincing through the leg side, that then creates the bowler to change and overpitch on the offside, and that's when his cover drive came out. So McSweeney, if he gets something on his pads, find the gap. Find the bat, then the gap.
McSweeney leaving a ball well outside the off stump on the rise. 1 for 14 into the over. Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
As you listen to sixes and fours being struck and you start feeling peckish, why not love a duck? These rich, tasty birds into which you can tuck are as fast to prepare as a quick single snuck. In new heat and eat packs that require no luck at Coles, Woolies and Independents, all fresh off our truck. But mere cricketing terms can't describe love a duck. So I'll use sledging language. It's as tasty as...
SEN Test cricket for for Henley Holmes. By Henley completed home and move in now. 1 for 14. Khawaja the man gone for 8. McSweeney's 4. Marnus Labuschagne yet to score. Mohammad Siraj hasn't quite found the line or the length just yet. None for 9 from his 2 overs. He's got 2 slips in place. Bowles and Marnus drives straight to mid-off. No run.
Sort of surprised himself, Marnus, then a little bit late on that shot because he was looking for a more venomous ball than that. Oh, hang on, it's floated up, and before he knew it, he was late on the drive. So a batsman in command would be spearing that through the covers.
And this bat raised. Siraj bowls to him. He's forward defending back to the bowler.
More ready for that one. It's a nice, solid defensive shot. Wasn't the drivable length, that's all.
Yep, no, good delivery there from Siraj.
Fuller this over than previously. Either a bit of self-talk or advice out there. Siraj to Labuschagne. Leaves outside the off stump.
Kept a bit low, that one.
Listen to the crowd. The crowd, oh, and it was a leave.
Yeah.
Oh, God. The confidence levels are very wobbly.
Excitable.
Probably not doing enough with their field placings just yet. They've blocked off a lot of shots that they might like Marnus to have a go at.
Siraj to Labuschagne, runs the ball off the inside portion of the blade out to fine leg. There's one on offer, and it's Labuschagne's first run.
Yeah, I'd have a third slip. You don't need cover. And I think you bowl that way too, Heels. Like, when you see the cover in like that, you might just bowl a bit shorter and looking to dot them up, whereas I think you just attack with the new ball.
Yep. I think they can attack more than they are at the moment.
Lead back to 200 for Australia.
Nearly got enough.
Siraj to McSweeney. Clips from his toes, but straight to mid-wicket. No run.
Still, it's very tense, isn't it? Yeah. You know, Usman now being knocked over, so it's been a poor series for him. A low score for either of these Australian batsmen, just nails. Well, it's going to nail their confidence again. But if they can get through, you know, this Bumrah spell, there should be runs out there. The pitch is good.
Nice ball of the Siraj over. McSweeney all jammed up. Inside edge onto the pad. Trickles away to second slip. 1 for 15 into the over. The Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
G'day there. Watch out for a crash on the Monash Freeway inbound before Huntingdale Road. It's in the left-hand emergency lane with speed back to 40 k's. Then it's slow again inbound from Tarak Road into the Domain Tunnel. And emergency works on the Deepark Bypass outbound before Robinsons Road. Looking for a last-minute gift idea or want to refresh your home for the holidays? Head to Domain Furniture, Bedding and Homewares today. Domain, your exclusive furniture and bedding destination. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
This session of play for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Workwear for wherever you work. And Jasprit Bumrah, 1 for 3. He's in and bowling to Labuschagne, who's driving to mid-off. The significance of the Bumrah wicket in this innings already. The stats for Junheinrich, German-engineered forklifts and racking systems. Tom Morris.
So we know that Jasprit Bumrah averages 17.5 in Australia to go with his 19 and a bit overall. He's taken 51 wickets in Australia, which is the equal most of any Indian bowler of all time, equal with Kapil Dev.
Oh, yeah. Great outswing bowler, Kapil Dev.
We get a no ball signalled from that first ball. So the redo. Bowls to Labuschagne, edges and out, into the gloves of Parts. Marnus goes for 1. Bumrah is all over Australia. He is unrelenting. 2 for 16.
Just absolutely brilliant. We just keep updating our stats about Bumrah, and his bowling average continues to go down for his career and obviously here in Australia. But Marnus Labuschagne, you'd have to say this is a shocker. He's trying to punch that off the front foot. That is a low percentage shot against the quality of Bumrah. Could have been left. Each ball's wearing him down. So Marnus misses out again. So that little bright spot from Adelaide, unfortunately, didn't carry on to the Gabba.
Mitch Marsh has emerged to bat at 4. Curiosity?
Marnus is furious too. Just before you get on to Mitch Marsh, he is playing full-blooded cut shots on his way off. And, you know...
He was off the front foot.
Probably saying, why can't I commit to that shot, you know? They're worried about how they're looking and what shot they're playing to each other, each ball. Just do it. Just play.
Does Travis Head worry?
No.
About his technique? I tell you what I do. I was India. I'd be getting deep on at the other end. To bowl.
Yep.
Let's maximise this new ball, and he bowls full.
Don't waste Siraj.
And then if Deep gets a wicket.
Yeah. So what do we interpret here?
Yeah.
Well, for me, it is a little bit of a pseudo net, but we're 2 down. Isn't it? There's no.
Yeah.
Well, why wouldn't Smith just come off 100?
This is a really curious decision. Marsh in to face Bumrah. Marsh is forward defending most resolutely to mid-off. 20 in the series for Bumrah and counting.
Yeah, but also he hasn't been selfish. He should have had 8 for in the first innings. So he should have 10 for now. There's still 8 wickets left.
Yep.
Yeah, we just need to marvel at this. Just absolutely brilliant. You know, seeing him in the IPL years ago, first year, it was a bit of a freak show. Look at this action. He's going to break down. No, he hasn't. He's an absolute gun.
Bumrah to Marsh, who's beaten on the outside edge.
Isn't that great bowling? He bowled a full length to challenge the stumps first up, and that was a fine defensive block from Marsh first ball. So suddenly, I'll drop it down back about a metre, and he almost gets the outside edge.
He hurried him up with pace as he controlled that change of length. It's incredible. He nipped away. Mitch Marsh squared up, bat outside the body, couldn't help himself, but thought he had to play at it, and he didn't.
He's lucky it did so much.
Bumrah in again, bowls, Marsh leaves.
That shot of the 2 shots for the 2 wickets, not good enough. Bumrah demands defence, really demands defence. Put your run scoring away and just really work as hard as you can on maybe turning a strike over when you can get one that you can hit. But other than that, it's solid technical defence. Usman Khawaja was too tall and airy-fairy, trying to hit one on the up. And Marnus, front foot cut from a ball that's too full and too close.
Bumrah to Marsh, leaves, flies through to Parts. Akash is warming up below us, Flem, so I suspect you're going to get your way.
So, good row at Sharma. You know, I didn't think he had a great first innings, but, well, to be honest, I would open the bowling with him, what I saw from deep. Just bowls fuller, swings the ball.
Jasprit Bumrah already with 2 Australian wickets. He bowls to Mitch Marsh, who's beaten on the outside edge. Bumrah 2 for 4. He has Khawaja and Labuschagne a successful over. The reports of Marnus's return to form have been grossly exaggerated. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes. Buy a Henley completed home and move in now.
Celebrate Christmas in style with Gazman. Enjoy 25% off all new season shirts and 25% off all summer shorts for a limited time only. Gazman, style made real.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Discover Jubilee, a place of affordable prestige in only 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD. Redefine quality living with house and land packages from $503,600 and amenities like childcare, schools, aquatic centre and gym. Celebrate pride of place. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
And Test Cricket for Henley Homes. By a Henley completed home and move in now. Akash Deep from the Stanley Street end for the first time in this innings. He's going to get a crack at McSweeney with Mitch Marsh down the other end. Flem, I'm scratching my head here. I can't quite work out what's going on. Like you said, maybe glorified net. That's the most logical. Yeah. But it doesn't feel like the game's in that place quite yet. Deep bowls here. First ball cuts McSweeney in half. Past the inside edge, playing from the crease, no footwork to speak of. Not far away from an inside edge and punt being in the game. So 2 wickets to fall. Khawaja clean bowled by Bumrah. A beauty, quick, straight. Khawaja nowhere near it. Then Labuschagne, perhaps the worst shot of the series. Playing away from his body on 1, which made it 2 for 16, which is the score now. Akash Deep on the approach. Passes umpire Illingworth, delivers here and down the leg side. McSweeney doesn't catch up with it through to the gloves of Rishabh.
Yeah, they need Deep to just come to the party here. I do like this bowling. I would actually open the bowling with him so he could have been warm and got going. I was quite impressed with his bowling in the first innings. Only got 1 for. Yeah, if he snags one, Colo.
I mean,
so there's pressure at both ends.
Yeah, like I'm mindful that, you know, it's ridiculous to assume there won't be any more rain given what's happened so far, but there are 66.4 overs left in this test match. Couple quick ones here. Anyway, they're a long way ahead still, Australia. Akash bowls under edge. He's caught behind as well. Another terrible shot. McSweeney playing away from his body. Low on the bat. Through to Rishabh, punt. Akash Deep in the book right away. McSweeney falls for 4. It's 3 for 16.
I watched that ball going halfway down. I went, what a shocking ball for a swing bowler. That's just a half tracker that's wide. And I think you should try and cut that ball, but you should be hitting that in the middle of the bat. That was just short and wide, half tracker.
No footwork. We saw earlier in the over, Flem, when he got cut in half, he was playing from the crease. No decisive foot movement either way. And that's been the catalyst for his downfall. 4 from 25. McSweeney, another failure, double failure in the test match.
Who's coming out?
16. Great question. Who is walking out? Travis Head at 5. So Stephen Smith, of course, made 100 in the first dig, carded at 4. Didn't walk out then, isn't walking out now. Fascinating.
Need a shot of the dressing rooms, don't we?
We do.
See where Stephen Smith is.
Well, we talked this morning, Flem, about the potential marginal gains for India if they go through the Australian batting lineup. So Stephen Smith is padded up, we're told, at the back of the box, so we'll keep an eye on that. But this is almost more than that. Getting 3 early Australian wickets, the 3 men in the Australian lineup.
Who needed it?
Who were under the pump.
Who needed, yeah, at least a 40-odd to get themselves going. Yeah, I still think that I mean, it's either a confident leave or you smash that for 4. Smash it for 4.
Instead, India celebrate a 3rd wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, a family-owned business since 1934. This game's got some life in it yet. Yeah. If they bowl Australia out in a session here and the rain stays away...
Bumrah's still got overs left in him.
Yeah, I mean, it would be... It's scarcely believable, but they've got Australia right under the pump. However, it's head. And tremendous nick. Facing Akashdeep. Round the wicket straight away. Inside edge onto the pad. Not far away from that off stump. Straight away on the mark. You've been talking up Akashdeep.
That's the better delivery. And when he swung that collar,
yeah,
you could see all three stumps. So that could have easily either swung through the gate or that inside edge that he did get. Oh, my God, that's close to going on the stumps.
Making an impact right away, Akashdeep. Bowled without luck in the first innings. Won a lot of admirers across a couple of days there. He stuck to his task.
And his batting.
Yeah, of course, his batting, which was instrumental in getting India beyond the follow-on mark. He's up again. Stanley Street end, round the wicket head. Goes to mid-off, lands just in front. Ever so close to Shubman Gill. He did dive and he kind of caught it on the half volley. It was an awkward shot. One hand off the bat, off the stickers of the bat. One more foot. And Gill would have made the contest there, Flem.
Oh, that would have been an ugly dismissal. Trav obviously thought he misread the length. He thought he played it as if it was a half volley and it actually hit the stickers on his bat. That's how high it hit on his bat. Oh, wow.
Last ball of a most eventful over. Akash wide on the crease again. Head plays it out to mid-wicket with both feet in the air. A wicket maiden for Akashdeep, making his presence felt in this test match. 3 for 16 Australia. Head and Marsh both yet to score. That's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
Tonight, if you get absolutely and end up with some weird, we don't care. Just don't drive home. Go out responsibly this silly season with DD.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Running out of time to find a gift? With thousands of stores and millions of gifts, a Coles Group and Maya gift card is on everyone's wish list. Dash in store now. T's and C's apply.
For work locker, Karen Downs and Pakenham. Bumrah, 2 already. 3 slips of gully, bowling to Marsh. Delivers here and Marsh leaves alone outside the line of the off stump. Bumrah this year, Flem, 61 wickets at 14, comfortably the most in the world.
14.
And this series, what are we up to now? 20? 20 at 10? Crazy.
You just feel like something's going to happen every ball.
The first delivery was a no-y, called by Chris Gaffney upstairs. 3 for 17. Bumrah up to the crease here, away from us, bowls to Marsh, in behind it, defending off the front foot to Gabba.
And Colo and Flem, he doesn't just have the most wickets ever for an Indian in Australia. He has the most wickets ever for an Indian outside of India. 52 wickets in Australia he has. Kapil Dev took 51 in Australia and Ishant Sharma took 51 in England.
It's an extraordinary body of work he's building up here. 193 test wickets at 19.5 overall.
Stump to stump, Mitchell Marsh is playing the ball quite well. It's just when he gets the ball outside off stump that he's got his problems.
Bumrah to him here and Marsh, as you say, Flem, bat and pad close together when it's straight. Defending to cover.
Looking to get forward. It looks a better forward defence than the other right-handers we've seen, McSweeney and Labuschagne. But it's when he bowls that type of length that would still be hitting the stumps on a 4th or 5th stump line. Marsh isn't sure whether to go forward and defend or let the ball go. There's still movement in this ball.
There's still life in this pitch. Marsh has faced 8 dot balls so far. Facing up to Bumrah here. Inside part of the bat is off the mark round the corner. Has a chance to consider a second, but they don't bother with that. 3 for 18, Marsh 1. And there's questions around Australia's top order. Having won so convincingly last week at Adelaide and having racked up 445 in the first innings here, it felt like they were at least put to one side ahead of Melbourne. But now that'll be what fuels the conversation between now and Boxing Day. Khawaja averaging 24 this year in 16 innings. I'm sure Tommy will be able to pad that out as well. For the Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. 3 left for Bumrah. First crack at head. 3 slips of gully around the wicket. Up here and delivers. And head from leg stump line, clips through mid-wicket. Out to the rope for 4. Timed it so nicely. So a couple of jittery moments down the other end, but there's a boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. Head off the mark.
Yeah, half volley on leg stump. Thank you very much when you Travis Head. That rocketed off his bat. So Bumrah getting it wrong for a change. The left-handed rotation of strike working for the Australians, but as we saw in Perth, he worked head over, targeting off stump, and then he bowled one a fraction wider and the head nicked it through to the slips.
Bumrah delivers to Head, who drives, hits it hard. Shubman Gill takes it at mid-off and shakes his right mitt, suggesting he took it maybe on the edge of the fingers, but either way, hit the cover off it.
Just picks it up so early. Like he picked that up early, that that's going to be a length that I can really go hard at. The confidence levels of Travis Head compared to the other Australian batsmen are so much different, aren't they?
It's like we're watching a different sport with Head sometimes, isn't it? Prodigiously talented. Back-to-back hundreds. Can he put a shift in here? Last ball of Bumrah's 5th over. He's got 2 wickets already. Head goes back and carves behind point for 4. He's so strong in that region. Barely room for most, but plenty for Head. He's 8 with another boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito Power Tools. 3 for 26 at the end of the over. And that's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
What's better than hitting a 6? Hitting a 7. At Host Plus, we've brought home the CanStar Reward for Outstanding Value Super for the 7th year in a row. Outstanding Value Superannuation? That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. General advice only. Consider your circumstances and the relevant Host Plus PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au before deciding. Search Compare Host Plus today.
This session is for Work Locker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Adam Collins with you. Simon Katich with me for 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food, replacing Flem. And Cash Deep, second over starting here to Marsh. 2 slips of gully. Marsh plays and misses outside the line of the off stump. Good afternoon, Kat. Theory, first of all, on why Marsh is batting 4.
Afternoon, Colo, Tom, all our listeners. I think, obviously, because Australia are trying to set something up here. I think the fact that he's come up the order and Head's in now and Smith isn't batting at the moment, I think Australia are trying to score as many as they can, as quick as they can, to see if they can set up a chase here. That's what it feels like. But what it's showing is that it's very difficult to score quickly against this quality of bowling with the wicket against the new ball that's doing a little bit.
Gosh, the risk-reward profile, especially with how the batters have fallen so far. Cash bowls to Marsh, hits him on the pad, spills out into the offside. It was high on the thigh pad, so no concern on that front. The previous ball actually went beyond the inside edge of Marsh, so the off stump wasn't far away from being in the frame as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing some good seam movement here. Firstly from Bumrah. I mean, he's been brilliant this series, we know that, but Akash Deep, you know, before he dismissed McSweeney, had first ball that really jagged back off the seam and then got the nick, and I think we see the replay on this. That one was too high, but he's getting some good seam movement, and I dare say it's because this wicket has hardened up and the cracks have opened up a bit.
Akash Deep has a wicket already, bowls to Marsh, who plays off the inside part of the bat, but safely down to fine leg. He's 2 from 12, 3 for 27, Tommy.
Talking about Usman Khawaja earlier, another failure today on his birthday as well, 38 today. So 29 test innings since his last 100. Over that time, he averages 32. But since his last half century, which is 11 innings, he averages 12.4. And what does he average for the year? You said it before.
24.
Yeah. So progressively getting more and more lean for Usman Khawaja.
Yeah, it's been a tough series for both these openers, particularly against Bumrah. I think he's got both of them 4 times or maybe 5 times
right on
Khawaja.
Okay, Deep bowls here. Wide on the crease. Head charges. Then takes it off the front pad. when it was angled at the stumps, gets one down to fine leg. He's 9, 3 for 28, sort of bolstering your view that they might just be going for it here. But if you go through the 3 dismissals, I mean, Khawaja, it's pace, isn't it? Straight up pace.
Yeah, it's pace, but it's also lack of footwork.
Yep.
We just did a split screen on TV. The 4 that he hit straight down the ground off Siraj, the footwork was much better. He doesn't get a big stride into the ball. He never has really with his front foot, but on that occasion he got more of a stride to the line of the ball, full face of the bat, nailed it for 4. And then the dismissal, there was no footwork, created a gap between bat and pad. And
Marsh facing Akash, and he plays behind. He's caught behind. Akashdeep's done it again. Australia are collapsing. They're 4 for 28. Marsh is caught behind for 2. India have got a bit of a sniff here suddenly, Simon Katich.
It's on, there's no doubt about that. They are sniffing wickets. And on this occasion, Akashdeep is just running in hard, hitting the track, and just gets enough movement away from Marsh, who just prods at it. And that was an easy catch through to Rishabh Pant. He trudges off. And Australia now reeling at 4 for 28.
Well. What might have been set up as chase some runs and have a bowl, as Steve Smith walks out at 6. Having been shuffled down presumably for that reason. We only saw Travis Head charge a couple of balls ago, and that is the 3rd time we've seen a player fall to a shot wide of the off stump, albeit on that occasion one that did move off the seam. In the case of Labuschagne and McSweeney, 2 ugly dismissals, and I wonder if the conversation's changing inside that Aussie dressing room, Simon. It might have to.
Well, we'll see when we watch Steve Smith bat here, because we know Travis Head's going to take the attack to India, but Steve Smith will be a pretty good barometer, I reckon. Batting at 6 now.
So they've lost 4 for 17 in this collapse. Wickets at 11, 16, 16, 28.
Yeah, we talk about Khawaja's or lack of footwork on his dismissal. The other 2, Labuschagne's shot, he presses forward, doesn't really rock back and anchor his back foot, wafts at it, nicks it, he's gone. And it was an indecisive shot. Same with McSweeney. And that's probably his bread and butter. It was short and wide, but he gets a bottom edge to it. And that's the hard part on this wicket. When it starts nipping around with the new ball and the extra pace, you've got to have good footwork.
Last ball of Akashdeep's over to the new man Smith. 100 in the first dig, gets full, gets down the track, my apologies, to defend out to the offside to a full delivery. So that's 4 for 28 after 10. Akashdeep's got 2 for 2 after 2 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
Coles is making Christmas easier. Order online or in the app and get free standard click and collect every day, or $2 midweek delivery from Tuesday till Thursday. Minimum spend $50. T's and C's apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Roast chicken? Maybe halal. Affordable super from Hijaz Financial Services? Definitely halal. HijazFS.com.au. This information is provided by Hijaz Financial Advisors Proprietary Limited, AFSL 517686, and Hijaz Islamic Credit Solutions Proprietary Limited, ACL 480542, and does not take into account your objectives, financial situation, or needs.
And at Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Jasprit Bumrah out of the attack after 5 overs, where he picked up 2 for 14. Khawaja and Labuschagne and Akashdeep 2 in 2. McSweeney and Marsh both caught behind. It's coming back to that McSweeney dismissal as we get your view, Simon, on just how this collapse has played out. Siraj away from us, over the wicket initially. Vulture Street end, bowls to Travis Head, who swings hard outside the line. Doesn't quite catch up with it, goes underneath the bat through to the gloves of Rishabh Pant. But Labuschagne and McSweeney, they'll be mortified watching those back in terms of the lack of footwork and bottom of the bat and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think the thing is it's a perfect storm, because you've got Jasprit Bumrah, who's best in the world, bowling with a new ball on this wicket that's got a bit of life in it, particularly with the new ball, as we've seen throughout this test. And they're under pressure to score quickly, and it's not that easy to do that.
Siraj's second ball into Head here, leg stump, turns it through mid-wicket where he's so strong. Diving attempt, I only get the single. Nice piece of fielding out there. Padikal, the sub, 4 for 29.
So to try and score quickly, you've got to get yourself in as good a position as you possibly can, which is not easy against the pace of someone like Bumrah, but they've been rushed. A couple of the dismissals, particularly Labuschagne's, it was almost like it was an afterthought, and didn't really want to play that shot. We haven't really seen him play that shot throughout the series, but because he's going out there with the intent to score and try and set something up for Australia, He needed to be a little bit clearer, or a lot clearer in his mind, and a lot more decisive. And he's paid the price for that. In a way, McSweeney the same.
So 214's the lead. Can India keep the pressure on? It's a long way to go in theory, so long as the rain stays away. Sunny now. Siraj bowls to Smith, not far away from mid-wicket. One bounce before reaching Shubman Gill at short mid-wicket. Across his stumps, inside part of the bat, uppish.
Well, that's a big shot from Nathan, from Steve Smith. That length from Siraj, good length. Smith wants to drive on the up, but in the end, squirted it out to mid-wicket. Safely in the end, but the Indians just using this wicket to their advantage here, running in, hitting it hard, letting the new ball and the seam do the rest of the work.
Just the 11th over. So much has happened. Bowls to Smith here, Akash deep, wider of the crease, forward defending to extra cover, no run. We've spoken a lot about what India can get out of today. And what they did yesterday, Simon, that half an hour before stumps, what became stumps, where they fought so hard to get beyond the follow-on mark. They didn't throw in the towel.
Yep. And they've been led again by their spearhead, Bumrah, who sets the tone right from the word go. You can't underestimate that. But now, Akash Deep didn't get the rewards in the first innings, but bowled quite lively. He's come out getting the rewards now.
Lots to like. Can Siraj cash in too? Bowls here to Smith, who dances and drives and gets off the mark with a boundary. Steve Smith running at Siraj, launching him over mid-off. That's a boundary for Azito. Do it with Azito. 4 for 33. Well, they're seemingly still trying to run the board up. A lot going on here, Simon.
Yeah, I think they're trying to get at least somewhere in the vicinity of 260, 270 as quickly as they can, and then maybe having 50 overs at them.
See what happens.
And seeing if India want to have a crack at it. Knowing that if they do go hard early, they could take some early wickets.
4 on the leg side for Smith. Siraj to him here. Stays at home. Down the leg side. Is he caught behind? He is. Given by umpire Canberra. Smith, as it was in Adelaide, throws his head back. You can't believe it. Caught down the leg side again. It gets worse for the Aussies. They're 5 for 33. Smith's gone for 4. Siraj is in the book.
Well, Smith can't believe it. But you'd have to say that the Indians know this is a plan of attack, because he's just targeted that hip, and because he's getting across the stumps, glances it straight to Rishabh Pant, who takes a very good catch diving to his left. Australia now in all sorts of bother. 5 for 33. Alex Carey comes in, and they're only 218 in front.
Wow, what a staggering twist from where Australia were late yesterday, on the cusp of enforcing the follow-on and opening up the test match for themselves. Now they lead by 218, and they've lost 5 wickets in the second dig in just 11 overs on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier. Khawaja for 8, Labuschagne 1, McSweeney 4, Marsh 2, Smith 4, Carey in, a man in form with his South Australian teammate Travis Head. But with Akash Deep now about to start a new over, the pressure is on the shoulders of the home team.
Oh, massively. I mean, one more wicket here, India into the tail. And it's a big difference batting against an older ball compared to batting with a new one that's only been used for 11 overs. And these Indian bowlers are running in with spirit and skill. They're bashing the wicket and getting good seam movement.
I think that's a great point about spirit as well. We saw that 4 years ago. They did not give up after being rolled for 36 at Adelaide. They did not give up in Sydney. They did not give up in Brisbane. Deep backward point straight away out for Akash, spine to Head. Head through mid-wicket. Nicely timed off the front foot. There will be a couple there for him. And wait, there's the call instead of the third. So Head playing a different game compared to everybody else. He's 12 from 10. Australia 5 for 35. But India, this particular group of Indian players, they don't know how to give up.
Correct. And even the chase there. Washington Sundar's out there. He chased that down. It was probably going to be 3, but he sprinted out after it. I'm not sure who he's on the field for, but...
Bumrah's not on the field. I spotted that in the previous over. But, yeah, maybe a... Padikal's on, and Sundar as well. So second person off. Akash bowls to Travis Head, the key man. Forward, defending. Gave him a look at all 3 stumps before defending, I hasten to add.
Well, the interesting thing, too, is they've got the field spread for short stuff. They've got a deep square leg, fine leg. They've got a fly slip behind the 2 slips, and then they've got a deep backward point. So Akash Deep is probably bowling around the mid-130s. So just waiting for him to test Travis Head out upstairs.
Gosh, if the rain stays away, we could have ourselves a humdinger here.
Yeah.
Whisper it.
Well, if one of these two gets out here and exposes the tail...
Well, we'll have all 4 results on the table.
Yeah.
All 4 results would be on the table again, somehow. In here, Akash Deep bowling to Head on 12. He hooks out to deep square leg where there is a sweeper. KL Rahul does the tidying up. He hit the cover off it again. Head 13, 5 for 36. That leads to 20. Just going for it, launching into it, Simon.
Yeah, and look, I think it's a good tactic from Akash Deep to test him out. I mean, he played that beautifully, but he might even have to think about using his mid-on at square leg and have a catching man there. If he's going to go that short, he's wasting the mid-on if he's not going to pitch it up.
Seeing a replay for pay.com.au of Smith's dismissal. He didn't walk this time. He waited for the finger of Richard Kettleborough. Well, it came soon enough. Akash into Carey, who's beaten by a beauty. Angled in, seamed away. This kid's got skill.
Well, what was noticeable there was that Akash Deep charged in before Alex Carey started to get ready, and I think he got rushed in the end. And that was an absolute beauty. Just wasn't quite full enough to lure him into the drive. And as a result, he just played inside the line of it.
Bumrah said at the presser a couple of nights ago, they're in generation change with their quicks. Well, case in point, Akash Deep.
Yeah, no, even though he didn't get the rewards first innings, I thought he looked lively.
2 left in the over. Stanley Street end, bowls to Carey, who drives through the covers. Sweeper at deep point will cut it off. But by the time he reaches it, they've turned for 2. Carey off the mark with a couple. 5 for 38, lead 223.
And these two are arguably Australia's most informed players. We know who Travis Head's been throughout the whole series, but Alex Carey, brilliant 70 in the first innings. And let's not forget, it was against the second new ball when Smith and Head and Mitch Marsh got out against that second new ball. So he had to face Bumrah and a new ball. And he's come out. That was a beautiful shot through cover. He's got a job to do here. Back up again in the second innings.
South Australian southpaws have a job to do. Akash bowls Carey, leg stump line, it balloons up, leg by wanted by Head, gets it as well. Ooh, throw comes in at the non-striker's end. Don't think they anticipated that. That was from Jaiswal. All's well that ends well. 6 runs coming from the over. 5 for 39 is the score as leg buyers are signalled. Carey's 2, Head's 13. That's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier.
When you're freezing cold or when you're boiling hot, who you gonna call? We're the world.
Take advantage of the VEU government rebate and trade in your old gas heater for huge discounts on ducted reverse cycle systems, multi-splits or split systems.
Our service is professional. Prices are unbeatable. We're the biggest and the best, and we do it all for less. So who you gonna call? We're the world.
For your free quote, visit weatherworld.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by a Henley completed home and move in now. Umpires having a chat to KL Rahul with the ball. It's umpire Kettleborough about to put it through the rings. Shubman Gill's there as well, surveying what's going on at 5 for 39, 224 the leader. Text in on 0433 98 11 16 about Australia conceding the momentum in this match. And look, in all probability, it won't go as badly as it feels at the moment. But what it might mean for Melbourne, that India have had the chance to get into them again with the new ball.
Yeah, and it's a confidence game, and that's the problem at the moment. A number of the Australian top order are down on confidence because of the lack of runs, and this is not an easy situation to walk into when you haven't been getting big scores, to go out there and take the game on and score quickly against a ball that's moving around.
Siraj to Carey on 2. Bowls here, Carey plays him through the offside, drives him with authority. Out to the rope for 4, belies the scoreboard when you see him playing like that. These two are in great nick. 5 for 43 through the biz covers.
And that wasn't that bad a ball from Mohammad Siraj. If anything, it just gave him a bit too much width from around the wicket. But the power position that he gets into, he gets a good stride into the ball, a big stride into the ball. And that's been the big difference between someone like Alex Carey and the top order. He's really looking to hit the ball and use his footwork.
Save with biz cover, business insurance on the go. Siraj bowls, Carey, leg stump line, Fuller plays out to Jasprit Bumrah, back on the field at mid-wicket, no run.
I know I keep harping on about footwork, but it just goes to show how important it is to get yourself into a really strong position to attack the ball. If you don't, you're then vulnerable. And Khawaja's probably the best example of that today. He got himself in a very good position, drove one straight back through mid-off early on for one of his first scoring shots, gets the result. Then he doesn't on the ball that he gets out to. Half step, squares up, hits top of off.
Siraj in, Carey driving hard to Gill at mid-off. Wait, there's the call. There'll be no run. I mean, this will be where the scrutiny inevitably lies, whether it starts raining in 10 minutes or otherwise, that the indecisive footwork, shot selection, the weight of numbers. We're towards the end of 2024 now. It's the 18th of the month, and looking at players like Mitch Marsh, Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne. Of course, Smith made 100 in the first dig, but taken across the whole year. This is the sort of stuff that builds pressure leading into Christmas and beyond. Same types of conversations that were being had at Perth. Remarkable how quickly it can turn. Siraj round the wicket, leg stump line, falls into the onside. Siraj takes a ping at the non-striker's end as they gallop through for a quickish shingle, but the throw misses by about 12 metres. Carey moves to 7. That's 5 for 44.
Yeah, and I guess the whole conversation will be determined by what happens with this result. I mean, obviously, there's still a long way to go. And India, if they bat again on this, they're going to have, you know, the same questions asked by Stark and Cummins. The difference is they don't have the depth in their pace bowling lineup with Hazelwood going down, and the fact that Mitch Marsh only bowled 2 overs yesterday. So if he doesn't back up and bowl today, you'd have to ask the question, well, what's wrong with him if he only bowled 2 overs yesterday as the all-rounder?
Well, I mean, if your theory about the reshuffled batting order stands, they will still pull out here.
I think so.
Yeah, they will still pull out. They're 229 ahead. Looking at the overs to go, 61.2 as Siraj bowls over the wicket here, and it beats head on the outside edge. No footwork, did plenty away from the left-hander on the angle, through the air, off the seam. You can't believe he didn't hit it.
Yeah, if he'd hit that, you knew he was in serious nick, because that ball looked like an absolute beauty from Mohammad Siraj.
Yes.
He can't believe it. Travis Head can't believe it. I'd say that's jagged a fair way from outside leg stump, passing off stump.
They're all laughing in the cordon as well on pay.com.au replay screen. So let's just set that up as well. We've got 1 ball left in the over, so maybe you'll do that with Tommy in a moment. But yeah, 229 ahead, 61 overs to go on the assumption that they are going to pull out. When might that point come? All part of it at the moment at 5 for 44. Siraj to finish, bowls to head, bat and pad close together, playing from the crease to Rahul at cover. That remains the score then. 5 for 44, head 13, Carey on 7. That's on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard, Australia's trusted plumbing supplier. After the break, Tom Morrison for me.
Your active, vibrant life starts at Jubilee. Just 35 minutes from Melbourne CBD, Jubilee in Wyndham Vale offers the ultimate active lifestyle. With sports fields, parks and nature trails. House and land packages start from $503,600. Visit myjubilee.com.au.
Wow, Jono, you just hit another one to 10 feet. Well, now that I know I hit my 7-iron 142 metres, my game has improved out of sight. And how do you know that? Top Tracer at Yarra Bend. Ball tracking technology on steroids. You just don't hit balls, you improve faster.
YarraBendGolf.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes by Henley completed home and move in now. Australia 5 for 44 from 13 overs. There are still 61 overs remaining in the day. Ravi Shastri.
Good afternoon, Tom. Good afternoon, Simon. We've had some fun here in the last half an hour. I mean, the crowd has come to life.
Deep approaches around the wicket. He bowls, carries down the wicket and punching to mid-off. And pick up 1. It was a shot at the bowler's end.
I'd like to see Australia getting another 30-40 runs and putting India back in and seeing how it goes, because this could be a game on if the weather stays good for about 4 hours. If we get 4 hours of cricket, plenty can happen here.
Ravi, you're in a generous mood, mate.
No,
30 or 40. I thought you might say another 10. The way it's going, 5 for 45.
30.
All out 60.
This is the pair. You know, add another 30. And stick India in.
The man at Gully's gone back to third. Just 2 slips in place. Deep over the wicket to head. He bowls. short, and Head lets it slide through to the keeper down the leg side.
I like this from Akash. He's bowled with real spirit. Didn't get the rewards in the first innings, but he's getting them now, and a couple of good bounces here to Head, just testing him out, seeing if he wants to take it on.
And he's made a case for himself for the new ball. I think going into Boxing Day, I think he should be sharing the new ball with Bumrah.
His figures are 2 for 8 off 3.2. Akash Deep. He batted beautifully yesterday. He's bowling to Head now. Approaches and bowls. Head pulls. Pulls beautifully, just for the one. Deep square leg. Australia 5 for 46.
Ravi, I'd like to see him, if he's going to bowl that short pitch delivery and know that he's not going to pitch up, I'd like to see him move his mid-on in front, right where the umpire is.
Correct.
Just to give himself another catching option if Head gets it wrong and make him try and hit it somewhere else.
Or probably take another man if you still want him mid-on, a little wider.
Yep.
And take another man out from the cover area.
Yep.
Akash Deep. Bowls to Carey. Down the leg side. That'll be leg byes. That's 4. And so it's signalled by Richard Illingworth. That's the 50 up for Australia. 5 wickets down. Carey on 8. Head on 14.
Yes, the lead 235. I would say 250. Get to 250, 260. And try and get your own back. Because what India have done, they've dented their top order. They've rattled their top order. So they'll go in very confident going into thinking they're going into Boxing Day. Australia should make them think by putting them in again.
Akash bowls to Carey. Short again. He might get 2, if not 4, down to fine leg. Come back for 2. It came off the glove. Siraj, the fielder, it was a wayward throw. And Carey moves to 10.
Good. He's got a good wing there, because that went way over the stumps at pace. Off balance from Siraj, so good. Another good bounce from Akash Deep, just getting the line there nice and tight, trying to take the hands out of play so they can't free it.
And also seeing if they bowl some short stuff to Head, you know, how he retaliates. How will he pose a reply to it?
Last ball of Akash is over. He bowls to Carey. It's full and it's driven through cover. It was up-ish. The call was catch it. But it was between mid-off and cover, and he picks up his second boundary. He moves to 14. Australia 5 for 56 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
Through 100 years, New Farm has gone through thick and thin with Australian farmers. Through protection, through innovation, through growth. All so that Australian farmers are there for Australia. Because when you choose New Farm's crop protection solutions, you choose to support Australian jobs, Australian innovation, and a strong Australian supply chain. Through our partnership, we're tougher together. Visit newfarm.com.au. New Farm, Australian through and through.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean. And for Hijaz Halal Financial Services, Australia 5 for 56. There are 60 overs remaining today. This partnership has moved on to 23. And Siraj will continue. He has 1. He's bowling to Head with 2 slips in place. Bowls. Head off the back foot, punches backward of point and comes through for 1. There's 2 men on the boundary on the offside.
But good approach by both these left-handers. They come out wanting to play with intent. Alex Carey in particular. 242. Reckon 260?
Yeah, I was thinking sort of 260, 270 off 50-odd overs. Dangle the carrot a bit.
Absolutely.
And, you know, if you can get a few early ones, then all of a sudden, what do India do?
Yeah.
The run rate, you know, if it's around that sort of 4 or 5 mark, it starts to creep up if you have a few quiet overs.
Carey got 70 in the first innings. He's 14 from 11 balls here. He's facing Siraj, who bowls. And Carey's defending off the back foot. Might be a run out. Has to hit. Just missed at cover. Head was scampering through. They won't get the overthrow to deep square leg. And Carey and Head both survive. And Carey says sorry at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, and the other thing that highlights with these two is you can see they're confident because they've been making runs. You know, Alex Carey got a very good 70 in the first innings, but it's just the way they are scoring their runs. Alex Carey, that cover drive the previous over, good stride into the ball, looking to hit the ball hard. He's not doubting himself. Whereas some of the dismissals earlier are a bit tentative, a bit half-hearted shots, and that's what happens when you haven't been making runs. You start to doubt yourself.
Siraj to head, who gives himself some room. It'll be safe over long on. He didn't quite get it. And they'll pick up a couple. Bumrah fields. Head moves to 17, Australia 5 for 60. This partnership is now 27.
Just the way he's playing, just the way the both these left-handers are batting, it gives me the impression Australia will have a crack at India.
When is the question? When? 59 overs remaining today.
And also the question to be asked is no Josh Hazlewood, so how much is in the tank for Pat Cummins and Mitch Starc?
There's sort of a fly gully for Head and a deep backward point. Siraj bowls. Head gives himself some room again. It's right up in the air. Under the keeper, takes the catch. Rishabh Pant, he called all the other fielders out. And he took, in the end, what was a simple catch. Head departs for 17. Australia now 6 for 60. And that'll be drinks. Head the man to depart. That's the drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. What a contest we have here at the Gabba.
Yeah, Travis Head just trying to mow that over mid-wicket. Just came off it a little bit. Didn't catch the middle of the bat. Gets the top edge, and Rishabh Pant did the rest. Nice composed catch, running back towards the gully region. So Travis Head's cameo of 17 comes to an end. And the skipper, he walks to the crease. Pat Cummins.
Australia is 6 for 60. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. By Henley completed home and move in now.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au. Afternoon legends, another big day smashed. Now tackle your hobbies, side hustles or workouts with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Boost your energy levels and maintain your focus with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into water, let it fizz and tackle tonight. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
G'day there. Watch out for a crash on the Monash Freeway inbound before Huntingdale Road. It's in the left-hand emergency lane with speed back to 40 k's. Then it's slow again inbound from Tarak Road into the Domain Tunnel. And emergency works on the Deep Park Bypass outbound before Robinsons Road. Looking for a last-minute gift idea or want to refresh your home for the holidays? Head to Domain Furniture, Bedding and Homewares today. Domain, your exclusive furniture and bedding destination. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Around the wicket, easy bowls to Khawaja. Bowled him straight through him.
Wow, wait.
Balls to Labuschagne. Edges it out into the gloves of Pants. Marnus goes for one.
Akash bowls.
Underage, he's caught behind as well. Another terrible shot. McSweeney playing away from his body. Low on the bat. Through to Rishabh Pant.
Marsh facing Akash, and he
Plays behind. He's caught behind. Akash Deep's done it again.
Ball on the leg side for Smith. Siraj to him here.
Stays at home. Down the leg side. Is he caught behind? He is.
The drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
This is the drinks break for Billy Superior Instant Filtered Water Systems. What a remarkable couple of hours of cricket we've got ahead of us at the Gabba. Australia 6 for 60, leading by 245 runs. With 59.2 overs remaining in the day, Simon Katich and Ravi Shastri. Pat Cummins walks to the crease earlier than I think any of us thought he would.
Oh, so you've got a man who'll make the decision out there. But Australia carry on, and for how long?
So Siraj has 2. Travis Head, the most recent, caught behind for 17. He's bowling to Cummins now. Cummins is swinging off the back foot through to Pant.
wonder how long it is before they drop someone down to third man. Because I think
there we go.
Almost on cue. And a man goes back now to the square leg boundary.
J.S. Wall's the man who's gone back at third man from Gully. Carey at the non-strikers, and he's on 15. And Siraj would love another. He already has 2. Australia leads by 245. Siraj bowls. Cummins defends into the offside for no run. Eventful stuff. Australia 6 for 60 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
IGA's Christmas countdown is on now. Head in store for 2-day specials like Australian lamb leg roast, just $10.99 per kilo. Hurry, offer ends Thursday, only at IGA.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
At Kilmore Ford, we're overstocked on used vehicles. Check out the #1 selling Ranger models in stock now, along with Ford Everests. Trade-ins are welcome and valued straight away. So why not visit kilmoreford.com.au for all available stock. LMCT 808.
SEN Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. The host is 6 for 60. Alex Carey is facing Akash deep bowls, and Carey's working down to fine leg for 1. Siraj has his tail up. He pings it in to Rashid Pant. Carey moves to 16. Australia 6 for 61. He's got this look in his eye, Siraj.
Yeah, he has, and this is a really good workout. It'll do the confidence of the Indian bowlers real good, because these are the 3 who will play on Boxing Day. We mentioned earlier, pretty much the same side. All the bowlers amongst the wickets. Akash Deep, Siraj, Bumrah carrying on from where he's left.
Rashad Pant has 9 catches for the match. 17 wickets have fallen. Deep bowls to Cummins, who lofts it over mid-off. He didn't quite get it again. The chase will be on, but there's no need. That'll run away for 4. Cummins is off the mark with a boundary. Australia's 6 for 65.
That's serious shooting, no. Just on the up, banged it over mid-off, off a length. It wasn't that bad a ball from Akash, but Pat Cummins has got a good eye and just smoked it over mid-off.
You reckon he has a fixed number of overs he's looking at to bowl at India?
I think so.
Because what's significant now is the lead is 250. He must be having a target, 45, 40, 45, 50 overs.
2 slips in place. Deep bowls to Cummins. It's short. And it's pulled well in front of square. What a shot. All the way for 6. Over mid-wicket. Pat Cummins moves to 10.
It's the longest part of the ground, and he's carved it in that direction. It's a meaty blow.
Son of the boy. This is how it's done, boys. Absolutely smoked that over mid-wicket.
He's given himself room. All 4 deliveries he's faced, Pat Cummins.
Yeah, just wonder if he'll go a little bit wider here if he's trying to drag it over to the leg side. Maybe get a top edge or carve it a deep backward point.
Deep bowls. Cummins defends to mid-off. They'll scamper through for a single. He moves to 11. So how long do you think the Australians will want? 50 overs?
I think so. The 50 is what they should realistically give themselves, because even a little more, because there is rain about. The light might not stay. So give a chance to take 4 or 5 wickets, and if there's panic within the Indian dressing room, then anything can happen. But just seeing Akash Deep and Pat Cummins. Akash hit Pat for a huge 6 yesterday. Pat has got his own back.
Akash is bowling out of Carey, who's off the back foot defending into the covers. No run. Good call off the text here. Or Australia effectively 7 down. You doubt that Josh Hazlewood would bat.
Yeah, good call.
Thanks, Peter, off the temper text.
Well, I think too, Pat Cummins will probably be hoping that he and Mitchell Starc could have 3 spells at least. Whatever length of overs they are will depend on when the breaks are and if there is any rain or anything. But hopefully it holds, because we could be in for an amazing finish here.
Deep already has McSweeney. He's picked up Marsh. He bowls to Carey on his hips. Carey works to mid-wicket for 1. He moves to 17. Australia 6 for 73 on the Holman Plumbing scoreboard. Australia's trusted plumbing supplier. There'll be a change.
This Christmas, you can help struggling Aussie families. Please donate to the Salvation Army Christmas Appeal and help give a new beginning. Search Salvos today.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Give the gift of a BMW this Christmas at Berwick BMW, with a range of BMW demonstrator models available for immediate delivery with exceptional opportunities across the range. Visit Berwick BMW at 6 Coventry Road, Narre Warren, LMCT 8953.
SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. 6 for 73. We have ourselves a cricket match. We also have ourselves a storm closing in. It's a bit, it is in keeping with this Test match. Just take us to the brink of something great and then wipe us off the map. Siraj is bowling to Carey. Carey is hooking shallow, high in the air, drops safely between mid-wicket and mid-on. So miscued, but a single taken. Carey to 18. Bharat, welcome in.
Afternoon, Gerard. Day 5 at the Gabba. India love it, don't they?
No, Gerard just mentioned a storm closing in. But for the last hour and a half, there's been a storm inside the Gabba. Gee. 6 down. Australia.
I like your phrase, Ravi, is Australia needs to bowl to get theirs back.
Yes.
I suspect that's not going to happen, in which case there's going to be this open question, was this the right tactic?
Right approach, yeah. Because, all you've done is given the confidence, and India will take this. Going in, that's...
Siraj to Cummins, backs away, chops it into his pad, no run.
That's exactly what they were looking for. Once they saved the follow-on, if they had a meeting this morning, they would have said, let's go and take a few wickets quickly. Let's rattle that top order. They've done that. So, going into Melbourne now, Australia know that they have just one informed player in Travis Head and Steve Smith to an extent. But otherwise, there could be problems in that batting lineup. Not just India's, but Australian batting lineup as well.
Cummins is 11 from 6. Siraj bowls to him. Backs away, slogs straight over mid-on for 4. One bounce across the rope. Sweetly hit. Boundary for Azito. And that makes it 6 for 78.
And it's only these last 3 batters who've thrown their bat and played a lot of shots. It wasn't like the top order was got out while trying to take the game to Bumrah. And there's been this narrative, hasn't there, Gerard, that all the top 3 are doing here is to delay Travis Head's arrival to the crease. This afternoon it felt like that. There's no real show of impetus or anything.
The lead is 263. Siraj to Cummins, backs away, goes long again. Now it hangs in the air. Jadeja coming around. He can't get there. It's bounced right on the Toblerone. We'll wait to see whether it's 6 or 4. Jadeja's at long on. He got motoring to his right. He's always just beyond him. Jadeja's signalling 6. We'll wait for the TV umpire. ENR 0% alcohol, 100% beer. Some pretty clean striking from the captain. And it has hit the padding on the fall. So 6. Signal now. 6 for 84. 2 to come in the over. Lead is 269. There's 57.2 overs theoretically left in the day's play. Siraj to Cummins. Went the Yorker, jammed it out. Jadeja from long on comes up to field, a single taken.
So you'll have Usman Khawaja, Nathan McSweeney, and now Manas back in that mix. 3 batters was so low on confidence, and they have like 8 days to mull over how to overcome this Bumrah problem, which they've already had for 3 test matches.
And that's why if India get the better of the bowling conditions in Melbourne, then there's some food for thought for Australia as well. Could be a better setup going in there.
It's already a sellout. You can feel the expectation building. Siraj to Carey. Went the hook shot. Part got up. Dragged it down. Avoided any buys. The lead is 270. End of the over. The Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
G'day,
afternoon. There's been a crash, a rollover in fact, on the Monash Freeway outbound at Heatherton Road. 3 lanes are out of action. The speed limit's down to 40 and there's heavy delays back past Eastlink. Elsewhere, there's delays following emergency works on the Deer Park bypass outbound before Robinson's Road. Heavy traffic back to the Ring Road. Enjoy 20 times flyby points on selected drinks at Liquorland, like a 750ml bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label 12-year-old Scotch whisky. Offer ends Tuesday. Choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
Crucial moments for New Farm, Australian through and through. The lead is 276 for 85. Cummins is 22. Carey is 18. And Jasprit Bumrah, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 14. He's going to be brought back into the attack at the Stanley Street end. So just having a little inspection of the ball. Handed back to Bumrah. Our experts of 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan foods. Bharat, Sundaresan, and we'll bring Ian Healy back in here as well. G'day to your heels.
G'day, Gerard. Now watch him go with a troublesome ball.
Has this been the right strategy in your mind or the wrong strategy from Australia?
Not bad, I reckon. But they didn't start out with the strategy, I don't think. They've turned it into something.
So Bumrah, 20 wickets at 11.25 in this series so far.
Oh, shush, Gerard.
8 for the test match. Will Australia slog at Bumrah as well? Cummins is swinging at everything. He's 22. He swings high into the air. It hasn't gone far. Rahul underneath takes the catch. Bumrah gifted another. Cummins goes for 22. Australia's lead is 270 on the fall of the 7th wicket.
He's not even celebrating his wickets anymore. He's back to the top of the mark.
So Cummins is in conversation with Carey. He's going to leave Carey out in the middle, so no declaration yet.
Yeah, the Indian drinks carriers are doing a quick job. The vest is already off. He's coming off about the same time as Pat Cummins is. There's one vest still feeding Rishabh Pant. Bumrah ready to bowl again. He's got a wicket with a square ball. It was a slow ball too, I think. Just had to make Pat Cummins, who watched it quite well, wait a little too long for his liking.
He's got 9 for the match as well. Don't think he's got 10 for the match yet, has he?
No, he has not. So looking for a career first.
Took some catching too, that. Rahul did well. He came in, got under it a little too much, and then had to head backwards and right. The skewed, lofted shot into a straightish cover. Well grabbed. Now, Mitch Stark, you wouldn't imagine this one's going to be a slow ball. Bumrah's coming round the wicket and spearing at him.
They've only got the 2 in the deep. Motivation for Stark to have a swing. Bumrah around the wicket bowls, and Stark is running the ball out through point and helping himself to a single. It's 7 for 86.
But you're right, though, Heels. I don't think bashing the ball around seemed to be the strategy when this inning started. He's lost a heap of wickets there. 4 for not too much, and obviously the shift for Mitch Marsh in number 4, which will be spoken about for a few days to come.
Carey is 18. Better than a runner ball. Bumrah bowls to him. Carey from his pads runs it away to mid-wicket. And advances to 19, more particularly the lead to 272. Now we're in the... What are we? 56.3 overs left. You lose 2 on the changeover, 54. If there wasn't red on the radar, you'd really build this into something.
That top 4, top 5 might be regretting they didn't play like the bottom 3 or 4 since that collapse early. You know, they should have come out all guns blazing rather than so tentatively.
Bumrah to Stark. Drives perfectly past the stumps of the non-strikers to pick up a single. Didn't get all of it, but placed it exactly where there was a run on offer. 273 the lead.
All I can say is what this has done. I was obviously in the print area in the afternoon. The journalists were just mulling around, not sure what to write. There are plenty to write about now.
Yeah.
Timeless tests.
7 for 88. Bumrah to Carey. Just slower ball. Well judged by the bowler. Just a little bit of craftiness. Carey couldn't do anything but drop it at his feet. So, sort of, if you were running a calculation, you'd say they were leaving themselves 50 overs.
Yeah, that's what it
So
looks
bat 4 more, 2 on the changeover, and then have a 50-over game.
And nearly run a ball then if India want to have a go.
Yep.
50's a lot with 2 quicks, isn't it? Mitch Marsh will have to come good for 6 or 8 overs, something like that maybe. 12 for the other 2. Lino, 10 or 12.
Bumrah to Carey, clips from his pads and takes a single out to mid-wicket. 7 for 89 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
For 40 years, Medicare has been the cornerstone of the Australian healthcare system. Now we're investing in Medicare's future to make it stronger, with more investment in bulk billing, enhanced support for mental health and more urgent care clinics. So whether you need a GP often or just now and then, Medicare's here to keep you and your family healthy, now and in the future. Learn more about Medicare benefits at medicare.gov.au/stronger. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Australia has declared, so the scenario is 275 off 54 overs for India to make a game of it or to win. There's a conversation between Rohit Sharma and the umpires right now. The light is deteriorating here at the Gabba and the storms are approaching. So how much of this we see. But Australia's innings is closed at 7 for 89. It'll be a much discussed innings at that. But Pat Cummins out onto the balcony to call Carey and Stark in. Carey not out 20, Stark not out 2. And my forecast is saying the rain is 49 minutes away.
So you've got a personal line now.
It's up for debate here. Was it the right strategy? Ian Healy.
I would love the strategy for the whole future of Test cricket. We don't take the last day so serious. Set up a game that would be in your favour, but set it up a little more than history has up till now. So I love the strategy, but I didn't love the Australian top order batting. I think the lower order batting, that attitude would have helped our top order. They would have been much freer and playing some shots rather than the tentative defence and leaves that they were displaying, and then some average shots to get out. So anyway, they got there. Now India will have a go, and let's just see how hard it is to bat out there. Bumrah, was head and shoulders ahead of everyone else. Akashdeep was pretty good, and then Siraj came into his own towards the end. So you didn't even sense Jadeja was going to get a bowl. If this went the distance, Lyon having to bowl 10 overs might be very, very unacceptable. But anyway, it's been a mixed strategy for mine.
Let's give you the call of the card. So Australia 445, India 260, long rain delay. Australia came out and batted for what ended up being 18 overs. Khawaja bowled Bumrah for 8. Labuschagne caught Pant bowled Bumrah for 1. McSweeney caught Pant bowled Akash for 4. 3 for 16. Marsh caught Pant bowled Akash for 2. Smith caught Pant bowled Siraj for 4. Head caught Pant bowled Siraj for 17. So Pant 5 catches in the innings. Cummins caught Rahul bowled Bumrah for 22. The not out batters, Carey 20, Stark 2. It was 7 declared for 89 from 18 overs. Jasprit Bumrah 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. Mohammad Siraj 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 35. And Akashdeep 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 28. This is the innings change 275 off 54 overs if we were lucky enough to play that long. That is the Tyre Power scoreboard. Customer safety first.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Daniel's Donuts has a new loaded donut. Think ice cream and toppings galore. Guess what? Get yours free in-store tomorrow between 2 and 3 p.m. Excluding Flinders Street petrol and convenience stores. While stocks last. T&Cs apply.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Give a gift that could start something big this Christmas at Officeworks. Shop online and get free 2-hour delivery until December 24 at Officeworks. Exclusions apply. See website for details.
There's been a crash, a rollover in fact, on the Monash Freeway outbound at Heatherton Road. 3 lanes are out of action, the speed limit's down to 40 and there's heavy delays back past Eastlink. Elsewhere, there's delays following emergency works on the Deer Park bypass outbound before Robinson's Road. Heavy traffic back to the Ring Road. Enjoy 20 times flyby points on selected drinks at Liquorland, like a 750ml bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label 12-year-old Scotch whiskey. Offer ends Tuesday. Choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
I'm just going to go to the bar. Do you want another one?
What, now? No, something's going to happen here, mate. He's peppering his off stump.
Won't be long this time.
Midstream.
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, no, what happened? Was that a wicket?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
There's fun to be had in the MY24 Golf 110 TSI Life Run-Out Sale. Now on from $39,990 drive away. T's and C's apply at volkswagen.com.au.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Hi, I'm Nick. I'm a road worker and chief belly rubber to my puppy Charlie. My job is to manage traffic to get you home safely. So please slow down. We're people too.
Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Sort of a fly gully for Head and a deep backward point. Siraj bowls. Head gives himself some room again. It's right up in the air. Under the keeper, takes the catch. Rishad Pant, deep bowls to Cummins. It's short. And it's pulled well in front of square. What a shot. All the way for 6. Over mid-wicket.
Cummins is swinging at everything. He's 22. He swings high into the air. It hasn't gone far. Rahul underneath takes the catch. Bumrah gifted another.
Change of innings for Trojan. Tools built tough. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
The leading wicket taker in the series. Before you dig, before every job, search before you dig online every time. Bumrah has 21 at 10.8 when he goes to the MCG. 21 wickets at 10.8. He took 3 for 18 there.
I think I've seen an email go from him to the BCCI. Can we have 10-match series against Australia?
And we'll see what India's willingness to take up the chase is. 275 from 54 overs, so at 5.1 and over. But Heels, you've got the radar in front of you. What's local intuition tell you?
Quite a big blob about to hit us in about half an hour, I reckon. There is yellow. The yellow and red is going more towards the Gold Coast. It swung around this morning coming from the northwest, now it's southwest, coming up from the southwest. So Brisbane will cop some sort of rain, but anyway, the Australians are desperate to get 3 wickets here. You know, make batting look really, really tough for India as well, and just get away from this game. So we might have done all right if the weather was better.
If the Australian innings was one round in a boxing bout, you think that India have landed most of those punches, and some big-time punches as well. And the 3 I mentioned, Khawaja, McSweeney and Manas, more failures for them. Mitch Marsh, all of a sudden, he looked good in that second innings in Perth. Now he's pushed up the order. He fails again. A lot of batting questions. Steve Smith's been strangled down. Obviously, you could hear or see him lip read him say, come on, mate, after he got out there. But is it just bad luck? Is it something else?
There's a whole lot of open questions out of that. I think you're entitled to judge it however you like. In some ways, yeah, well, it's the Australian way to try to play for a win. They dominated the match, lost a little bit of ascendancy, trying to get it back. They have what looks like an impregnable position in terms of not losing. What can you do to win? But how that lands with everybody is a different conversation again. So these are crucial moments for New Farm Australian through and through. Does India want to chase? If all of this is a psychological battle, there's a certain charm in batting to the rain and being 1 down and not chasing and being 3 down. And going, that's fine, you do whatever you like, but we're going to net.
It's not a nice net, though, is it?
No.
There's cracks and a bit unevenness. Jaiswal's waiting on the rope. Who's going to join him? Is it Rishabh Pant? Then we'll know a little bit more. So
or is it Rohit Sharma? That would be quite a statement.
Right. If you're going to chase it, Rohit would go back to the top, wouldn't he? Yeah.
And I wouldn't be very surprised if it is Rohit, to be honest. It's not. It's Rahul.
Oh, that's boring, Rohit. So I think that might have been the best way to go. Well, let's wait. No, you've got to say things beforehand, haven't you? You know, when the Australians did, try to grab the reins and play some shots, they watched the ball a bit better and they used the gaps out in the field. They got hold of a few. So it may be the best way to go, rather than play conventional, compact defence and try to score from really bad balls. Wait for them. There's not many out there.
But speaking of waiting, Jaiswal's not waited for Rahul. He's marched ahead of his
Come on, we've got a match to win.
But that's how these young Indian cricketers think, though, these days. Gerard, I'll be very intrigued to see how they go. I wouldn't be surprised if Jaiswal comes out all guns blazing. They all have multiple gears. We've spoken a lot about KL Rahul and what he does in white ball cricket. But Jaiswal did more sixes than anyone else in this calendar year in Test cricket. So
that'll be great. That'll be fantastic if he does.
Well, let's see how exciting this might get. The session of play for Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. 275 required of 54 overs. Mitch Stark limbering up. Travis Head's not on the field, so there's a young local down at fine leg. And Inglis is fielding for Hazelwood. Mitch Stark, we've been recounting 19 times in his Test career, taking a wicket in the first over of an innings. He's got 3 slips and a gully in place. He's got a hold on Jaiswal in recent times. Stark left arm over, bowls to Jaiswal, who's on the advance and defends. If the rain wasn't going to hit, we would have ourselves a hell of a game here.
Oh, very much so. And this is not an Indian batting lineup with the likes of Pujara and Rahane in it. They're all shot makers. I guess the one way to look at it for Australia is like a truncated game of chess. You need a big piece out. If they can get Kohli out tonight, that'll be big. Get him out cheaply again, just like Bumrah has done to some of the Australian top order batters. We need some big ones out.
4,000 fans in at the Gabba. If this goes deep, you could imagine that number swelling. Stark to Jaiswal. Again, he advances and pulls the bat out of the way. So he's got some real intent about him.
Having seen this Indian team play Test cricket in the last couple of years, this is what Rohit Sharma wanted after they lost the WTC final. He never went the baseball route, but he wanted more positive cricket, take the game to the opposition, and I think that's what they're going to try and do here. Jaiswal in particular.
So Stark from the sawdust. Makes his approach in past the umpire and bowls to Jaiswal, who drives him straight to Cummins at mid-on. Three slips gully, deep point. So Lions outside the infield, but not back on the rope. Mid-off is Head, mid-on is Cummins, and mid-wicket That's where McSweeney's gone. So Marsh is in the gully and McSweeney's at mid-wicket, and the young sub is down at fine leg. Stark in. Jacewell from his pads, clips firmly out through mid-wickets. Cummins goes off in pursuit. They'll overhaul it. McSweeney dives in, gets there first. The Indians start with a 3 off the bat of Jacewell.
He's coming at every delivery, isn't he? He's not holding back. He's at the ball, jumping out of his crease as well. This is what you wanted from the Australian top order, Heels.
Yes, but what India had that Mitch Stark hasn't got is movement off the seam. So, like Bumrah especially, the others were normal. But Stark is through the air and you know, won't often hit the seam and jag like Bumrah was doing away and in. And then he was extremely lively and a class above.
3 slips, 2 gullies for KL Rahul. No, is... oh, yeah, Marsh has just taken half a dozen steps backwards and to his right. So a displaced gully.
They must think there's a slash coming.
They must.
Yeah, deep gully on the old-fashioned gully line.
Stark to Rahul. Short left alone.
Rahul's been sort of caught short, I think. You know, whether he had to go to the toilet or something before he got all his gear on or whatever. Jacewell's waiting for him, and then all this over at the non-strikers end, he's been getting things gathered, getting you know, everything done. Normally that would have been done off the field, but he's been caught short. He's getting it together now. He looks pretty composed. The guard's taken. He scratched it out enough, and here he goes.
It's a 2-speed opening partnership. You suspect Rahul would play just his natural anchor role. Stark bowls to him, and he's beaten on the outside edge. He was drawn to play. Not successful, Stark, but a neat over to start. None for 3. The Toyota scoreboard don't send a ute to do a Hilux job.
Spending too much time in the shed used to be an issue. But with IMAR's new loyalty program, aptly named The Shed, I can now spend as much time in the shed as I like. You see, The Shed gives tradies insured with IMAR cashback rewards from heaps of brands, like Tilmar, Pet Barn and JBL. So now that my business is insured with IMAR, I can enjoy great cashback rewards. Visit imartheshed.com.au.
The tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Ian Healy and Bharat Sundaresan in place. 4 and 20 pies, Australia's original fan food. India none for 3. The target is 275. That was the first of 54 overs. Pat Cummins will be bowling from the Stanley Street end. Jacewell walked at Stark throughout that first over. 3 slips and a gully, a deep point. Cummins around the wickets, bowls, and Jacewell tucks up off the stumps and calls for the single as it trickles across the popping crease. None for 4.
And this is one more thing that the Australian top order haven't done enough in this series is get off strike when Bumrah has the ball in his hand. It's not easy to do that. There hasn't been enough rotation of strike often enough. We saw it that evening in Adelaide with the pink ball. India got their lens slightly off.
Skies are black over on the far side of the ground.
It looks catastrophic.
Yes. when it hits, it's going to hit bad. Exactly how much of the red will be centred over the Gabba. We'll see. A short leg in place for KL Rahul, so the 3 slips and a gully. Cummins motors in and bowls, and Rahul is beaten as he came forward. That's a lovely delivery. He's bowled so well, Pat Cummins, in this test match.
I'm expecting this to be more like the sideways movement of Bumrah from Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood, especially if we had him. So let's just see how long Pat can sustain it.
Both Stark and Cummins have taken 14 wickets in the series. Stark at 22.5 and Cummins at 23.7. Cummins started the day bowling. He's doing it again at 2:30 in the afternoon. He bowls to Rahul, who tucks up in defence and drops it in front of McSweeney, who's under the helmet with head off the field.
The one thing you do get when Josh Hazlewood is injured or not playing is Pat Cummins gets to take the new ball, and he enjoys taking the new ball. Saw it with the pink ball in Adelaide. We've seen it before in that period where Hazlewood missed a lot of Test cricket.
Rahul, the top scorer for India, with 84 in the first innings, and leads the way in the series for them as well. Cummins bowls to him, and Rahul plays for his pads. It's onto his pads. Cummins aborted the appeal. The cordon went up. Pat just says, nah, just not quite there. Yep. Playing with us, Tom?
Yep. So the fielder at mid-on, Cricket Australia tells me, is Hugo Wybgen, who is yet to play a game for Queensland in any format, but he is an Australian under-19 cricketer. He's 20 years old. He's
I've heard the name.
Right arm off spinner and right-handed bat.
Oh, he was captain of that under-19 team that they're all coming out of now. So I got told he got flown to Melbourne, mate.
Cummins bowls, Rahul drives, and Hugo's going to have to chase it. It gets through mid-on. He's a sprightly young fellow as he gets after it and will haul it in just ahead of the rope. He won't be able to prevent a third run. Throws it into mid-pitch where McSweeney collects. So Rahul's on his way. He has 3.
It's also sweet. He had Inglis also running after him, waiting for the relay. Hugo said, no, I want to throw this ball. I want to show the world what my arm's like.
This would be a Colo question, but have we had Hugo's play for Australia? Just trying to think. None for 7. None for 7. That's the last ball of Cummins' first over. Onto the pads of Jace Burley. Played it straight to mid-on. No run. None for 7 after 2. Australia's batting 7 declared for 89 for IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more.
IGA's Christmas countdown is on now. Head in store for 2-day specials like Australian beef rump steak, $16.99 per kilo. That's a hot price. Hurry, offer ends Thursday only at IGA.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Pests, insects and weeds. Give them a spray. Ian Healy here. Sylvan's Pro-Grade range is built tough for serious gardeners and professionals with a 5-year warranty. They're easy to operate with multiple spray nozzles for any application. Sylvan, the spraying specialists. Available at Bunnings Warehouse.
And at Test cricket, Adam Collins jumping in. The light meter's out there. It is dark again at the Gabba. This posture I've been in most of the week trying to look underneath the grandstand. They are black clouds.
Very black.
No Hugos have played for Australia, by the way, Tommy.
But I've got something for you.
I would have thought of 1920s, 1915s, that type of name.
Well, there was a Hugo Weaving who was involved. Hugo Weaving played Douglas Jardine in the Bodyline miniseries.
That's the Hugo.
Played for England.
Here's Stark away from us. The KO Rahul on 3. Delivers and pushed into the offside. Quickish shingle, but they're through very comfortably. He's 4 none for 8. Tommy Morris.
So no Hugos have played for Australia, but in the space of 3 days, 2 Hugos have fielded for Australia. Hugo Burden fielded the other day. He played a couple of games for Queensland, and now it's Hugo Wybgen. I don't know how to say
I say Wybgen.
Wybgen, who's fielding for Australia.
It's meant to be. It's coming. It's a sign that
Hugo's on the way.
Yeah.
Speaking of coming, they've got the light meter out, and I think that might be our lot for the time being.
Definitely too dark.
Yeah, it does feel like we've hit that point where it's slightly inevitable, and yet you can hear the bails hitting the turf by the stump mic at both ends, so that, all things being equal, that should be tea. We're within half an hour of the tea interval.
Is this game still going on?
I've been wrong on this before.
It was nice while it lasted today, but call it off, eh?
So it should be tea, but whether it is or isn't, well, we're beholden to the match referee, Ranjan Madagale, who's a few doors down, to find out what's going on.
Rand,
what's going on, mate? Off. So Australia were 89 for 7 declared after 18 overs when they pulled out. They set India 275 for victory, and India none for 8 after 2.1 overs. Jaiswal and Rahul 4 apiece. No one's in a hurry to get off the field right now. I don't think we're going to hear from anyone on television either, so we'll just wheel through here. So Australia's batting innings: Khawaja 8, Labuschagne 1, McSweeney 4, Marsh 2, Smith 4. At one stage, I 5 for 33 heels, and then Travis Head and Pat Cummins made 17 and 22 respectively, and the not-out man was Alex Carey with 20 not out from 20 balls. I think your point before was the one that was nearest the pin out of everything I've heard around the press box as well, that had they came out and batted that way from the get-go, it might have tallied, but it didn't sort of feel that way with Kawaja, Labuschagne, McSweeney, Marsh, and I suppose to an extent Smith, although Smith did charge at the ball before he got out. It just felt like they were, batting kind of normally, and it wasn't working out. So I'm sure this will be excused away as to neither. It doesn't matter anyway. They were just batting for a brief period of time to give their bowlers another crack, but still, it'll contribute to the thinking and the discourse and the conversation and the articles and the broadcasting. It should count for nothing, but it won't as we make our way to Melbourne.
Yeah, they didn't come out and bat as if they needed 90.
No, right.
That's out we go, boys. Anything above 90, we're happy as. And that would have been the freedom we would have witnessed from the very get-go. That wasn't the case. So they failed again. The Indians took some scalps there, and Australia failed to get one in 2 overs. So, they got through, but they didn't set out to play that way.
Got Bharat Sundaresan with me as well. Our Australian team partner is IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more, and Baz, you always give us more. Go on. Your thoughts on what we saw?
No, I'm completely in agreement with Heels. I don't think that was a strategy. The top order looked very cynical, pessimistic while facing Jasprit Bumrah. There was really no intent shown. Nathan McSweeney left his crease a couple of times. And I think India have landed a lot of important blows going into that Melbourne test. Who would have thought? Right? Australia was so far ahead in the game at this time, even yesterday. It was that last wicket partnership that helped them avoid the follow-on. And from that point on, it would have, if this was an Australian batting lineup which was in form, consistent batters, this could have just been rubbished away, saying they're trying to set the game up. Considering there are so many batters who averaged below 20 in this series already, and those guys getting out once again, and to that man Bumrah, and to some pretty ordinary shots as well, whether it's Marnus or Nathan McSweeney. So a lot of question marks again will be asked of this Australian batting.
I think that's the key point here, Hills, isn't it? That it's different if you're flying, and that can be brushed away. But when you're not, and when you've seeded momentum somehow from where they were, as Kat was describing earlier on, what he described as marginal gains when you think about a 5-test match series, what India can take from that, what was it? It was 18 overs all up. India take far more from that 18 overs than Australia do.
Yeah, but they've still got similar questions to answer themselves.
Yep.
So that's okay. I don't see Australia regressing going into Melbourne, but they are out of form.
Yeah.
They're seriously out of form. There's questions got to be asked of George Bailey. Can we get this form back? Are you confident that form will re-emerge in our top 3? Otherwise, changes have to be made. And what suggestions might you have for us, George? That type of thing. So I think the Melbourne Test is probably the least volatile wicket they'll play on, and that's their best chance. But form takes a little longer than a week to turn around, and it's just not coming for them.
The leading run scorer for Australia was Pat Cummins with 22. That was for Australian outdoor living, bringing backyard dreams to life, Baz.
And another way of looking at it is from an Australian perspective. Travis Head scored 100 in Adelaide. Travis Head scores 100 here. So you knew he was in form. Steve Smith made that 100. That was crucial for him and the team. But what have you learned about Kawaja, McSweeney or Marnus that you didn't know already coming into this test? Only that, like Keel said, they're out of form. They need a big score. And they will not carry too much confidence going into that test, because the Bumrah problems is growing and growing and growing. His bowling average is dropping with every test match. It's a pity that he didn't get a chance to get his 10th wicket. But yeah, it's just form. So that's more like it. And now they've lost Josh Hazlewood as well.
We called them ordinary shots, right? So those 3 men, and throw Mitch Marsh in there as well, they don't play ordinary shots if they're batting normally. They make really good decisions. They pick the ball up nice and early, pick up the length and play an appropriate shot a very high percentage of the time. Now they're just not doing that. They've taken their eyes off the ball because they've watched balls jag sideways all summer. And now they're wondering which way is this one going to go. You haven't got time to do that. They've got to get right back to basics and strip it right back. See the ball and hit it. don't care where your feet go, and use as good a technique as you try to, and that's the first step. Just get some clarity in your head.
And the ball that got Khawaja was just pace, wasn't it? And Jasprit Bumrah, who's been a handful, it's not going to get any easier.
Well, it was pace, but his front leg was stiff, he was way too high, and he's trying to play a semi-aggressive shot to a ball that's hit the top of the stumps. It's not a half. He was playing a half-volley shot to a ball that's hitting the top of the stumps. He's misjudged the length as well as played an average shot.
Yeah, I think my point there is simply that at this point of his career, getting out that way doesn't look crash hot, I suppose.
No,
with the pace there. And look,
I wouldn't care what age he was.
Yeah, sure.
Because that was the wrong shot.
And I feel I'm reluctant to almost cite the age, but it's sort of hard not to in situations like this. And Jasprit Bumrah, who was clearly this afternoon the player of it for Bing Lee, better living every day. And his record in this series, he's taken 20 at 10. And the threat that Bumrah will present at Melbourne will get no easier than this, because we know from domestic cricket and in test matches played at the MCG over the last 3 or 4 summers that pitch is as good as anywhere in the country to bowl fast.
And he loves bowling at the MCG as well. The 2 tests he's played there.
Outstanding.
6 for 33 in his first ever test at the MCG. Set that game up and the series up for India. So to look at it from an Indian perspective, if there was no play today, they would have gone to Melbourne, down and wondering about a few things. Like Healy said, they have batting question marks as well. But they'll go in higher spirits than what they should have, considering the match situation. They're still so far behind in this game. It's not that they finish on a high, but still, the spirits, morale would have lifted in the last day and a bit.
Such as it is with Test cricket. Sometimes you don't win, and yet you leave a game feeling like there is something there. And so it might be for India as we make our way to Melbourne on Boxing Day. We'll make our way to a break in just a moment. So it's none for 8 here with tea obviously taken. The prospect of play anytime soon is very minor because, it's drizzling, but the bigger issue is that it is very, very dark here at the Gabba. And as Heels, you're pointing that the weather's going from left to right, and to our left, it doesn't look a lot better than to our right. So draw from that what you will. Ian Healy has been our expert for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. All the numbers are on the Toyota scoreboard. Don't send you to do a Hilux job. The resumption of play will be what it'll be, or maybe not at all. The captains will doubtless have a chance to converse at some stage with the match officials, and we'll see where we get to. So none for 8 India. Jaiswal on 4, Rahul on 4. They're away from their target's 275, as irrelevant as that is. They're 266 away from that. There have been 2.1 overs bowled in this 4th innings. The Australian team partner is IG Online Trading. Why do active traders choose IG? Because IG gives you more. And you can stay up to date with everything BBL with the Big Bash app, live scores, exclusive content, and player stats personalised for you on the Big Bash app. Download today. All right, we'll take a break here at the Gabba. Back in a couple of moments.
Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Shelves are stocked, fridges are full, and the friendly team are ready to go. You'll find everything for Christmas and more online and in every store at your local Woolworths. Crew's still dealing with a crash on the Monash Freeway outbound at Heatherton Road. 3 lanes out of action, speeds down to 40, and there's heavy delays back to Ferntree Gully Road. Take the Princess Highway instead. Want to download fuel savings? Fill up with My 7-Eleven Fuel Price Lock and you could save up to 25 cents per litre. You've got a deal at 7-Eleven. T's and C's apply. Savings not guaranteed. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Sushi Hub's platters are perfect for all office or home parties. The no-fuss sushi solution that everyone loves. Order your Sushi Hub platters online today.
Gerard Whateley here. You've probably heard me broadcasting the Super Bowl, AFL and Test cricket on SEN. There's no better feeling than being there live at these events, and now you can too with pay.com.au. If you're a business, simply pay your bills using pay.com.au, and for every business expense, you'll earn points to use on exclusive events, business class travel and more. Join more than 30,000 business owners and get rewarded for your business payments. Search pay.com.au today.
Uncomfortable and struggling to stay cool this summer? Beat the Aussie heat with Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Whether you're indoors or outdoors, trust Dynabreeze to keep you cool and comfortable on the hottest days. Great for the workshop, home gym or patio. Dynabreeze fans are engineered to withstand the toughest conditions and are backed by an industry-leading 3-year factory warranty for that peace of mind. Dynabreeze industrial strength heavy duty fans. Get yours now at Bunnings and leading hardware stores.
There's so much going on at Christmas, figuring out what to watch can be a bit of a mission. For some, it's all about rewatching classics like Home Alone or debating if Die Hard is a Christmas movie. Spoiler, it is. But it's also the perfect time to catch up on the year's biggest blockbusters, like Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds teaming up in the hilarious, record-breaking Deadpool and Wolverine. You can stream all this and so much more on Disney Plus right now. So there you go. Christmas entertainment sorted. Sign up at disneyplus.com.
Woken up tired but you've got an epic day ahead? Get to work and smash your day with Wakey Wakey Caffeine Energy. Stay alert and boost your energy fast with 100 milligrams of caffeine plus guarana in every effervescent tablet. That's more caffeine energy than a 250ml can of Red Bull energy drink with less sugar. Simply drop it into your glass or water bottle, let it fizz and tackle today. Find Wakey Wakey effervescent tablets and liquid capsules at Coles, Woolworths, Chemist Warehouse and leading pharmacies.
Always read the label and follow the directions for use.
Nothing says Aussie summer like an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Coupled with backyard barbecues, sunshine and your mates. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic. Craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Check Kilmore Toyota's website for all stock available. It's not just Kilmore Toyota, but Seymour Toyota is also in our stable. Visit the range of demonstrator models available for test drive and sale, including Toyota certified pre-owned vehicles. Visit kilmoretoyota.com.au. LMCT 808.
For over 70 years, Junheinrich has been a pioneering material handling solutions provider. With a presence in 42 countries and 6 branches across Australia, Junheinrich is your one-stop shop for warehouse solutions, offering forklifts, order pickers, stackers, racking systems and a full range of new, used and rental equipment. Their comprehensive range will have you stumped. Junheinrich, German engineered, your trusted material handling partner for long-term success. Visit junheinrich.com.au or call 131 687.
Up to 25k off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from only $589,900. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket.
Bowls to Kawaja. Bowled in straight through him. Wow, Shane edges it out into the gloves of Parks. Marnus goes for 1.
Akash bowls underage. He's caught behind as well. Another terrible shot. McSweeney playing away from his body. Low on the bat. Through to Rishabh Pant. Marsh facing Akash. And he plays behind. He's caught behind. Akash Deep's done it again. Ball on the leg side for Smith. Rush to it here. Stays at home. Down the leg side. Is he caught behind? It is. Siraj bowls. Head gives himself some room again. It's right up in the air. Under the keeper. Takes the catch. Rishabh Pant. He called all the other fielders out. And he took, in the end, what was a simple catch. Head departs for 17. Deep bowls to Cummins. It's short. And it's pulled well in front of square. What a shot. All the way for 6. Over mid-wicket.
Cummins is swinging at everything. He's 22. He swings high into the air. It hasn't gone far. Rahul underneath takes the catch. Bumrah gifted another.
The tea break for Dakin, transforming your home into the ideal haven. And for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Just when you think you've got it sorted, Ian Healy, just when you think you understand what's happening in this game of cricket and you can predict the next few hours, it turns on its head. Australia 7 for 89 declared. Bumrah with 3, Siraj and Deep with 2 apiece. The top scorer was Pat Cummins with 22 from 10 balls. It set the Indians a target that they're likely not going to be able to get due to the inclement weather. It's dark and it has been raining here at the Gabba, and it is tea. And the covers are on. India, a no wicket for 8. What did we just see? The last 2 or 3 hours have been mental, and I don't think anyone could have predicted it outside the Australian dressing room.
No, that's right. They couldn't predict it either, surely. Hopefully inside they didn't predict it.
Yeah.
We
the
saw
way they
legendary
played.
bowling by Bumrah. We saw insecure top order form from Australia. They made poor decisions, and they've got to get them out of their game. And then we saw, Australia willing to have a bit of a smash at it and get enough and decide, right, we'll send them in now. We'll try to get a couple of their top order wickets as well, but they didn't.
So Khawaja was beaten all ends up by Bumrah. McSweeney and Labuschagne and Marsh all flirted outside the off stump. Steve Smith was caught down the leg side. I wonder whether Labuschagne and McSweeney would have played those shots if they weren't batting for a declaration, as they clearly were.
Well, I hope so, because they were sort of there. They just played late. They played, it surprised them. Is that, this one looks like a bit of a bad ball. Oh, before they know it, they've nicked it.
Yeah.
So they've just got to get much more clear. I would take a piece of vision of any piece of vision of Travis Head batting this year, and take it to your room tonight.
And watch it over and over again. Travis Head played some beautiful shots, albeit in a short stay at the crease. There has been some suggestions that he may have hurt himself as well. He was seen holding on to his hamstring or groin when he was batting. The message from Cricket Australia, thankfully, is he's just resting. I know he didn't field in that short stint, and he hopefully is okay for the Boxing Day test. Wouldn't that be a disaster if he was injured? They need Travis Head at his best.
Do you like that answer?
No, I'd like to know more.
That's going on for a short, sharp burst at India, and Travis is having a rest. How's that happen?
Yeah.
That better be wrong. I'm hoping that justification of why Travis Head wasn't on the field is wrong, and they're hiding something, because Travis Head would hate that reputation, I reckon. Yeah. He would hate the fact that they've said he's having a rest.
So do you reckon they're telling us a little fib there and he's actually hurt himself, and that's why I didn't feel?
Yeah, he's scared of slipping again on a slick outfield that it must be nowadays, because there may be a little niggle there. So, I don't want to hear Australian cricketers having a rest when their team's out there under the pump with a job to do against one of the great, teams of the world.
This is the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Heels, the player of the day contender, thanks to Bing Lee. Better living every day. Can we give it to Jasper? He's taken 9 wickets for the match. We keep saying how amazing he is, but he continues to perform at the highest of levels.
Yeah. And we'll give him the player of the day on the day that he gets his least wickets.
You don't like him?
Jasper, you got it, mate. Three for. And sorry we didn't give it to you when you got 8 for. But we had someone else in mind that day, Travis Head with 160, I suppose. But have it, mate, because you deserve it. Yeah. He is prowling around, dying to get the ball in his hand, all innings.
He's an incredible bowler, Jasprit Bumrah. He dismissed Labuschagne, and then at the very end he got Cummins and he bowled Khawaja as well. And Khawaja is a discussion all in itself as well. We've mentioned the numbers there with Usman Khawaja over the past 18 months. Hasn't had a test century for now 29 test innings. And he's had a poor summer with Jasprit Bumrah far too good for him today. What's been the Bendix break big moment? Bendix, the best known breaks. What moment do you think of today and think, Heels, that's going to stick in your memory?
I can't even remember how we started today.
What was happening? Well, the Indians were batting
9 down, right?
They were 9 down.
So it was really just Australia's batting that is in our memory. So is it going to be a rock bottom for those fellas if they get a test in Melbourne and they can finally say, right, let's go, let's watch the ball and hit it, and let's push on. Our whole roll out here is to score runs and get a job done for Australia. Now, I like the fact that they're valued for spending time in the middle when the ball is so lively. I don't expect Melbourne to be this lively, and jag so much. It might bounce, and it's caught a few batsmen on the hop pace-wise this year, but not the jag that Perth, Adelaide and Brisbane has had. So, let's assess that and then push through gaps and put some pressure back on the Indian bowlers in Melbourne.
Did you like the tactics from the Australians? Because the alternative was to go into their shells and just bat the day out.
Well, why did they decide to change it? right? So halfway through, Mitch Marsh being promoted to 4, and he was looking to come at the bowlers, and it didn't work because Bumrah bowled superbly, leg cutting, squaring him up, and then Travis Head was able to start things off. So I like those tactics. I would have liked it to start. I suppose Usman played 2 aggressive shots. He was there ready to drive one when it was a genuine half volley from Siraj, and he played a beautiful back foot drive right from the word go. But then played wrong shots to some wrong balls. So, I would have liked to see it a bit more haphazard at the start.
Yeah,
and
have a crack
going
on the
for
start.
it, you know?
Yeah.
And bat like a team that only needed 100.
Yeah.
You know, there's no ramifications here. Let's go.
Well, if they're going to do that, why is McSweeney opening the batting? Like, why then they put Travis Head up the top, or Mitch Marsh at the top, or Alex Carey at the top?
Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I think they were left to their own devices. Do what you want to do, boys, the top boys. And then they decided, no, it's time. We need 100. We better get 100 here. And it turned out they stopped at 90.
Is momentum a thing? We're going to be talking about this for a week, heading to the Boxing Day test. Does India have the momentum now, or does Australia?
No, Bumrah's got momentum.
Yep.
That's it. I don't think the Indian batsmen have. And I think our Australian, Patrick Cummins has got momentum. And Starkey's done well. So we've got to get that third quick, Scotty Bowler, make sure he doesn't trip over anything this week, and get him in a Boxing Day test and let him love it. And, momentum won't be a thing, I don't think. Both top orders have got their issues. So it should be a great challenge, whoever's in that team, to get your job done as a batsman.
So the covers are still on here at the Gabba. It is drizzling, but the main issue at the moment, I think, is the light. It's very dark here at the Gabba. It actually feels like it's getting more towards evening when the local time is 2:55 p.m. Keep cool this summer with Ream Solar branded Cool Cabana. To register now for your chance to win, visit icanwin.com.au. Heels, this has been the tea break for Dakin, your air conditioning specialist, and for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew, and SEN Test Cricket for Royal Caribbean. Holiday in every way with Royal Caribbean, and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. We'll see you hopefully in what will be the last session, and we'll get some cricket. Remains to be seen exactly how much cricket. Up next, it's Peter Lalor with Gerard Whateley.
Siraj to Carey on 2. Bowls here. Carey plays him through the offside, drives him with authority. Out to the rope for 4. Belies the scoreboard when you see him playing like that. These two are in great nick. 5 for 43 through the biz covers.
And that nice cover drive. Switch and save on your business insurance in minutes. For on-the-go cover, go biz cover. Is your money halal? Get halal home loans and investments with Hijaz Financial Services. Escape the everyday and visit royalcaribbean.com.au to book your next adventure. SEN Test Cricket.
Woolworths shelves are stocked, fridges are full, and the friendly team are ready to go. You'll find everything for Christmas and more online and in every store at your local Woolworths. Crew's still dealing with a crash on the Monash Freeway outbound at Heatherton Road. 3 lanes out of action, speeds down to 40, and there's heavy delays back to Ferntree Gully Road. Take the Princess Highway instead. Want to download fuel savings? Fill up with My 7-Eleven Fuel Price Lock and you could save up to 25 cents per litre. You've got a deal at 7-Eleven. T's and C's apply. Savings not guaranteed. And that's the latest SEN traffic.
What's faster than a pace bowler with the new ball? Travel Money Oz. When travelling overseas, you can order the currency you need online and have it delivered in person that day. Kind of like pizza delivery, but with foreign cash. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
Celebrate Christmas in style with Gazman. Proudly Australian-owned and family-operated, Gazman offers the perfect blend of sophistication, comfort and quality menswear. For a limited time, enjoy 25% off new season long-sleeve shirts and 25% off our latest range of shorts. Whether you're treating yourself or a loved one, Gazman will have you covered. Visit us in-store or shop online. Gazman. Style made real.
On the road for the holidays? With over 350 locations Australia-wide, Metro Petroleum is the perfect place to take a break and refuel on your journey. Metro have also teamed up with Mr. Whippy to launch the brand new Mr. Whippy Ice Cream Cup in vanilla bean and chocolate flavours, all in store now. So while you fill up with quality fuel, treat yourself and the family this festive season at Metro Petroleum to a Gatorade 600ml bottle for just $3. Offer from January 1 to January 31.
There are millions of energy-sucking exit signs everywhere that require regular maintenance and wasteful replacement. Smarter Light's Australian-made environmental exit signs reduce your carbon footprint because they are super low energy and have no batteries. Even better, they have a 16-year life with no maintenance required. They're National Construction Code compliant and save businesses and communities many millions. Good for you, good for the planet. Smarter Light environmental exit signs. Visit smarterlight.com.au.
Get on the SEN win page. Here's why.
In 2025, Sport Next Melbourne returns March 12 to 14. Global and domestic leaders tackle the biggest issues, trends and opportunities sport will face in the decades to come. As the largest sport conference in the Asia-Pacific region, you have extra incentive to book now. If you purchase your tickets by this Friday, you could win an ultimate SEN corporate box experience for two. Sport Next Melbourne 2025.
Enter now. Head to the SEN win page.
Summer's here, and that means one thing. Whether you're on the road, at home or cheering from the stands, there's nothing better than a 4 and 20 pie. Whether your favourite bowler's taken 5 wickets or our best batter's been trapped LBW, any break in the day's play is your chance to enjoy the classic taste of 100% Australian beef in delicious gravy wrapped in golden flaky pastry. Pie's so good, they'll have you cheering with every single bite. 4 and 20, Australia's original fan food.
Tired of running out of sparkling water or having to carry heavy bottles from the supermarket? Then get a SodaStream and make fresh sparkling water at home whenever you want. And if you feel like getting creative, add your favourite flavour like Pepsi Max, Lipton Iced Tea, ginger beer or passion fruit. There's a flavour for everyone. Never run out of sparkling drinks again this summer. Fizz, mix and enjoy with SodaStream.
We're about to get back into the cricket, and had you ordered foreign cash delivery with Travel Money Oz at the start of this ad break, your currency would already be on its way. Now that's fast like a pace bowler. T&Cs apply. Visit travelmoneyoz.com for info.
Up to $25,000 off selected Henley completed homes ready to move in. Homes from only $589,900. Cinepec's been keeping industries turning for years with technical expertise and performance. With Cinepec, you're in safe hands. SEN Test Cricket. Liquorland last session. Cheers to the cricket. Cheers, Liquorland. Choose to drink wise.
I fear we have seen the last of this Brisbane Test match. It is starting to rain and rain heavily. And what's on the radar means we'll be holed up for a couple of hours, I reckon, inside the building. The weather is for Beacon Trade, a tradie's key partner in lighting, fans and electrical. And once it started to rain this heavily, we thought, well, who else would we go to but Peter Lalor? Hello to you, Pete.
What do the kids say? FML. Yeah. Look at this. And this, the tempest is at hand, Gerard. It saved the worst for last, I think. You know, we got that first hint of when the players went out this morning and you thought it might start. The lightning came and, you get out there, we're going to strike you down. This weather has just tormented us for days and days and days. But, wow, yet again, we've seen some interesting cricket. What to make of it?
Every time they got on the ground, the cricket was compelling.
Yeah.
So what the hell did we see in those 18 overs, Pete, as Australia ran up 7 for 89?
Well, I know what the Australians will say that we saw. We saw a side having a hoik, trying to set a target. I mean, knowing that they really were never going to win this match, but at least putting themselves in a position where they could have a crack at bowling India out, as futile as that has proved to be, and they knew it was futile at the time. Nonetheless, something was ventured and not much was gained, I'm sorry to say.
And the follow-up was something lost?
Well, I think to some degree it was, because it's just added to a sorry collection of scores for much of the top order, hasn't it? A really worrying trend. The team and the people involved will all say that this needs to be isolated and it needs to be seen in the circumstances of the match and what they were trying to do. But they were spectacularly unsuccessful in what they were trying to do. Perhaps with the exception of Pat Cummins.
Yes.
Who showed them, Pat Cummins, we had a chat to Pat Cummins earlier in the year. I did speak to him about his batting, and that he'd shown. I watched that first innings he played in his, or the last innings he played in his first Test match, where he kind of batted with an abandon and helped win the Test match with Mitchell Starc, and he played with that sort of freedom that an 18, 19-year-old bowler plays with in a Test match, which is going down to the wire and that you shouldn't win. And in fact, I remember it was a day that started in storms just like this, and said to him, I was just thinking, are you getting back to that place? And he says, yeah, in my head, I'm trying to get back into that place I was when I was a teenager with the bat in my hand. And I think, you know what, I'm at my best when I go for it. And we've seen a bit of that in the last 6 to 8 months.
Absolutely.
And he's batting. He's kind of had a change of approach. He's not trying to bat like a captain, or he's not trying to graph. He said, the best thing I can do here is clear the front leg and swing from the rafters. What did he get? 22 from 10 balls. Yes. Two fours, 2 enormous sixes, provided us with a little bit of fun that nobody else really could provide us with. Even Travis Head, who at least reached double figures, didn't really get going. And what it has done, I just noticed now that Jasprit Bumrah got 3 wickets. I'm just going to have to go and correct my copy. It's filled the sails of the Indians a little bit more, at least of that Indian attack. They have got crosses on the forehead of everyone in that top order for Australia. Do you think?
I do. So I feel like I think the strategy is fair enough. The Australian way is we actually dominated this Test match. We wanted to push the issue.
Yeah,
okay?
Yep. No problems with that.
I'm okay.
Yep.
I think I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But what do you give to the opposition? And here's what they gave to the opposition.
Oh, good.
Kawaja looked old. He got beaten for speed.
And has looked old and a bit slow the whole series.
Labuschagne looked nowhere. Didn't know what he was doing, and maybe the worst shot he's played all summer. McSweeney looked completely unsuited by what he was asked to do.
Yeah.
Marsh, who is a clean hitter, never looked likely. And Smith has this fault down the leg side, which he fed again. So in all of those cases, you gave something to the opposition, I think, while sorting nothing out for yourself.
Well, I'm not sure that Smith innings erases, what was achieved not that long ago in this match.
No, certainly not. Certainly not.
Doesn't take from that.
But he has this fault line down the leg side, doesn't he, which he fed again.
He did feed that again, but I think he will now. No, he's got to fix that one. I'm not too concerned with what Smith did there. I am concerned at McSweeney's pale returns. He really hasn't got going in these 6 innings he's played now, isn't it? But Kawaja and McSweeney, there's an issue there with the openers, isn't there? That's not a very convincing opening pair. And which one of them is really under the more pressure? I think you've got to back McSweeney right through the series. Do you back Kawaja because he has a good track record? He's provided for you. He's an experienced cricketer, and some runs will come somewhere at some time from him. But there's no confidence when those two. You can have no confidence when those two are walking out the bat in the next 2 Test matches. I don't think. Not when there's life in the wicket, and you've seen more of the MCG.
There'll be life in the wicket.
Yeah, and not when Jasprit Bumrah's got that ball in his hand. He's reasserted himself now, hasn't he? Is that 53 wickets in Australia?
Yes.
No.
Because
like
the
that.
6th wicket was his 50th. Yeah,
So,
53. 21 for the series at 10.8.
Yeah, and I think he's got 53 wickets in Australia at an average of about 17. No Indian bowler has that many wickets, at least no Indian seamer. I don't think. No bowler. Thanks, Tom. We're in the presence of greatness here. We're in the presence of an extraordinary bowler. And I suppose it's worst of luck for that Australian top order that he is so goddamned good at what he does and has been for much of the series. They got on top of him in Adelaide, and they may yet get on top. It's not all doom and gloom, Jed. It's not all doom and gloom, but they took a step backwards in this innings, didn't they? Some of what was gained was lost.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is a Test match that Australia should have been on the winning side of the draw.
Yeah.
And now you just go, getting past the follow-on and then gifting those wickets. These stories are only ever told in hindsight. And that's the beauty of the 5-test series. 2 terribly lopsided results. A draw that's got so much in it.
Yeah.
What happens next? And we'll understand it as we look back. Is there any world in which Sam Constas is making his test debut in Melbourne?
I think if he made his debut in Melbourne... No, I don't think so. I just have to think that through. I'd love to see him play before the end of the series, but what's gained in acting too swiftly on one of the 2 at the top of the order? Do you lose faith in McSweeney that early in his career? I think you've got to stick with him, don't you? If Australia were behind in the series at the moment, I think it would be more compelling. They're on even footing now. We're going to see him in a test side sooner rather than later, I think. I didn't get to see that innings last night, but I read about it and saw some of the highlights. He's an extraordinary cricketer.
He is. Yeah. He is. I think the way they've handled him has been masterful, to be honest, not rushing him forth, but the amount he's learnt, and we spoke about the prospect of this, he's a sponge. The amount he's learnt in the past 4 weeks with the exposure that he's had is immense.
And he's in really good hands. Some people might scoff at this, but I believe he's with Shane Watson, and Shane Watson's a cricketer I admire a lot, and he is a cricketer who's advanced his cricketing knowledge since he's left the field. He's applied himself to the mental side of the game, and you hear Shane speak now, and he says, I learned all these things when I left the game that, God, I wish I knew when I was in the game. And he's taken the kid under his wing, and he works very closely with him. I think he's a fantastic mentor for a young player like that. Shane Watson's a really nice, good guy, a clever guy, and I think he was a fantastic cricketer for Australia. He copped way too much abuse. We'll go back to Shane Watson's career, but he was the answer to every question that Australia had throughout his career, and never really got to settle in any position or do anything regularly. I love what Trent Copeland says about what went on last night. He wished the kid good luck playing for the Thunder. Kid said, good luck, I hope you go well against them. Go well against them? I'm going to take them down, he said. Seriously. That may sound arrogant, but I think it just shows a confidence and an intent, and it's not arrogant when you fulfil it, is it? When you go out in your first innings in the BBL and score the fastest 50 for the Sydney Thunder. Listen to me. I know my BBL, Gerard. I never thought this would happen. It's seeping in like the rain. There isn't actually that much rain. Where is this tempest?
It's closing on us,
I
think. Yeah. The problem is the light is hardly likely to improve, and we're actually off for light. So it's not just the rain stopping, the light has to materially improve.
Have we walked through why light is taken as it's taken in the modern era?
Do you want to?
Well, I can make a stab at it. I mean, because we all grew up with the batting side being offered the light by the umpire, and it was up to them whether they accepted it or rejected it. Those rules changed a few years ago because the MCC Cricket Committee decided that and based this on a number of principles, one of them being that safety is paramount, and the other being that the match officials are in control of the match and of the safety and the conduct of the match. And while the players and that one side should not have a say as to whether the game continues or not. It's not down to one team. The other thing that hey, I'm paraphrasing Simon Taufel here, but the other thing that Simon says that, okay, you're not worried about I'm blowing up because it's up to the fielding side they're the only people in danger. We forget the umpires. that's a dangerous thing now. Oh, it's always been a relatively dangerous thing, umpiring a game of cricket, and people might scoff at that, but it's absolutely true. The power with which they hit the ball these days and the speed of the game. You know, you've seen umpires using shields in T20 cricket,
Yep.
so if they use shields in T20 cricket, there's no reason they shouldn't be doing it here. And you see bowling coaches and coaches using shields at training and throwing from behind a net because and it's a terrifying prospect, that ball coming back, and an umpire can be blindsided by a player or by something like that. So the umpire's safety is a question too. So you are no longer offered the light. They take a base measure on that first time they go off, and that's it. And essentially, it's science and its rules. Yep. You know, it's not up to the vagaries of the batting side. I guess that's fair enough. I mean, I still get really annoyed by it.
Yes,
really annoyed by it. You know, rules have never sat easily with me, Gerard. But
They haven't come off frivolously for the light in this test. The 3 times they've come off, it's been too dark.
Yeah. And hey, I wouldn't stand out there umpiring. You know. Do you know the umpires mark out their spots and things before the game? They actually take middle and things. I watched that on the first morning. I'd never seen that before. I was standing out there and the bowlers were doing their marks, and, you know, the stump mics were being tuned and things like that. And the umpires were standing at either end and lining each other up and where they would position themselves for the spinner and the fast bowler. So that they said, it is... I said, well, why don't you just line yourself up with the little channel that runs up to the stump? I said, you can't trust that either. You've got to be really careful that you are completely in line stump to stump where you stand and not drift from that point. I'd never thought of that before. I thought, stand there, that's near enough, isn't it? Hey, what was delightful was just down in front of the press box there that they packed all of the Indian fans into one stand, and they were loving the cricket today. They really got their excitement. You know, they got their money's worth, didn't they? Seeing Jasprit Bumrah bowling like that, and Siraj bowling well. And there's that guy now. I can see him good. There's this guy there with a turban, and he's got a baby. Yep. Everyone else had a flag or a homemade sign to wave when a wicket fell. He was waving the baby. Wave you. It was hilarious. Would have made a great photograph if there was a photographer around. Wave your baby for a wicket.
Made a difference to Mohammad Siraj, who didn't get booed when he came on the bowl. Changed the environment for him. It won't be like that on Boxing Day when there's a full house.
Yeah. Well, it was only $10 to get in today, and the $10 went to the Usman Khawaja Foundation. So all of those people have given a little bit of money to Usman's foundation, which does some good work for underprivileged children and the like.
What did they see? They saw 18 overs of Australia, 2 overs of India, and then this morning we went from 74.5 to 78.5. So we had 422. We had 24 overs of play. I'm talking in the past tense as if this is over, but that hasn't quite been called yet. That's sort of to fit in with the 13 on day 1, 88 day 2, 33 day 3, 58 day 4, and just not enough cricket. It could have been a fascinating test match if it had been allowed to unfold, or maybe Australia would have prosecuted their dominant position as the Hazelwood injury, which we've spoken about a lot. Have you seen the head vision, which just offers the suspicion of a groin injury, which Cricket Australia say no, that's not the case. But the vision, it just offers a moment of pause to go, he's clearly not quite right in that moment. Whatever it is he's feeling, he was feeling something.
May I repeat
this
statement from the dressing room? Just to be clear, Travis Head does not have a groin injury. That is 100% incorrect, and not as in capitals. It could not be more emphatic, Gerard. There's a defensive tone comes out from the dressing room around injuries, isn't there?
Around the whole setup at the moment. They're so hypersensitive to criticism. I actually think it's not helpful to what they're trying to do. They should let the best football teams just let it all wash past.
I agree. There's a sense that they're in a bunker and they're fighting back against everything. Yeah. And look, I get it. You see what, and there's that lightning.
Yes.
Josh Hazelwood went through when he made that sort of offhand observation that Michael Vaughan leapt on, beat up for all it was worth, and then, of course, all the clickbait journos in their mother's bedrooms and whatever pounce on it because this is some way to get a little bit of attention by repeating this in a headline and divisions in the Aussie room. It was, as you dismissed it
in
with
real time.
Yeah, you dismissed it with a cynical backhand from the get-go, and you were absolutely correct. And there was no suggestion that there was a division. It was just that little bit of fun that makes the bowlers sit at the back of the bus and the batters sit at the front and pretend that there is. But you can see why that would annoy Josh Hazlewood, and why I will think, do I really even want to talk to you people anymore? If that's what you're going, if you're going to twist my words and make a storm in a teacup over something like, it's more bigger than a storm in a teacup. I mean, that's a significant allegation over just took him the wrong way. It just twisted his words. I don't blame Michael Vaughan. Michael Vaughan's a stirrer of the highest order. He's made a living out of winding up Australians. He's made a career in the media out of winding up Australians, and he must wet himself laughing to see the Australian media, and it's not the cricket media. It's outside this box, but run around like headless chooks when he says something like that. But that's Josh, and Josh could be a bit offended by that, but in dealing with Josh lately, I've seen no signs that he's annoyed with anybody around here. The camp itself, they've got the shutters drawn. It's like it's like they're being attacked by the Zulus. You ever seen that movie?
They have. Yes.
Yeah. They've got to be bigger than that. You just got to roll with it. You just got to say, we are the most important thing in Australian sport at the moment. There will be good press, there will be bad press. We just can't let it get to us. And it interests me that I don't think Pat Cummins lets it get to him at all. He shrugs it off. He's Teflon about this stuff. I cannot recall Pat Cummins getting irritated by anything much that's ever been said. So you say that, you can say that. I don't care. I'm not feeding the bonfire. People have got to say something. But from other elements of that team setup, they're not like that. They don't have that attitude. I might have to choose my words carefully here, Gerard, and that's not exactly my forte. They should be better than that, and you saw it, and I reckon it almost got into the DNA in that dressing room. It got into it when in the changeover from Langer to McDonald, and that division that happened, and that was a pretty ugly time. Yep. And they were, and they had every right to be annoyed by some of the observations that were made at that time. But they don't seem to have changed their mindset since. It seems that their defensiveness has continued from that point. They need to grow up, get over it, just move on. You're getting paid a hell of a lot of money. People are talking about you. It'd be a damn sight worse if people weren't talking about you. You might have to downsize those houses.
I just think there are legitimate questions and critiques around performance, and equally there is lavish praise around performance.
Correct.
Lavish praise.
Lavish praise. And occasional silly clickbait headlines, because everyone's got a website now, everyone's got a podcast, everyone's got a you-know-what. I remember, did I bring this up the other day? Perhaps I did, I'll bring it up again. I remember having an argument with Michael Clark once, and it was a raging blue. And he said, you're the one. Whenever I'm in trouble, you're the one kicking me. And I said, that is ridiculous, Michael. That is absolutely bloody ridiculous. You could pave the route from my house to yours, and it's a significant distance, and from the swamp all the way over to Bondi, to the ocean of Bondi, with the positive articles that I've written about you. Yeah, sometimes I've had a go at you, but you only focus in on those ones. And to give him his due, Michael said, you might be right. You might be right about that, actually. They forget how much air we pump into their tyres. But that's human nature, isn't it, Gerard? I mean, yep. You would know. You would know when people respond to your performance on air. You could be praised by 99 people, but it's the 100th person who has a go at you that, you go to bed sort of grinding your teeth over that one, don't you? You ignore the 99 who tell us that Gerard Whateley is the best sports broadcaster in Australia.
You should see, our opening batters ought to have the live text feed just to the side of the pitch, just to watch what comes through in real time and see if it undermines you as you go.
Oh. I've got so many people muted on Twitter, Gerard. I have people come to me and say, God, you cop it on Twitter. I go, oh, do I? Yeah, I never go into the comments section. In fact, I sort of stay out of that crap pub these days.
Yes,
I keep my cricket out of there. Cricket's too nice to be in Twitter.
We have moved from bad light to rain and now to severe weather. So you saw the lightning and referenced it, and that's where the Indian fans were being ushered to shelter again. So much like we were at the start of the day, everyone's been told to move away from exposed areas while a lightning storm moves through. It's 3:25 in the afternoon. I think there's as good as no chance that there's any more play.
Are we witnessing a rather rare event in modern cricket, a draw?
We are, just the second one of the year.
Second one of the year. Gee, cricket's changed a lot, hasn't it? And changed for the better. And even though this is a draw, it's just been so much fun. It's been an epic. We said that this morning, didn't we? We said yesterday that after Adelaide on this radio station, there was a raging debate about what a waste of time 5-day tests are. And
Michael Vaughan might have led that too.
Did he? God, he's a stirrer, that bloke. But you would never... How could you give up 5-day tests when it spreads out like... Well, when it spreads out like this, and we still didn't get a result, but we definitely would not... It's fatuous, really. We would not have got anywhere near closer to a result in 4 days.
And we did get a climax. The climax was last night.
Yeah.
It's sort of against all odds in a weather-riddled test match. We got this captivating climax, which we will fully understand when we look back on the series once the final chapters are written. And that's that you can't get that. You'll get a lot different in a truncated game, but I don't think you could get that. You couldn't get a pending follow-on.
Oh, gosh. The alarms are going off out there in Brisbane. Yeah. It does sound terrible, doesn't it? I hope we can get to the airport tonight. Gerard, are you going back to Melbourne tonight?
I'm going to try.
Yeah.
Is getting back to the hotel might be as big a challenge as anything right now.
For the first time in my life, I'm behaving like a commentator, and I've brought my bags to the ground.
Oh, really?
I'm doing the commentator's rush to the ground. Right. Got ahead of myself, I think. But, there's been some great moments, hasn't there? I mean, you have to really reach back into your memory. But the 100 from Steve Smith in that first innings and the Travis Head 152, as hard as they are to remember, that was great cricket.
Great cricket.
We had to wait a day for that, didn't we? Yep. Just wait for it. It's like... And then... The KL Rahul's innings, Ravindra Jadeja's innings, and that, as you say, that spectacular 10th innings stand, trying to get past the follow-on.
The shaking hands is happening underneath the Gabba. The test match has been called. It is going to be a draw. It's been thwarted by the weather at every turn. But it does mean the sold-out Boxing Day will see Australia and India come together locked at 1-1, and Sydney will be live. This 5-test series is now guaranteed to go the distance.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
Good afternoon. We have reports of a crash on the Western Freeway outbound before Hopkins Road. We've got a breakdown on the Monash Freeway inbound at Huntingdale Road, closing one lane, and a nasty prang in Springvale. Centre Road is closed westbound at Springvale Road. Take the Princess Highway instead. 'Tis the season for low prices at Dan Murphy's. Lefroy 10-year-old Scotch Whisky 700ml, $100 for My Den's members. Ends today. Choose to drink wise. T's and C's apply. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
SEN Test Cricket is for Royal Caribbean. Come seek Royal Caribbean and for Hijaz Halal Financial Services. a drawn match at the Gabba. The game scores: Australia 445 and 7 declared for 89. India 260 and none for 8. Peter Lalor, just before you go off and commit it all for Cricket et al. For us to take in as we try to fly home, how will we remember the Gabba 2024?
We will remember the Gabba as a holding pattern in a fascinating series. We'll dry our hair, we'll dry our clothes, we'll air our shoes, and we'll advance to Sydney, not really knowing a lot more than what we suspected at the start of the series, and I don't think that's a negative thing. I think the question marks are still hanging over the same people. The exclamation marks are even more emphatic behind a couple of people like Travis Head and Jasprit Bumrah. But boy, oh boy, this series and some careers are still in the balance as we go to the last 2 tests of this series.
Would you have a stab as to whether either team leaves here with momentum, or, as the scoreline suggests, we're dead level?
We're dead level.
We're dead level.
We're dead level. We don't know much more yet.
All right, Pete. Right well, travel well.
Thanks, Jed.
And Merry Christmas.
Thank you. I'll see you in Melbourne.
See you on Boxing Day.
Cheers.
Peter Lalor, Cricket et al. We'll have the presentations momentarily. Ian Healy's come in to rejoin me. Heels, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks, Gerard.
We give up at 3:30 on the afternoon of day 5, which feels about right. There's no prospect of any more play.
No, that's right. And talking about your momentum question there that you asked, Pete, I think our batsmen, our top order batsmen, are going as bad as India's non-Bumrah bowlers. So that might be where it sits. And who can recover best? Can their bowling attack get together better than our top order?
How will you think back on this test match?
Legendary bowling. You know, Jasprit Bumrah is extremely good. He's in the class of the best global bowlers that's ever been, I'd reckon. So I'd certainly remember that. Bit of a return to form and fitness and rhythm of Cummins and a continuation of Stark. That's been good. I felt Nathan Lyon was underdone, and somehow he's got to get some bowling into him.
We are getting reports now. Bharat floated this in the box a short time ago that there was a retirement coming out of the Indian camp, and it might be Ravindra Ashwin.
Yes. They've had arms around him.
But that's... So, yeah, we've sort of had the visuals on that, haven't we?
Yeah, which is an interesting one, isn't it? I don't think he's been that well treated by Indian selectors over the years. He's been left out when you think he's in good form and could cause damage, and then he gets picked when he's underdone. So... it's unusual.
Simon Katich, welcome back.
Good afternoon, Gerard and Heels, all our listeners.
Hello.
Here we are, a draw, which was probably... it's been inevitable for a long time, but it gave us a lot along the way.
It did, and particularly today. You know, it was amazing the way that game was set up. Australia obviously got in a little bit of trouble, but we know that we're trying to set the game up for a chase, and then only a couple of overs there for India to bat. But, yeah, the test stayed true to form with the weather coming in.
Kato, do you think we started out with that intention to set something?
I think so.
Yeah, because of Usman. He played a drive and a back foot cut real quickly.
Yeah.
And early in his innings.
And then even Mitch Marsh batting at 4, I think that was a sign that they wanted to sort of try and set up a chase. But, yeah, they'll be disappointed with that, some of the top order batting, because... even though it's not easy to go out there and score quickly on a wicket like that against a new ball, you know, some of the guys did that. Alex Carey was probably the standout, and I think it's because, one, he's in good form and he's been making runs, but also he was getting himself in strong positions. So that's the thing that stands out at the moment. The top order definitely need to be working on sharpening up their footwork and getting themselves in better positions, because otherwise it's going to be a long series for them against this quality of bowling in these sorts of conditions.
It's long already.
Yeah.
Michael Di Venuto has been working tirelessly, I'm sure, with them. What do you think he should be doing now?
Well, it's unfortunately there's only so much he can do as a coach, because, you know, I'm sure that they will be doing everything right in preparation, but the problem is, under pressure out in the middle, you go back to default and what you know and you've done for so long, which is the same sort of movements and trigger patterns and all of that. So it's about trying to clear the mind and be as focused as you can on the ball and then reacting to what's bowled rather than thinking too much about what you have to do. And that's the balancing act between preparing really well and focusing on your technique, but then allowing your natural game to just take over and play on instinct in the middle when you're under pressure, and it's hard to do.
I worry about their lack of balance, you know, and so maybe he's got to slow down training a bit, slow down the sidearms, or get back on a machine and actually do some repetition. They probably think sidearm is repetition, but it's not really. Everyone's a little bit different, but maybe go back to dead set repetition of cut shot, carver drive, straight drive. You practice a lot like a golfer or a tennis player practicing shots. I wonder if that could work for them, you know, to strip it right back and go right back to balance.
We'll have the presentation shortly. It's going to happen in the indoor nets. Is the player of the match in your mind Travis Head with his 150 or Jasprit Bumrah with his 9 wickets?
Yeah, I gave it to Bumrah in the other room, purely because not just because 9 for the match, but also what he did with the bat yesterday, because that could have changed the complexion of the test match. We don't know. Obviously, there was still plenty of weather, but at the time, that was quite defining for India. So, and also because he was like a lone wolf in that first innings, and Travis Head played magnificently, but it wasn't against the newish ball, and Bumrah had to toil hard with not a lot of support. So, yeah, he gets it just in front of Travis Head.
What about for you, Heels?
Yeah, I think both masterful performances. But, yeah, I'm thinking Bumrah was classically above all his own team and most of ours. Travis got a nice little reminder today too, you know, that it can go wrong. Some of these shots, your extravagant shots, and it was a well-timed message that he got, which is good.
Yeah, and what it highlights too is the job that the Australian top order did in the first innings, because in this test he got out twice to the new ball, and the same happened in Perth in the first innings. If India can expose him to the new ball, he has gotten out to it, but in the tests where he's come in with a slightly over, or 30 sort of over ball like he did in the first innings here, then things are in his favour. And I'm not saying he can't handle the new ball, but that's where, yes, there's going to be criticism of the top order, but they did a very good job in the first innings to set this test up for Australia.
So it's an important call, isn't it? Because Jasprit Bumrah is the player of the match from Perth. Travis Head's the player of the match from Adelaide, and they are the two contenders here as the votes will be counted. Have you had a look at the Travis Head's, I won't say injury, but the moment that looks like he's feeling something while he's batting?
No.
Okay. So, there's a moment in his batting. So the Australian team says absolutely he's not injured. There's a moment in his batting where it looks suspiciously like he's feeling his groin, shall we say. They would just put it that way. And then he didn't come out and field for the innings.
I know he didn't field it. I'd heard he had been feeling unwell when he got the 100 in the first innings. That's all I'd heard.
And what we did hear from that second bit was that he was having a rest.
Yeah.
And to me, that's unacceptable. Just say feeling unwell.
Yeah.
Don't say he's having a rest.
Yeah.
When we're about to have a short, sharp burst at India. So, yeah, let's hope that he's unwell and not injured.
Yep. So Australia says that he's fine. And they were straight up and down with the Hazelwood injury on the calf front. So we'll take them at their word at the moment. But I'm sure it's vision that you will see over the coming days, which poses an open question. We were debating before whether Australia conceded anything to India by doing what they did in that innings there, and whether the top order, which is shaky, was made to be more shaky in a manner that perhaps, well, because of the way the weather turned, was unnecessary.
I think within that team and that unit, they'll probably think, no, we was trying to set things up, and we know it was not going to be easy to just take on a new ball on that surface, and that showed. But I still think, you know, those players will be disappointed with how they went about it and perished in the end, because, you know, they weren't probably as decisive as they needed to be, but that's understandable given that they've had a lack of runs. And when you're in that situation, you do second guess yourself.
Post-match presentation
Here's Ravi.
of the NRMA Insurance Brisbane Test. The NRMA Insurance is proud to sponsor the men's test series between Australia and India, and would like to recognise the player of the match. And the player of the match, for a magnificent 100 in the first innings, is second in the series, Travis Head. Well, Travis, many congratulations. First of all, how did you enjoy batting on this surface?
Feels like we batted quite a while ago. It's been a long few days. Really enjoyed contributing. Unfortunately, the weather didn't play ball, but nice in the first innings to set the game up the way we would have liked.
You play with total freedom. Now, if you compare this 100 to the 100 in Perth, how was batting different?
Yeah, challenging wicket. Again, worked through the gears well. They had some different plans this week, so pleased I was able to get through those and build a partnership with Stephen, and like I said, set the game up the way we did.
You're a fantastic entertainer. One thing great to see is once you get in, you keep that momentum going. Is that a conscious effort?
Yeah, the effort's just to try and sum up the conditions as well in the moments, and that's what I felt I've done well this series is once I've got in and be able to sum the conditions up, and either that be push the rate or hold back in certain stages. So I'm very pleased with the tempo that I'm batting with and the moments that I'm taking, and when you're playing well, it's nice to be able to do that more often than not.
A big partnership with Steve Smith. How did you enjoy that, and what was the communication most of the time?
Pretty relaxed communication. I guess, he felt like he was back into great rhythm and playing really well. And as a partner at the other end, when you feel that vibe off him and feel like he's moving really well, you're not going to lose him at the other end. It's a great partnership to be in, and it gives me full freedom and full confidence knowing that it feels like he's going to be there for the long haul. So, very nice to get him back with Stephen and build a nice partnership.
How much is match awareness important? Because does that affect the way you play, or you just see it and hit it?
I think that's what I'm doing really well at the moment. I think a few times leading into the new ball, or when I first get out there and try and navigate through different problem solving, different plans. Again, this week was completely different to last week, and I feel like I'm summing up the conditions as well. My awareness is good, and I feel like I'm playing the situation that's in front of me. So very pleased with how I'm batting at the moment.
And just pulling up a bit in that second innings is all okay?
It's been a big couple of weeks, a bit sore, but I'll be fine.
Well played.
Thank you.
Travis Head, man of the match for another brilliant 100, second in the series. I'd now like to invite the Indian captain, Rohit Sharma, to come into the presentation area. Rohit, you'll be very happy going into Melbourne with the way things have panned out here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll take that. Obviously, to have interruptions like that wasn't great, but going to Melbourne with 1-all, pretty much gives us that confidence that we can go out there and, try and pull things towards us.
A lot of character shown yesterday, 75 for 5, and then you recover from there and save the follow-on.
Yeah, the situation we were in, just after lunch, and we wanted somebody to stand up and, take the game through because keeping in mind the weather and everything, we knew that it is not going to be a full game. So, credit to Jadeja, the way he played, and obviously not to forget Rahul at the top was magnificent as well. And then towards the back end with Akash and Bumrah, showing that fight, showing that character, something that we always pride upon. And it was great to watch, these guys go out there and do their thing. And obviously, and then with the ball, all these guys were really good. Bumrah especially was superb, and then well supported by Akash and Siraj as well.
It's a word on Akash Deep. He showed a lot of character with the bat, but he's come along nicely as a bowler, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he's a very feisty character, wants to stay in the battle. He's got superb talent. We've seen that, when he played in India. And yes, obviously very new to international cricket, but again, games like this can, teach him so many things. And obviously there are a couple of guys in our group as well who can put the hand around and, take him through the difficult moments. But yeah, what he showed with the ball and with the bat, these are the type of guys we need in our squad.
Well, good luck, Rohit. Still plenty of cricket left in the series and for Boxing Day.
Thank you very much.
Now, I'd like to ask Pat Cummins, captain of Australia, to come up, please. Well, Pat, a lot of rain. You guys were in a great position at the end of day one. How do you see the next 5 days, next 4 days? Happy? Are you happy going into Melbourne 1-1?
Oh, I mean, it'd be better to be 2-1. Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of rain, which you can't do anything about, but really happy with how the guys played. To put 450 odd being sent in is a huge total, and then felt like we're right ahead of the game for all of it.
And your effort, I mean, you put your neck on the line there as captain. When you're a bowler down, it becomes difficult, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Poor Joshy. It's one of those things. If anything, maybe a few rain breaks helped us a little bit. Starkey and I could push through. But yeah, it's one of those things. You're out there to try and win a test match, so whatever it takes.
You look at this pitch, even on that last day, the ball did quite a bit, didn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Day fives here can be up and down. It's a day 5 wicket, even though there wasn't that much cricket played on it. Particularly when that ball was hard, it felt like it was a right handful.
What's the positives you take out of this test match going ahead?
Yeah, quite a bit. Smithy and Trav's innings I thought was fantastic. Alex Carey as well to get us up to 450, amazing. Again, I think Nath looked really good yesterday. Starkey took wickets again, so just about ticked off every box we could.
They reckon it's a full house on Boxing Day. Looking forward to that?
That'd be amazing. It's one of those things here in Australia. You all wake up on Boxing Day morning, can't wait for the cricket to start. So being there, singing the anthem, seeing a packed house, doesn't get any better.
Well done. Look forward to the Boxing Day test. Good luck.
Thanks, Ravi. Cheers.
Well, there you go. That's it from the presentation area.
The match is drawn here at the Gabba. Let's head underneath and join Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan.
Thanks, Gerard. Yes, the news from underground here, it feels fairly clear to us that Ravichandran Ashwin is about to make an announcement, Bharat, which may well be his retirement.
Yeah, I think it is that. He just walked up the stairs with Rohit Sharma to do his press conference, and I just shared a handshake with him. So it looks like R. Ashwin is announcing his test retirement. You could see he was quite emotional. His eyes, you could see he's shed a few tears, understandably so. It brings an end to quite an extraordinary test career, which began 13 years ago when Harbhajan Singh seemed to be at his peak, and then R. Ashwin took over, and so it's been quite the career. And well, we're still waiting to see if it's with immediate effect, but I'm pretty confident that it is.
So he played at Adelaide last week. That was his 106th test match, 537 test wickets at 24, 37 5-wicket bags. You add to that 3,500 runs at 26 with 6 centuries, a lot of which came in favourable conditions earlier in his career. But put that to one side, the bowling side of things. He's been a giant and so often a nemesis of Australia.
Oh, yeah. I mean, his battles with Australia go all the way back to his first ever tour here in 2011-12. At times he was found wanting back then, but once him and Jadeja got together in Indian conditions in 2013 tour when Australia went there and they were routed, that was the beginning of Ashwin's domination of Australia, especially in Indian conditions. And on subsequent tours, he's got better and better in these conditions. So he'll set up India's win at the Adelaide Oval in 2018, which went a long way in them winning their first ever series. Bowled really well when he came back 2 years later. Bowled well in Adelaide, even though they didn't win. But he had the wood on Steve Smith and Manas, didn't he? And there's so many battles, one-on-one battles. The R. Ashwin to Steve Smith. It's almost been like one of those things that every 5 minutes someone plays the Led Zeppelin solos. Like every 5 minutes, it's felt like Ashwin is bowling and Steve Smith's defending.
Yeah, it does feel like the end of an era with Ashwin. Got a sense about the timing. I mean, mid-series, it's not without precedent, but he only played last week.
He did, but I guess he might have also noticed that with Jadeja coming in and batting the way he did, possibly he felt that his chance had come and gone. I mean, there is a possibility that India play a couple of spinners. Washington Sundar's influence also might have played a role, but yeah, we'll still find out if it is with immediate effect, but that's what it looks like.
All right, thanks, Bharat. We'll talk more about Ashwin and his likely retirement in just a moment. We've been joined by Mitchell Stark on SEN Test Cricket. Mitch, thanks for joining us. A long and frustrating, I suppose, 5 days for you guys.
Yeah, it was. Rain beat us all, I guess. The rest of the day and could maybe have been an interesting afternoon, but that's unfortunately not the case, and we move on to Melbourne now.
Give us a sense of the tactics behind the scenes, electing to try and set the game up after India avoided the follow-on late yesterday, acknowledging you lost a lot of time this morning too.
Yeah, obviously lost a lot of time through the game. Probably best asking that bloke next to me over there. I stay out of all that stuff. So, but yeah, I think it was trying to work with what time we had and sort of work out how many overs remaining, what sort of, a carrot we wanted to give them in terms of a target to chase, and also, we're a man down. So, But yeah, unfortunately it wasn't to be. It could have been very interesting if we got the rest of the day in.
Were you guys pretty relaxed about the way things played out, getting to where you wanted to be when you declared, or is it the fact that Bumrah got into you, especially the top order again, something they might take to Melbourne?
I think from the chats we had this morning, it was always sort of start the batting innings and see sort of how it progressed in terms of how hard we wanted to push the accelerator. Obviously, we saw Mitch come out ahead of Steve. Chove stayed where he was. So there was obviously chats behind the scenes that, again, I stay out of. But there was this sense of trying to just put the foot down as the way that Paddy came out and hit him as well. But try and push the issue a little bit to try and give us some overs. And then obviously there was talk about the radar and try not to worry about things we can't control. But obviously there's, beat us to the end.
How much did Josh Hazlewood's absence for the second innings in particular play a role, Mitch, and how much was he missed in that first innings as well? It looked like you guys were well on top before the rain came on day 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be hard work when you're man down, especially a frontline quick. I think we all felt we had the personnel to try and cover the bases on, certainly on that wicket. I think actually one of the main things that beat us to the punch in the first innings was the ball got quite wet. So a harder ball on that wicket would have been interesting. That's not an excuse. It's just the nature of rain delays and outfields getting wet. I think there's still enough there. I think that just contributed a little bit to slowing us down in terms of being a man down and that potency of a harder ball on that wicket might have been interesting. But again, I think Pat and I felt coming in today, we felt our bodies were in good place to still play a role. We had Mitch only bowled 2 overs in the first innings, so he was still there to utilise, and obviously Nathan as well. So, it's always going to be hard work a man down, but I still think we thought we'll be the personnel to do what we needed to do.
Just on Josh, I mean, not many are as close to him as you are. How's he coped with it? And what did you make of the injury itself? Like, it's fast bowling injury?
Yeah, the big fella can't take a trick at the minute, unfortunately. Obviously, coming back from that side in Perth, he felt in a good place. So trained with him obviously in that secret session over at Allan Border Field. And he felt in a good place. So, I'm not sure what contributed to it. He obviously felt it in the warm-up in the morning the other day and then tried to push through in that first over and unfortunately got the better of him. So, sad for him, but I'm sure he'll come back bigger and better.
Just 1-1 going into that Boxing Day test, Mitch. I'm sure you guys would have liked a few more overs, maybe knock a few wickets, get some doubts in their camp as well. But it just plays perfectly, isn't it, going with 2 tests to go?
Yeah, it does. There's still so much cricket to go. There's still, I'm sure, so many twists and turns to go in this series. What better way to kick it off than a Boxing Day test? It's even Stevens at the moment. It's almost gone back to a 4-match series like in the old days, isn't it? But it would have been nice to finish today, and it would have been really interestingly poised. I think, as I said, I think that there was a little bit of enough of a carrot there in terms of a target, and certainly enough in the wicket with a hard new ball. So we won't know, but I guess we'll move on to Melbourne.
Just a couple more on personnel. Mitchell Marsh didn't bowl an awful lot in the first innings. Was that because you had a lot of rain delays and you're able to regroup, or is he good to go day in, day out with the ball at the moment? Yeah, he was prepared to bowl. Again, Paddy's the one ringing the changes, and I guess we felt, in terms of he and I and being able to back up and cover the overs of Josh, we felt in good enough place with that. Obviously, we've got Nathan as well. I'm not sure the tactical idea around that. He was certainly good to bowl and prepared to. We were prepared for him to bowl in that second innings, so no concerns from our end. And Travis Head off the field just at the end there. He looked on TV like he was favouring one side of his body when he was batting as well. Anything to report on that front? Not quite sure. He seems in very good spirits, so I'm sure he'll be fine. I would imagine just more precaution than anything. So the way he's batting, he probably doesn't need to run anyway. Well, the series is very much live, as Baz said before. 1-1 going into Melbourne, a sold-out Boxing Day. That's going to be an extraordinary experience. It's going to be loud, yeah. Be exciting. Boxing Day is always special to be a part of. I remember running drinks in a near full house in an Ashes test when Jono was on fire, and that's probably as loud as I've experienced off the side as opposed to a World Cup. So no doubt it'll be loud next week. That's what we want from a Boxing Day test, particularly in this series. So no doubt it'll be great to be a part of, and obviously for the crowd and those watching at home would be fantastic as well. And just some news has come in. R. Ashwin has announced his retirement from Test cricket with immediate effect. Mitch, you've had many battles with him in India and Australia. Just your immediate reaction to that.
Yeah, obviously big news, I guess. His numbers speak for themselves. He's been an incredible bowler for India for a long time. He's over 500 wickets. He's got a close working relationship with Nathan and mutual respect between teams and for someone of his calibre. Congratulations on his career. I mean, he's always been a bit of a thorn in our side over in India and played a part in series here in Australia. So, it's been a fantastic career and I'm sure it'll be celebrated that way.
Well, Mitch Stark, well bowled this week. Dry yourself off and we'll catch you on Boxing Day.
Cheers, guys.
So Mitch Stark with us down in the basement here in Brisbane. And we'll go back upstairs to Gerard Whateley.
Terrific. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan downstairs after the Brisbane Test has been declared a draw, and we're watching R. Ashwin at his press conference alongside the captain. He has announced his Test days are done. 106 Tests, 537 wickets, 3,503 runs. So 10 fers, 37 fifers, 6 centuries and 14 half centuries. It's a pretty good career, Simon Katich.
Remarkable career, isn't it? And I guess only he knows how he's feeling and where he's at. So, yeah, I'm stunned, but given it's mid-series. But, what a remarkable career he's had. And I guess there are a lot of Indian spinners in this. Not only Ashwin, but also Jadeja's come in and Sundar. Akshar Patel's not here, and he normally plays a big role in India. Kuldeep Yadav's injured with his groin at the moment. So India do have plenty of spinners, and maybe he felt that now was the right time to let the new guard come through.
Oh, he's going to leave it to the thieves. They thieved wickets off him. All those 106 tests he had to put up with someone else bowling spin, taking his wickets, and then every now and then he'd get dropped when you wouldn't expect it. Then he'd get picked when you didn't expect it. Yeah, he's had a topsy-turvy career that has been a lot harder work than it seems. Those stats are brilliant.
Average 24 with the ball and 26 with the bat.
Very, very top end of the game, those stats.
Yep. Our post-game show is for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX and Sonos. Feel the magic of sound with Sonos. We've heard from both captains and Mitch Stark. The player of the match is Travis Head. Just give me how will you think back on the Gabba 2024?
It's been so frustrating, but I think, we've seen some amazing cricket. Great to see Steve Smith get another Test 100 and go to second on the all-time list behind Ricky Ponting, and Travis Head carry on fantastic form. I've been really impressed with Alex Carey. I think he's sort of flying under the radar at the moment. KL Rahul, he was impressive. And then Bumrah. I mean, as Heels rightly said, he's going to be one of the all-time greats by the time his career finishes in all formats. He's a wonderful bowler.
Pick a play of the day for Drinkwise. You won't miss a moment if you Drinkwise. Bumrah 3 Khawaja.
Yeah, that was quite climactic, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was decisive.
Yeah, it was a beautiful delivery. Just really sped up after bouncing. It landed on the seam and zipped straight through Khawaja, who was looking to, try something risky. Hit him on the up down the ground and didn't quite work because it was such a good delivery.
Our post-game wrappers for Sonos this festive season. Feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com. And for the 7-seat Isuzu MUX. The player of the match, thanks to Bingley, better living every day. The official player of the match is Travis Head. It's the 9th time he's won that award in 52 Test matches. But Simon, in our box, you want to go for?
Bumrah. I just think that, 9 wickets for the match, and not only that, the rearguard action yesterday to make sure that Australia couldn't enforce the follow-on was superb. And because he was a lone wolf in that first innings, he was having to hunt by himself. That was a tough gig for him.
What's been the Bendix breaks big moments of the match? Bendix, the best-known breaks.
Oh, let's go Steve Smith's catch. Steve Smith's catch was a brilliantly big moment of the match, wasn't it? It's one of the best catches you'll ever see in our careers, in media or playing career. It's a freak catch. I'll go with that, eh?
Beautiful. Put your foot down with confidence, Bendix breaks. Not what will they do, Simon. What would you do going to Boxing Day? Would you make any more than the one change of Boland in for Hazelwood?
The only thing I'd be considering is how much they think Mitch Marsh can bowl. Because I think if he's only bowling 2 overs a day, then that question's got to be asked. But I think the rest will be locked in.
What do you do with Mitch Marsh if he's not a bowler?
Well, then Bo Webster probably has to make his debut.
And who comes out of the batting top 6?
Oh, and you mean that Mitch stays in the team?
Yeah. You're saying he's out of the team if he's not bowling.
Well, yeah, I hadn't thought about reshuffling the order, but that means then you've got Smith maybe batting at 3.
Yeah, I've got no idea what I'd do. I'd need a good knowledge of how good Bo Webster is. And I like him. He deserves a go probably from what he's done, but I haven't been at close range. And then this top order, the top 3, aren't batting well enough to give us any confidence, that give the team any confidence. So
would you make a change?
Again, I don't. No, I don't think so. I really do need to know what other top order batsmen around the country.
The only possible change is Constas as a teenager coming in.
Yep. Yeah, so you're really throwing him in. And if I'm not making a change, I'm announcing it tonight. I'm saying this is the team. We've got maybe an investigation on Travis Head and what have you, and Bo Webster's going to be in our squad, but our batting team is staying together, and they start in 2 days' time. They've got to reverse their confidence levels.
There's more action in the CA Live app. Replay every wicket of the Border Gavaskar Trophy in the CA Live app. Download today. Heels, fantastic to have you with us here at the Gabba. Thank you.
Lovely to be with you, Gerard.
Good on you. Have a great Christmas.
Will do. Thank you.
Simon Katich, you enjoy your Christmas, and we'll see you on Boxing Day.
Thanks, Gerard.
Thanks, Heels.
That's been the post-game show for Sonos this festive season. Feel the magic of sound with Sonos. Learn more at sonos.com and the 7-seat Isuzu MUX. The Gabba test is a draw. There's Big Bash tonight. It's at the MCG, isn't it? The Stars are playing the defending champs, the Heat. So you'll hear that all coming up on SEN. We sign off from the wet Gabba, where it is pouring rain, with the Tasman Butchers sizzling moments of the day. Tasman Butchers, eat better meat. Bumrah around the wicket, easy bowls to Khawaja. Bowled him straight through him.
Wow, way.
Goes to Labuschagne, edges it out into the gloves of Parts. Marnus goes for 1.
Akash bowls underage, he's caught behind as well. Another terrible shot. McSweeney playing away from his body, low on the bat, through to Rishabh Pant. Marsh facing Akash, and he plays behind, he's caught behind. Akash Deep's done it again. 4 on the leg side for Smith. Suraj to him here, stays at home, down the leg side. Is he caught behind? He is. Suraj bowls, Head gives himself some room again. It's right up in the air. Under the keeper, takes the catch. Rishabh Pant, he called all the other fielders out, and he took, in the end, what was a simple catch. Head departs for 17. Deep bowls to Cummins, it's short. And it's pulled well in front of square. What a shot. All the way for 6. Over mid-wicket.
Cummins is swinging at everything. He's 22. He swings high into the air. It hasn't gone far. Rahul underneath takes the catch. Bumrah gifted another.
Sizzling moments for Tasman Butchers. Eat better meat. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. Winner of CanStar's Outstanding Value Super Award for the 7th year in a row. That's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Check the PDS and TMD at hostplus.com.au.
G'day again. Still dealing with that crash on the Western Freeway outbound before Hopkins Road. It's now heavy going back to the Ring Road. There's reports of a crash on the Ring Road Greensboro bound onto the Hume Freeway, and reports of a crash also in Broadmeadows, Pascoe Road inbound just before the Ring Road. Go further on the road these school holidays. Fill up with Mobil's best fuel ever at 7-Eleven. Excludes diesel efficient. Visit 711.com.au for T's and C's. And the Stars take on the Heat in the BBL. Hear it live tonight on SEN.
IGA's Christmas countdown is on now. Head in store for 2-day specials like Australian lamb leg roast, just $10.99 per kilo. Hurry, offer ends Thursday, only at IGA.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.
Get 40% off at Bonds. Stock up on your faves with 40% off in Bonds full price stores now. Terms, conditions and some exclusions apply. Visit bonds.com.au for full details.
Did you know you can watch all your favourite SEN shows on YouTube? Subscribe today.